Buckle up, friend. It's time for the annual School of Motion end of the year podcast extravaganza. And this year, we went absolutely insane and recorded the longest podcast that we've ever done by quite a margin. But you see, it's not our fault. This year was absolutely bonkers with the economy tanking, new tools popping up left and right, AI taking over the world, and so much more, all impacting the world of motion design. With me, as always, is School of Motion's 3D creative director, EJ Hassenfratz, and Spilt creative director, Ryan Summers. This year, we also reached out to get insights from a whole bunch of our friends. So you'll also be hearing from Austin Bowens of Rive Studio, Amanda Russell of Cream Studio, Sakani Solomon, the head of the creative studio at Block, 3D freelancer Marina Nakagawa, Unreal Engine expert Jonathan Winbush, Nick Forshee, co-founder of Gunner, who were acquired by Duolingo last year, Justin Cohn, the global head of communications for Buck, business strategy consultant Joe Nash, Chad Ashley of Grayscale Gorilla, Kelsey Brannon, whose video editing YouTube channel Premiere Gal is blowing up, and our dear friend Haley Akins of Motion Hatch. Got all that? Okay, we get into, quite literally, everything in this episode, and it will probably take you a few drives, a few sessions to get through it all. But if you want an overview of what the landscape of motion design looked like this year and what it's shaping up to be in 2024, strap in. Here we go. All right, boys, this is a long time coming. We are back. I'm getting over the flu. EJ just got back from Europe. By the way, do you know if you're American when you go into the bathroom and you're American when you come out of the bathroom? Do you know what you are when you're in the bathroom? European. All right, so with that, I want to welcome you both back to the end of the year podcast. Yeah, I know it's starting early this time. I've barely had any coffee, so it's just going to get worse. But thank you both for doing this. Ryan, how the hell have you been, man?
It's been a year, or a decade, or a year. Which one is it?
I don't know.
It's been a year, that's for sure.
That's awesome. And EJ, how are you feeling after your European adventures?
Yeah, it was really great to meet a lot of people over across the pond over there, and kind of get a pulse check on or a health check on what things are like over in Europe, because I feel like, a lot of the conversations we have are so American centric. So it's kind of interesting just to hear how things are, regionally over there. So stay tuned to figure out how, what that all looks like.
Yeah, well, we have a lot to get into. This is, I'm pretty sure this is the longest outline we've ever had. And Ryan has a hard out, so we are going to be flying through this. And we're also going to be hearing from other people. We had currently 10, but I think we're waiting on another person or two to be submitting answers. So there's going to be a lot of additional voices in this episode, which I'm really excited about. So we will start, as always, with a very quick recap about what happened this year at School of Motion, given that this is the School of Motion podcast. So I'd say one of the biggest things that we did this year was we released an Unreal Engine course called Unreal for 3D Artists, and the response has been absolutely amazing. It's done really, really well, and we've actually heard from a lot of artists that that they've wanted to get into Unreal. There's actually a lot of opportunity out there right now for motion designers who know Unreal. There's a lot of studios looking to start leveraging it, and I think next year that's going to continue. We'll talk about that. But that class has done really, really well. It's taught by Jonathan Winbush, who was supposed to arm wrestle me at some point this year. Never happened. Thank God. So give me a little time to bulk up a little bit more. I don't think it's going to help. So that was a big deal. And then on top of that, I'd say that the biggest undertaking has been we've been re-recording some of our older classes. And, we do this for a couple of reasons. One, the software gets updated. There's actually new tools inside of things like After Effects and, of course, Cinema 4D. And so we have to re-record things so they're up to date. But on top of that, some of these classes, Animation Bootcamp, I think was like 7 or 8 years old. And while, the art of animation hasn't changed in that time, right? Like an animation curve is still an animation curve. Our ability to teach and our production value has gotten so much better. So I re-recorded Animation Bootcamp. Noel is almost done re-recording After Effects Kickstart. And EJ is in the middle of re-recording Cinema 4D Basecamp, which will be ready for the winter session. And if you see any bags under his eyes, it's because
you see me drinking whiskey off screen.
Yeah, it's not easy to re-record these, massive classes. Some of them have, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I mean, we're talking, 30 to 40 hours of content in some of them, and all new artwork and all that kind of stuff. So that's been a lot of fun. We have 2 more courses currently in production. And I'm going to leave it there. I'll leave that as a tease. Maybe I'll talk about that at the end of the podcast. And we have 3 more that are in sort of pre-production and the recruiting phase. But we kind of know what we're going to be doing next year. I'm really excited about that too. And then we restarted the podcast. We were doing it really regularly for years, like every 2 weeks there'd be a new episode. And then I took a sabbatical last summer. And so ended up sort of slowing down on that. It became a little more sporadic. Well, now it's back, and we're going to be having regular podcasts again and in video form, just like this. So make sure you're subscribed. Okay, let's start with just in general, how did this year feel? All right, let's do a touchy-feely question here. And Ryan, why don't we start with you? You're out there in the industry. You're working at Spilt. Talk us through the year. How did this year feel for you?
It felt long. It felt tiring. It felt uncertain. I feel like our industry is pretty optimistic, and this is, I feel like off the back of whatever the year of NFT was previously, this year feels like it needs a definitely a good name, and maybe we'll find that. But it just felt like a lot of uncertainty. We've always had people with imposter syndrome and FOMO, and this is the first time I've really felt like maybe it's because it came off the back of 2 or 3 really, really big gold rush years with the rush to animation because there was no live action and because of COVID. But I feel like we've absorbed like a decade's worth of change for a creative industry in like 12 months. And I think we won't know the aftermath or the knock-on effects of that for like another couple of years, to be honest.
Got it. Okay. And so, how do you feel any differently as Ryan Summers, the individual, versus, in your role as Spilt?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm a optimism maximalist at this point in my career. Like, I still feel ridiculously excited about motion design as an industry, but I feel like I have to be really careful talking about it because I want to like honor the fact that there are a lot of people who don't know what like the next month, if not the next year, is going to be like. So it's hard to kind of be like, it's awesome, because I'm still honest about, like there's really rough, difficult things. It hasn't been easier as a studio or as an individual, but I feel like we're right on the crux as well of a lot of really big changes that are super, super exciting. That we'll go into all of those, but like at the same time, man, like people are trying to hustle and maybe having half as much work as they had in the last year or two. So I don't know. It's very conflicted. I think conflicted is like the number one word for me this year.
Yeah, that's a good lens to look at it. What about you, EJ? How did this year feel for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was weird. I mean, we definitely feel like not being at a studio or anything. We have a lot of students. We're pretty plugged into the industry, and I felt like, just like this, like Ryan was saying, it was the year of the NFT. I think maybe this was the year of the threat of AI, and seeing that kind of being even more fully realized, where last year it was like, oh, it could do images and whoop-de-doo, it looks like garbage. Now it's like, wow, now it moves and it looks slightly less like garbage. Should we be worried here? And I think the big thing is that, like, for as much as people, and I don't want to just dive into the AI stuff right away, but I think where a lot of the I think there's a lot of inner conflict with artists when you start seeing like Adobe integrating it into all their apps, and it's like, wait a minute, I love Adobe, what are you doing? And so I see a lot of apprehension there, a lot of anxiety there. As far as like outside of the AI stuff, a lot of people I talked to while being on tour for the DAT tour and stuff like that, it seems like that, it was a little rocky to start because of all the strikes happening in Hollywood, and that definitely had a huge ripple effect in the motion design industry, which was interesting. Didn't know how much that was connected to all that kind of stuff, but I think just all industries at that point just kind of like, ooh, that's on strike, let's tighten our belts. But now that, all these deals are done, it seems like everyone is really excited to get back to work, and I'm starting to see a lot more momentum heading into the end of the year. And that was kind of the reoccurring theme, even with the stuff we did in Europe, and hearing from a lot of people over in Europe. It seems like things are picking up there as well, because it's funny because a lot of European companies, they rely on a lot of work from America. So if America's not working, like neither is Europe, at least.
2023 sounds just like Gunner's 2016, where the industry didn't know where it was heading. Everything felt like it got paused. We were down to like $1,000 in our checking account as a company with a full staff, and we were pretty nervous until an invoice finally went through. But it does come back full swing. Usually, it seems like the industry every once in a while takes a pivot, and then once it finds a groove, it gets back into it. And then all of a sudden, everyone's busier than they ever have been.
I think that I heard from a lot of people that it was a struggle, unfortunately, that it definitely was harder to get work. I think that if you were just relying on word of mouth and referrals to get work, I think that people did struggle.
Summer was very quiet for me. I sent lots of "Hi, I'm available" emails to studios and agencies, but they also said they have been really quiet too. Luckily, I could pick up something in August, so I didn't need to lower my day rate. However, I definitely thought about it too. But overall, I felt it was happening not because of the freelancers' day rate, but because the whole industry has been very quiet for some reason. I have been working for filming industry last year, so they affected so much they couldn't hire any freelancers this year. But also in advertising agency, the agencies, studios also said they have been quiet.
I think it's safe to say, I think most people would agree that 2023, from a financial perspective, sucked. It was not a good year, especially the first half. And I saw it kind of rippling through the industry for small, medium, large shops. You know, there were layoffs everywhere.
This year was definitely strange compared to years past. And I think in large part, we didn't see a whole lot of decrease in overall revenue, but we certainly saw a decrease in overall projects booked. Last year, we had around 26 different projects for the year, and our total revenue is around 500K. Math on that, I'm not sure off the top of my head what that comes out to per project. But this year, we, at middle of Q4 or whatever, have almost hit $750,000. And we had originally expected to hit closer to $1 million for the year, maybe even 1.25. But as we started getting into Q3 or Q4, where we usually see more than half of our revenue come in each year, it was basically as quiet as Q2 and Q1 for us. So overall, definitely higher budgets per project, but I think that's also just because our studio is growing. In years past, we had never hit six-figure projects, and this year was, more than half of our projects were that way.
It's been really rough for, I think, almost everybody that I know in the industry and actually outside of the industry. It's been incredibly unpredictable. The things that used to work no longer do. And so everyone is kind of scrambling in a lot of different ways, trying new tactics to get attention, to get projects, to get new clients. And I've seen some even pivot completely. And so it's a scary time in that we don't know what's next.
Yeah, I think our economy is a good sort of bellwether for like the overall, economy, especially in the worlds of design and technology. Like America still sort of, wags the tail a little bit in that respect. Yeah, I agree with everything you guys just said. The beginning of the year felt really pretty scary. I think for everybody, basically everybody that we asked, to contribute to this podcast said some version of the beginning of this year was awful, and I know for a lot of artists, for a lot of studios, this is probably the worst financial year they've had in a really long time, maybe ever. And some of that I think is just relative to the sort of inflated economy that in hindsight we were in, during the COVID years. But it doesn't change the way it feels on the back end when you made half what you're used to making. That's not easy. So definitely like empathize with everybody out there. I will say it was interesting, that it did seem like even with the people we asked, and there's thousands and thousands of companies out there and people working, and we only asked like a dozen to weigh in, but people did really have very different experiences this year.
Exactly.
Based on the size of company they were in, based on the capabilities of their company, and based on the sort of the verticals that they tend to serve. Everybody seemed to have a bad Q1, Q2, Q3. I did start to hear, things are kind of coming back. We're starting to get some bookings. And now in Q4, I'm generally hearing optimism from everybody.
I think it's starting to turn around now. At least it seems like it's starting to turn around, at least from the early indicators that I can see. I haven't heard too many people, saying that it's like back to normal, but it seems like it's getting there. And the end of the strike definitely helps. So
it's been like one of our best years yet on the channel, and things are constantly busy. Like we're booked up until next April, and we try to keep things open because we know that like things are coming, and we want to have the space to, review those new tools. So in terms of the YouTube video editor influencer economy, from my perspective, it seems to be going like pretty well.
I think we're kind of in this weird place now, still in this recovery mode where 2022 tech, right? Everyone got sort of beat down in the markets. This year, they're starting to normalize, right? We're seeing interest rates really, not interest rates, excuse me. We're seeing earnings get back to normal, and tech almost looks good, right? They look healthy.
And, a lot of the bigger companies and people I know at these bigger companies are now saying that they're seeing leading indicators. They're seeing budgets, for next year start to get set, and they're a little bit bigger. Companies are a little less afraid to spend money. They're not hoarding cash like they were. Hopefully it stays that way. So right now I'd say cautiously optimistic.
I have a lot more to say when we actually dive into it, because I was so happy that you did the Joe Nash interview, because I spent 3 days in New York with him with like 18 other studios talking about a lot, like deep dive into a lot of things you were talking about. And I think it's going to be just like the theme for this next year is that like there is a very different experience if you go across the full like sum total of motion design. But a lot of people are trying to, like we were saying earlier, trying to be very like respectful. Like you don't want to be the studio that's like, we're doing better than we've ever done before this year, right? You don't want to be the people saying that out loud. But like you said, there are studios who made some big decisions late last year and early this year that are crushing it, and they don't want to like wave that flag right now. So it'll be interesting when we dive more into the economy talk.
Yeah, exactly. One of those that, I assume they're crushing it financially, but at least creatively I can see that they are, is Vuko. And I know that you put them on your list, so we'll get into that in a little bit. All right, so every year, I feel like it just gets harder and harder to do this every year. I ask you guys to come up with a list of your favorite work from the year. And, I've been trying to do it a little differently over the last few years. I've been trying not to just say like, this is the thing that made my eyeballs the happiest, but also, I'm looking for work that sort of, to me, signals like there's a change or there's like a new aesthetic or something like that. So I'll quickly go through mine. If you're watching this or if you're listening, we're going to link to absolutely everything in the show notes for this episode. We are notorious for having absolutely, epic biblical length show notes for these. So make sure you check that out. And if you're just listening to this, by the way, you can watch this on YouTube, and we'll also be showing clips from everything. Maybe an easier way to consume this. All right. So I'll start with mine. So the first piece is just a traditional, it's almost an explainer video. And that is the Meet Web 5 piece from Block Creative Studio. Creative director Sakani Solomon, who also contributed to this episode with some insights. And what I loved about this is, it's nothing that like you haven't seen before. It's just really great 3D. What I loved about it is I'm just a sucker for really beautiful technical executions where you're like, how did they do that? That's kind of what got me into motion design, was trying to figure out how the hell like MK12 and PSYOP and Brand New School did what they were doing. And, the longer you're in the industry, the more you sort of learn tricks, and it's just easier to know how things are done now. And when I saw this, there's kind of a voxel effect to it. And it's just beautiful. The design's really good. The colors are amazing. The compositing, it looks really good. I assume there's some compositing in it. So that's one of my pieces. Amazing job to everyone who worked on that. Another piece, and this isn't a piece so much as an event, but it's the U2 residency at the Sphere. Now, I want to go on a limb here, okay? If you watch this podcast, you'll notice I never wear a U2 shirt. It's not really my thing. Okay, so it's not about U2. It's about the fact that there is this absolutely ridiculous wonder of the world now in Las Vegas that every motion designer wants to create work for. and that's the sphere, of course. And both the inside and the outside of the sphere are completely, 360 screens. And the U2 residency is essentially U2 the band playing, several nights in a row. And I don't know if they're still doing it as of this recording, but they did it for a while. And in addition to playing songs, there's this, fully comprehensive multimedia display on the screen the whole time they're playing. And what's cool about it is, first of all, it's a format that you're not used to seeing. It's this sort of spherical wraparound. The resolution is insane. I can't even imagine what the render times are like on this thing and how you'd preview it when you're working on it. But also, it mixes pre-rendered content with live cameras and live shots of the performance, but it's all like beautifully designed. So like the shots of the band playing are right next to pre-rendered elements, and it's done in this amazing way. I'm assuming they have some proprietary software they built to do all of this. And so it's just kind of the scale of it kind of blew me away. I'm sure at this point everybody's seen amazing social media clips of the sphere. It's like the new canvas everybody wants to work on. Cool. All right. So 3 more pieces real quick. One is Birth by Twisted Polly. So our good friend Nate's, AKA Twisted Polly, finally became a dad this year. And in celebration, he put out this piece called Birth, and it's his style. It's like lots of particles and simulation, rendered immaculately. There's this beautiful kind of story to it. And I think, I've been a fan of his for like well over a decade at this point, and he just keeps refining his style. It just gets better and better and better. And every time you see it, you're like, well, that's peak. How could it go any further? And he pushes it a little bit further. And this is an example of that's really, really good. There's another explainer video that just came out recently by Rive. And I've been really impressed with Rive, with Austin and the entire team over there for many, many reasons. We interviewed him on the podcast this year. He's 21 right now, which is crazy. And his team are all really, really young. And they're doing amazing work. And this piece they did for Ozone is an AI, it's saying it's the world's first AI native collaborative video editing app. It looks really cool, but the explainer video for it is great. And the reason I put it on my list was because, I don't know, I've seen 50,000 explainer videos at this point. And I feel like I've kind of seen it all. And there's now sort of, there's like an established look for the way these things tend to go. And there was something different about this. And I need to watch it a few more times to really put my finger on what that is. But there's something about the timing and the spacing they're using, their use of smears, and the fact that they're not afraid to put glows all over everything, which I really like too. It just feels a little bit unique in that world, which is so hard to find these days. So I really like that. And then I think my favorite commercial of the year was the Coca-Cola piece, Electric Theater Collective. That was the post-production company that did it. The piece is called Masterpiece, and it's this person in an art gallery, and the art starts coming to life. But it came out right around the time Mid-Journey, started to do these, like really incredible looking, like, basically photorealistic images. And then we started to see early signs of AI video, and it kind of has that look, and they used some AI to create this piece, and it's just a really well done ad. It's not my ad of the year. My ad of the year would be the Solo Stove campaign Snoop Dogg just did, but there wasn't really a motion graphics thing, so I couldn't put that on my list. But I thought that was the ad of the year. Anyway, so those are my picks. I'm curious to hear, like, if you're listening to this, leave a comment on YouTube or on social media, tag us at School Motion. Let us know what you think, and I'd love to know what your picks would be. And speaking of picks, EJ, what are your picks, my man?
Yeah, so I was pretty light this year because I don't know. I'm always like saving stuff on my Instagram that's more character based because I'm really trying to get into that area because I really enjoy doing that type of work. But one thing I would recommend anyone, if you're like me and you really love character work, just go on to Pictoplasma. So it's pictoplasma.com. And there is just a huge amount of artists that are very character focused. And that they're actually how I discovered this one studio that I thought did a really awesome piece that was literally just for their they hit 48K people on Instagram, which is a very odd number to kind of celebrate. But yeah, 48K. So Buddha.tv, so Buddha, I believe they're based in South America, and they have this really cool zoetrope that has all this really cool, like, ancient art inspired type of look to it. And it's just such a cool, like, just in one piece, like, you see the zoetrope from, like, a wide angle and it's spinning and it looks really, really cool. But then you get onto the details of everything. They have this really cool breakdown as well. And I think that is just incredible, the amount of detail and care on each and every single piece they have there. So that's Buddha.tv. And then one thing I wanted to bring up, just because they do collectively a lot of amazing work, and I probably each year on this podcast I've always, like, hyped at least one of their pieces, but Already Been Chewed. When we talk about what do studios look like and what type of work do studios do in 2023 and beyond, I think Already Been Chewed is one of those companies that I'm sure they have never had a down period in the history of their studio. And they're a fairly small team. I think they maybe only have like 10 to 12 artists. And to see the type of work they're doing is just insane. So they're doing stuff for, they have some Web3 projects that they worked on that I think is still kind of going. But now they're doing, like, installation stuff and the like fake projection mapping kind of stuff as well, that typically you only see on the sides of buildings. You have to be at that one angle of view for it to really sell itself. The one thing that it's not the coolest thing that ABC has ever done, but one thing I found was interesting is, typically you'll see, like, in Hong Kong or Singapore or something, where you have that angle of the building, right, and it's kind of curved on the end. You have that, like, that faux perspective, and the visuals just look like they're popping out. Well, they did that kind of similar thing, but at the Cleveland Browns stadium, which I'm not a fan of the Browns, but it's a weird kind of dog that pops out. And I actually asked them, I was like, this is interesting because if you've been in a football stadium, like, you have a lot of different views. And I was just really interested to see, like, did they have to design this at a specific view or whatnot? And they actually just got back to me a few days ago, and they said that they basically designed it for general viewing, which was interesting because I know when I was getting into sports graphics and stuff and I did, like, arena graphics, one of the big things was just projection mapping onto the NBA court or the ice rink and stuff like that. And so I feel like this is, like, a new thing. I've not seen this type of thing before, where you have, like, the Jumbotron in a NFL outdoor stadium and you have these visuals kind of popping out. So I just know with sports, if one thing looks really cool, all the owners of all the teams and all the creative in-house places, they will want to jump on this too. So talking about how where things might go next year with sports stuff and just all the crazy stuff that Already Been Chewed's doing. Like, I highly recommend that everyone checks out. Like, they're doing a lot of AR, VR stuff as well, and I just that's a huge thing for next year too. Like, this Apple Vision, it's supposed to come out. So it's a lot of interesting areas that, like, Already Been Chewed just seems to already be kind of exploring in. And that's all I got for my picks.
Yeah, great picks, dude. Yeah, I hadn't seen the Buddha.tv stuff. This is really, really cool. Awesome, right on. All right, well, now, Mr. Summers, what do you got?
I tried to be chill this year because I loved the ones that you picked, Joey. Really felt like those were, like, the tent poles for me. Like, you got something in every kind of territory. And the other key takeaway, I think they'll kind of show up later on in the show too, is, like, the studios that both of you talked about. They're the kind of studios that when you see a single piece from them, it's them, right? Like, they have a singular, like when you see Already Been Chewed, ABC stuff, you see like the way the camera moves around like a sneaker with a bunch of particles coming together. Like, it doesn't feel like Man vs. Machine. It doesn't, almost immediately, somehow, some way. And I think even Rive has really kind of cornered in the market. A thing I love, like you said, is that not even just in, like, their design style, like, they have a lot of the kind of, like, colored gradients, simple shapes and glows, but I really feel like their animation timing and their spacing has become a signature, right? Everything is, like, hyperactive, super snappy, everything's explosive, everything is very punctuated, and some people might look at that as a weakness, like, oh, it's, you're just doing the same stuff over and over, but I really think that that's how old studios that we talk about all the time now, Logan, Stardust, like, all those shops, like, they created a signature by repeating something enough times that people are like, what is it that you're doing? I need to tap into that. So I just want to say that because I feel like those are going to be things that as we talk more and more. And the two studios that I want to talk about, The Line from their Marvel Snap desktop video that they did, they've done a lot of these, right? Like The Line does amazing 2D animation. They might as well be an anime studio at this point. But I don't think there was another piece that I watched more often on repeat. And then every 2 or 3 days after it came out, The Line does a great job in showing breakdowns of like how they do roughs and how they do in-betweens and cleanup and then add effects and use 3D. And this one just was like the moments with the ghostwriter flipping between like 6 different styles. I'm like, that's motion design. Like literally right there. Like you might say that they're just animation, but the fact that they can speak in that like 3-second burst of just like Deadpool or Ghost Rider switching back and forth between Saturday morning and super adult animation. And like immediately I was like, wow, like that I couldn't find a better way to describe what motion design in my mind is. Like even just character animation isn't just being able to do one style. It's to be able to use all the tools and have a signature look and have lots of different kind of like ways of speaking. So to me, that was awesome. And you can go on their site and there's one other piece I'll talk about later about The Line. I really think it was their year. To be honest. And then, this is going to be a hallmark for me too this year is that I feel like I'm rediscovering a lot of my favorite old studios through brand new work that just kind of like blew me away, that they're kind of feeling very reinvigorated. And Brand New School did this piece for Cafe Bustelo, I think is how you pronounce the coffee brand. But man, I have never seen something that just like leaped off of my LinkedIn page. And then I'd go to Behance and see another artist that worked on the project. But like simple things, like just picking amazing colors that are in the brand kind of guidelines, but then just exploding those brand guidelines like across the entire screen in a way that doesn't feel forced or fake. Brilliant character animation. Love the like clean, open, like kind of background design, but then like a little bit of slight shading on all the characters to make them pop forward. It's just like classic character animation principles, but done again in a very motion design way that isn't that corporate Memphis, just like simple shapes, black drop shadow underneath the chin, but still has echoes of something like that. That makes it feel different than what if you went to like a Powerhouse or a Titmouse animation studio. You wouldn't get this from like an animation studio. You'd get it from a studio that still really favors design as much as they think about animation. And that just like, I felt like for 2 weeks, everywhere I looked, it was showing up, and I stopped and I had to look at it again. And then I had a bunch of other pieces that were, maybe it's not the piece itself, but it's something each one of them did. Dixon Baxi is a huge agency. They redid, you were just talking about sports graphics. I feel like sports graphics are the most tired, repeated, boring stuff that we've seen a million times. And then the moment you see something like what ABC did, it stops you in your tracks. This like redesign for Premier League for the TV experience blew me away when I saw it because it's all flat colors. It's color choices you would never expect. It's very like reserved. But what I love about it, and it's also going to be something I think it's repeated a lot by me, is that all of the flat design that they did that looks beautiful is extended to the way they think about motion. And that whole just motion branding and motion as a design element is going to be something that I think is going to be in the next 2 or 3 years a huge opportunity for a lot of studios to kind of find a place to kind of call their own. And we'll talk about some shops that do that. But man, this is a great way to just go through and like, if you've ever wondered like, how do I do a great behind the scenes, or how do I go to another studio or to another agency or another client and express like how I like the full work you did? Just study this Dixon Baxi page of like, they show breakdowns of animation with all the beautiful design. They break down like design branding, but they also have these posts where they talk about kind of checking the temperature of a game and how they think about like all the different moments within a game that would use graphics. And it's really cool, like how they talk about anticipation and kind of like after a goal, what you do, and the way the animation might be really fast for a few seconds and then it's really calm, all for something that like I think a lot of us just think is boring, like on-screen graphics for a sports game, like a graphics toolkit. That sounds like the lowest, hanging fruit for most people. So for me, that blew me away. It's something really worth studying. This happened very late at the end of last year, but they've been winning awards all this year, so I think it's worth talking about. Passion Pictures, who does tons of amazing animation, they've really dove really hard into interactive and experiential, and they use the gorillas, something we all love, and they've done a ton of animation work for them before. They basically did an interactive AR experience in Times Square where you could hold up your phone, and at a certain time, if you stood in a certain place, the gorillas all basically came to life, giant, like Godzilla style, like kaiju style, all over Times Square, and played this, like debuted this song and played it. And they also created a separate one that if you couldn't be in Times Square, you could aim it at like a table, and it built like a kind of like kit bashed little tiny version of Times Square that synced up to the same thing that was happening like in the real world. And they've been winning awards like crazy for it. So again, it's one of those things where it's like, is that motion design? Is it character animation? Is it tech? Is it, that line that what motion design actually is gets really blurred, but you can see how like only a place like Passion Pictures could do it. In that line, I don't know if you guys saw this, but for football, there was a really cool thing where it was like Disney, Pixar, ESPN, and Epic got together and did Toy Story Fun Day Football, where they basically added I don't know exactly all the kind of tech that went behind it, but they basically had sensors in all of the players, uniforms, and they were able to basically like through real time, like taking that data and putting it over, basically give you a real time version of the game, but with Toy Story characters in like an actual like 3D room. And it's pretty amazing because I really feel like it bridges that gap between like kids who are into like Roblox and Minecraft and then like Unreal, like that kind of like pipeline of getting people into doing what we do every single day. I immediately was like, man, if I was a kid and I saw this, the first thing I want to know is like, how do they do that? Like that magic again of like what we used to think in the 80s and 90s when you'd see like a behind the scenes for a movie. I feel like we're at this cusp again of like people really not understanding how this stuff works together and just feels magic and they just want to be a part of it. So that again, I think also goes to the whole idea of like why you might want to learn Unreal as a motion designer, where a lot of times like, do you have to learn another thing? It's like, well, there's a bunch of stuff like this that's right on the horizon that you could be involved with. And then two really small things. This guy, Roloff Knoll, it's not even like a finished project, but I just, again, thought it was really cool. It's this piece of interactive projection mapping where it's almost like a proof of concept. There's just like a sheet, and they're projecting essentially what looks like Tetris blocks on it. And they kicks a soccer ball just into the sheet in this dark room, and it triggers all these real-time physics. And immediately my brain goes to like, oh, I'm going to see this next year at Disney World, or I'm going to go to some type of interactive experience in a museum, or a brand is going to have like something at Lollapalooza where you go into a room and all of a sudden, Monster Energy Drinks is going to basically have something like this. But again, something that's completely built on stuff that we do. And then there's this guy named Chris Theron who had been doing a lot of before like all the kind of amazing motion capture tools that you could just use with your phone came out this year. He had gotten a perception neuron motion capture suit and was doing a lot of motion capture, like one-man band motion capture shorts that were really amazing. I was kind of shocked that one person could do it. And he kind of flipped the script and started doing all these viral animations of like basically him holding his phone. And then not unlike, I feel like a lot like what Peter Quinn has been doing with VFX in the last few years. But I've never seen someone go viral faster in our world in motion design, because it's basically just like he has a phone and he has something about Instagram blowing up, and then like his Instagram literally blows up his phone. And it's nothing about it is like difficult to do, but the idea and the execution and then seeing it, people who don't care about motion design, don't care about visual effects, don't care about animation, love this stuff. And he's done a series, I think of like 7 or 8 of them. And I talked to him recently, like his business has, I think like doubled, tripled, quadrupled, can't keep the phone from ringing from other brands or like do the same thing for me, make my video viral. So again, just something that like one person can do with, same tools we always have. So those are ones for me that hit my list.
I love it. That's a great list. And I love how there's just a lot of non-traditional motion design stuff on all of our lists, right? I mean, I bet if you go back 3 years, almost everything was probably like a linear thing you watch. And probably 16:9. And now it's like all over the place. I think the Toy Story example is great. I didn't see it live, but I saw it afterwards and I thought that was really cute. And, I think there's this trend that's just going to be accelerated by all of the AI tools. God, we're going to spend so much time talking about AI. I can feel it. But basically, like, I feel like that's the kind of thing where you have all these little building blocks, right? You've got motion capture and you've got 3D and you've got real-time rendering, and these things are all very complicated traditionally. But now you've got Move AI, where motion capture maybe isn't actually going to be that difficult to do anymore. It still is very technical even with those tools, but I mean, in 10 years maybe not. And as motion designers, we're really good at thinking of that stuff as like an erector set of pieces that you can sort of clamp together and create these unique things. And that Toy Story example, I think, is perfect. Same thing with the gorillas kind of activation thing in Times Square. I mean, the animation and what they're doing, there's nothing groundbreaking about that, but it's just the idea that you can now, turn that into like a group viewing, kind of session in Times Square by creating this AR app. So amazing. Okay, cool. Well, let's continue and start talking about artists and studios. So that was our favorite work for the year, or maybe I don't even know if favorite's the right word. Maybe I'll have to use AI to edit the word favorite out and put in a different word that's more appropriate. But let's talk about artists and studios that made waves in 2023. Obviously, this is far from a comprehensive list. A lot of this is just kind of my gut, and I can't wait. I actually haven't looked at your lists yet, boys, so I'm excited to see what you say. So I'll do mine real quick. One artist I wanted to call out is Lewis Wess. Now, Lewis has been on my radar for years. It's kind of one of those names that, like, you always hear his name, and then somehow he broke through on my, the algorithm, like on Twitter and LinkedIn, just sort of started showing his work a lot to me, and it's amazing. And one of the things that I really like about it, and I think that a lot of people are probably feeling this way, is it's very human. It's very handmade. It's very illustrative. And, with basically my timeline being, I'd say 80%, AI generated stuff these days, I'm really craving like something that I look at and I go, oh, wow, I think that was really hard and probably took a long time to do. It's probably some sleepless nights. And you can really feel that in his work. His work's amazing. It's very authentic feeling. And like a lot of the best artists, he's got a very clear style. You immediately know who did it when you look at it. Rive, I've already mentioned them, and I'm sure I'll be mentioning them a lot next year. I've just been really, really blown away by them. I don't think I'd really heard of Austin or Rive at the beginning of this year. Maybe I had. And then by the end of the year, it's like they're everywhere and they're doing amazing work. They're a very new studio. But they actually had an up year. They're one of the studios that actually grew this year and did more revenue, not less. And what I really love about Rive is just what they're showing me. I'm 42. One of the founders, Austin, is 21. He has a completely different experience of coming up in the industry and of building a studio than I did. And if I was building a studio now, frankly, I don't think the playbook that I used when I had my studio would work. I think it's got to be totally different. And the way that they're marketing themselves, just their whole business strategy. I mean, you should go listen to the interview I did with him if you haven't heard it. It's just kind of a newer way of starting a motion design studio, and it seems like it's being really successful. So I was kind of blown away by him and his team, and the work is awesome too. I want to give a shout out to Sarah Beth Morgan, who released Between the Lines, which is her short film she directed with this dream team of designers, illustrators, animators. It's a beautiful film, and she also got some additional representation in the EU from Troublemakers after that. It's been really fun to watch her career because, I was a fan of her even before we worked together on Illustration for Motion, which is our illustration class. So I knew she was really talented. Then I worked with her on that and I realized, she's actually brilliant and she's like a really good, she's a really good instructor too. And then to watch her go from sort of like really in-demand illustrator to a director to, releasing a film to acclaim and all of that, it's been awesome to see. And one more person I want to call it is Zach Lovett, who I love, but he launched Lovett Studio this year, and that's it's his studio, but they don't like create work in the traditional sense of a studio. Zach has made a name for himself. I hope he doesn't mind me, putting it this way, but he's like a really good TD for studios that use After Effects, right? And probably he works with other apps too. But he's like a pipeline guy. Like if you're a big studio and you want to automate a bunch of things and create consistency and create toolkits, he's worked with a lot of people and he's worked on these big projects. But his website is amazing because it shows that is a niche of a niche to be doing that. And he's good enough at it. And there's enough of that kind of work out there. He can start a whole business off of that. So I like it because I think it's genius and he's a genius. But I also like it because it shows that even though this year has been kind of scary and there's been a lot of cynicism in the industry, the industry is still growing, and it's at a size where even a niche of a niche of a niche, like technical direction for studios that use After Effects, that can be a big enough vertical to start a real business off of. So congrats to you, Zach, and everybody else. EJ, what about your list?
Yeah, I went a little off script here because I follow a lot of tutorial artists and stuff like that. So I'm a little bit not traditional studio route for my picks, but the one thing is just like a super general kind of thing that talk about places and companies making waves. I think 2024 is going to be the year of Unreal Project Avalanche, and I've already been seeing what I believe ESPN is like fully adopting it and kind of helping beta test it, and I think it's going to make huge waves in how what content looks like. You mentioned the Pixar live rendering thing that's happening on the screen. Like that's just tip of the iceberg kind of stuff that I think we're going to see as far as like interactivity and stuff like that. Like imagine that Cleveland Browns thing, but it's like, what if it could react to like the weather conditions on the field and stuff like that? And I think people that adopt Unreal, and if we get mass adoption here, which I think could happen with Project Avalanche, I think things are going to change forever. This changes everything. And so that's a huge thing. Again, I'm going to talk about Already Been Chewed. I think what they're doing as a studio is they're always on the cutting edge. I feel like they're always playing with the new technology. I know they've played with Unreal Engine in the past, and they kind of were one of the first studios, as far as my knowledge, that kind of was using Unreal in client work and stuff like that as a decent sized studio. And I think what they're doing as a studio is also very clever too. Like Barton, who owns Already Been Chewed, started doing this like self-motivated series of like interviews and talking about how he built ABC and just how he conducts business differently from different studios out there. And I think it's his message. I love his story and how he built Already Been Chewed, because I feel like it's totally against the grain of typical studios and how they operate. So I think the more that studios that go against the grain and do things differently and don't just do things because, well, I was at a studio and they handled business this way, and I guess that's just the way you do it. It's like, no. So I think it's really great that he's kind of getting the word out there of like, there's different ways to run a studio and stuff like that. And his every single project they do such a good job of the behind the scenes, or what they call behind the sauce. They kind of breaks down like what software are they using, what renderer are you using, all that kind of stuff. And it's just really cool to see a studio spend so much time and effort in doing those behind the scenes stuff. Because trust me, like we do behind the scenes stuff here at School of Motion. It's not just simply cutting things together. Like there's a lot of work to prepare that and make it look good. And they always seem to be tapped into the zeitgeist of like, what are people talking about now? What's the cool new hip shoe? All that kind of stuff. I guess it just goes with this territory. They're always on the newest, latest, and greatest kind of stuff. And as far as like tutorial artists and I guess you could say influencers, I think you should be following, because man, you want to talk about 2024. I think 2023 is already this. It's like the year of the artist influencers. So anyways, Bad Decisions Studio is a couple of guys that are based in Vancouver and Dubai. And I actually was on their podcast way earlier this year when I never heard of them before. But ever since then, they are just kind of blowing up, because they are all on how do you use like all this new tech. And now it's the Gaussian splats and all that kind of stuff. And they're showing like, oh yeah, this is this new technology. You probably don't know what it is, but here's how you can use it in a VFX shot or something like that. So they're like some of the really cutting edge people that are going out, shooting stuff, talking and explaining these complex topics like G-splats and stuff like that in a way that I think a motion designer or any kind of normal artist that can digest, because most of the stuff I feel like with AI and stuff, it's all these tech bros and tech nerds, and it really like it's lost on us. So I think it's really cool that they're kind of doing that kind of thing, and to kind of piggyback on someone who is kind of always cutting edge and always talking about the latest and greatest technology and talking about it through the lens of motion design. That's Don Allen. And Don Allen, I'm sure I might have mentioned him a year or two ago as well, because he's always front and center when it comes to this new tech. Like he was sitting in the audience when Mark Zuckerberg was introducing their new VR headset and stuff like that. So he's like embedded, and he's not just a tech guy. Like he is a motion designer. He's an artist. And so I think he's going to be someone to really follow if you're not following, because I think with this Apple Vision stuff and all this, like, hopefully wider adoption of AR stuff, I think he's going to be one of the people on the front end there, kind of showing what's possible and all that kind of stuff. And he's already been doing that for most of his career. And then another artist that I personally have been following a lot lately, and who I'm seeing like really blow up in the last few months, and it's every time I recommend this guy, I'm always like, it's a little weird, but his handle is Drug Free Dave. Spoiler alert, he does a lot of drugs. No, he doesn't. So
it's irony.
I know, it's irony. He's a really awesome artist, and like I feel like Ryan, it's like right up your alley, because he is a traditional like 2D illustrator who looks like he could have worked at Disney but just didn't. I don't know why. But he kind of got hooked on Nomad Sculpt, which if you don't know what Nomad is, it's amazing. It's an iPad app that is a very powerful sculpting app that I think rivals a lot of what ZBrush can do, and it's on your iPad. And it's very affordable. And so I started picking it up and learning about it, and this guy's Instagram and YouTube popped up, and I just love his aesthetic. I love his style, and it's cool how he translated his like cool 2D kind of Disney-esque illustration style to the world of 3D. And now he's getting a 3D printing and all this kind of stuff. And so it's just kind of cool. And I feel like that's a thing that I don't know if just because I've been doing this myself and I notice it a lot more, but I notice a lot of artists that, we had NFTs and you can experience your art on another screen, I guess, in a gallery. But the one thing I've heard from a lot of artists is that they want this opportunity to experience their art in different ways, or be able to touch it and hold it. And so I feel like there's a lot of people like making stickers now if they're an artist, and doing like their own kind of like swag. I see that when I go to a lot of events and stuff like that. People like to print out their stickers, or they're doing 3D printing. And so I think, with the advent of AI and stuff, I think we're going to, like, the pendulum's going to swing another way, where people are going to want to get back into crafts and feeling their art in a tactile way. And maybe 3D printing might be that kind of thing, but he's doing it a lot, and I think it's just really cool to see his evolution as an artist. And the last two artists, I'm just a fan of these two artists. So Eve, Eve Paints is her Instagram. She's done a Blender tutorial for us at School of Motion. I really, really love her character style and just her style in general. And she announced that she's working on a whole like short film project, and she's doing a lot of it in Blender. And that kind of reminded me of another person I know has been working on his own short. That's also a motion designer, Southern Shoddy. So he is another artist that's done tutorials for us at School of Motion, Blender artist who mainly uses After Effects, which is funny, but he's also doing his own short film. And it's just really cool to see like these independent freelance artists like really taking a lot of time to work on their own short films and stuff like that. And it's something that like I know I've always wanted to do, and I know Ryan, you've wanted to do your shorts a lot as well. And so it's just cool to see like some artists that are out there doing it, because I know a lot of artists are always like, I want to work on something that's not client work, but I just don't know what it is and how big should it be. And so I think it's important to at least, like, if you don't know of these artists, like, follow them. Maybe you'll be inspired to do your own short, whether it's 10 seconds long or a minute long or whatever it is. I think it's really cool what they're doing. And that's all I got for my people to watch.
Killer list, dude. Awesome. Yeah, I love looking through these too. I mean, it's so funny because like we all are into different things, like EJ always finds like these amazing, character designers, and there's always like this kind of cute thing that you're good at spotting. I kind of couldn't help myself. I was looking through some of Ryan's too. And I know there's always going to be like some amazing cell animation in there. So Ryan, why don't you talk us through your list?
I mean, I just got to say, I probably had a lot of overlap with EJ's, because I do think, there used to be this whole idea that like you either worked for someone or you went freelance, you know, and maybe you could start your own studio and that was it. And I really think that that's the next step for motion design that a lot of our related art industries kind of have figured out already, but there just haven't been people with examples like what you're doing, EJ, and some of these other people that like you can make stuff that you own yourself and there is value in that, right? There is, and now there's so many tools, like whether it's 3D printing or building your audience with Patreon, or you know, it feels like now is the time where if you know all the steps to like design the character, model the character, rig the character, mocap the character, animate on top of that, put it out on you know, like YouTube or wherever you want to put it, build an audience through TikTok, then go and make products like you're doing, EJ. Like, why not? I mean, I know it's a thing, it's time, but we always say like, do another personal project for your demo reel. And it's like, maybe it doesn't have to be just for your demo reel. So speaking of reels, though, I think that that's one of the things that hit me this year. I spent a lot of time looking at demo reels, whether for studios or for people. I think I crossed like 800 open office hours, like meetings. So you spend a lot of time looking at reels. And I've seen like a kind of a shift in the industry. And that's why I want to call out Vuko, Buff Motion, and Art and Graft. They've all, in the last 3 or 4 months, relaunched their websites, done new demo reels. But what I think is really interesting, besides the fact that they're doing that, which every studio kind of does, I think 2, if not all 3 of them, have kind of relaunched and focused themselves as motion branding companies. Not as motion design or animation or like a provider for agencies. They're literally like the people who, when a brand comes out to the world, right? We've probably all dealt with these, or you've seen these. They have like a design deck that they go to an agency and they spend thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars at times to basically say, here is my logo. Here's why my logo is what it is. Here is how it will be used. Here are the fonts. Here are the font pairings. Here are the colors. Here is how they will never be used. And then that gets distributed to all of us, all the freelancers, illustrators, motion design shops. But what's really funny is I went through this recently with a really good tech startup, and they handed us literally they told us like 5-figure design deck. And then as we started working on it, like, this is great. We can do style frames. How does this move? And they're like, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you spent all this money to figure out what it looks like, but then have you spent any time thinking about how it moves? And they're like, no. And we had to basically retroactively go do all that work that they spent 9 months for design, for motion, before we ever set a keyframe for an actual final thing. Second to that story is that we have been on multiple phone calls with clients where we hear someone on the call like, hey, is Vuko around? Can you get Vuko on the phone? Because look at that thing that they put together for us to send to these guys. So we've been hearing like for a while, something's been brewing on the surface, and they, Vuko just relaunched. You can look at their, the Tidal motion system that they put together. They're basically, almost becoming like the whisperer to tech startups and companies on how do you integrate animation into the full experience of your company, your brand. Like when you put something on YouTube, when you make a commercial, when you do anything interactive with like Rive or anything else on your website, there should be the same amount of like rules and thought put out for motion as there is for design. I think this is a huge area for people to like push as a motion design company into kind of potentially owning a little corner of that market. But Buff Motion, Art and Graph both also have examples of that, which I thought was really kind of amazing that they all dropped like within a similar time to each other. And they all have great branding, great design, but like that whole idea of motion branding, I think is something to watch. I just want to echo what both of you said about ABC, about Already Been Chewed. I actually was in Texas and went and like met them at the studio. I've known Barton for a really long time, and I think we never met in real life. I've probably known him for like 15 years online and through a bunch of different places. Maybe we crossed paths once at like an NAB. But what really impressed me is we live in this world where it's all, remote. But Barton has a physical place that has spots for everyone. But what's really amazing to me is when you walk in, he had a monitor, right? And that monitor was basically, I don't know what kind, if it was like a Discord server or what it was, but basically it was a bunch of little windows, and it was everybody who works at his company, people in the building, and another 10 people in Europe and all over the place. And they basically were all just working together all day long like this. And at any time, somebody could basically like tap someone and be like, hey, can you show me your screen? Can you show me what you're doing with this shoe animation? I'm trying to figure out your file. I've got it. And it's almost like he has a worldwide team of people working together in desks. And the coolest thing to me was that, Barton isn't just sitting in his office. He actually has desks for every single one of his artists. And the people that are in Europe or wherever else, they remote into that desk, and he can literally sit at their desk physically and watch what they're doing because he's seen their screen and then like reach out to him. So that whole happy accident of like used to get when you worked at a studio and you walk by and you're like, oh, I got to get this designer to see what this animator's doing, that we lost because everyone were remote and you're just hoping to see something at the end of the day. He's found a way to kind of like obliterate that. And I think it shows up in the work, right? Like all these people working together across the whole world somehow are working as if they're sitting in the same room. So that blew me away. I would just say really quickly, going through shops, studios that I have either been familiar with but haven't looked in a while or have never heard of until this year. There's a studio called Club Camping that does amazing 2D stuff. They did an IKEA commercial that was kind of like a Lo-Fi Girl, IKEA Ghibli, Studio Ghibli style thing that doesn't look like anything you've seen anybody else do. They have a ton of really great 2D cell stuff. Speaking of branding and positioning, they did a lot of really cool stuff with their logo. Duo Team is a bunch of animators that I think the first time I heard of them, they did the AE Scripts announcement video for a year or two ago's like cyber sales or, like summer of sales. And since then, they've done a lot of really great 2D cell stuff that's got really bold color designs. And then a studio I've always loved and I forgot about for a while, Cub Studio and Fraser Davidson. And like, I don't know how Fraser does as much as he does on top of whatever he does at Cub Studio, because the guy is constantly putting up new 2D character stuff, 3D character models. He's printing 3D characters and then like turning them into animations. He just did a whole personal project on like sports branding. And I feel like Fraser actually has like 5 people. It doesn't make sense to me, like how he's always constantly doing this. And then the studio itself is always making great stuff. And then just a run of like 3 or 4 artists that I think are amazing. There's a person named Troy Brown who has this really like singular art style that I've always seen working, like doing poster work and doing illustration, I think. But it has a little bit of a vibe of like Ariel Costa, but in the sense that it's like collage style. But he's another person that when you see their work, you immediately like, oh, that's Troy. You know right away.
Awesome.
And you can't copy it, because if you did, people would call it out. But I'm seeing more and more motion design and character animation work from Troy. So his Instagram's great to look at. And then I think we're going to talk about, I always mess it up. I always forget if it's Rive or Rive or Rive. I think it's Rive.
Rive, yeah.
Rive. But Emmanuel Colombo, great 2D character animator. I'm sure EJ is a fan of his work. Recently started doing character animation in Rive and has been posting like process work. And I think that that's going to be a kind of cornerstone for a lot of people going to and seeing like, how do you use this? And then what can you do going forward? Catherine Pitt is an amazing, I think you mentioned Louis West. Catherine Pitt is like my form of that this year. Her work just constantly has been popping up in LinkedIn. She works at a studio called Formplay. But again, just very humanistic. It almost is deceptively simple until you actually try to copy it. And then you realize how much skill is there. And then there's an artist that in the last 2 weeks has taken over all of motion design Twitter. And I'm going to screw up their name, so I very much apologize. But Francois Lefay? I'm not sure exactly how to say it. But when was the last time you guys ever saw something new in After Effects that you're like, oh, that's got to be a plugin?
It's been a while.
A long time, right? There was a post recently that I think was a retweet of a post from like a year or two ago where they basically took like a gradient line and then there were 2 other mask lines. And then that gradient curved line was like sticking wherever the mask was moving. And it broke everyone's brains. And then there have been a series of nonstop tweets of like, take a circle, a line of circles, and then have when one circle gets larger, the rest of the circles get smaller, and they all react to it. It's all, I think, stuff that's very straightforward to do with JavaScript in After Effects, but people have literally been like, okay, cool, can I buy the plugin? No, seriously, where's the plugin? And they're like, oh, this is just stuff. And it's things you've never seen anyone ever do in After Effects before. And it just feels like it's been an explosion. Like in the last 2, maybe 3 weeks, all of a sudden people are just discovering all this new stuff that's just been sitting there in After Effects that no one's ever done before.
Amazing. Yeah, I've seen those posts, and for everyone listening who's not watching, this is gonna be hard to explain, but I mean, basically he's hacked the mask and path interface and turned that into like controllers for these really complex behaviors of shapes and animations. And I saw one where he was almost using a mask, almost the way you'd use like an effector, exactly. in C4D or like a field. Pretty amazing. I just want to comment, all of these, these artists and these pieces of work and everything, the variety is absolutely insane now. I think that's basically, I predict next year it's going to be even crazier, and there's going to be, who knows? There may be motion design that isn't on a screen, but it's on a VR headset, and that's what we're talking about. And and I really do think there's going to be a lot more interactive stuff. The Emmanuel Colombo stuff, by the way, is interactive. We're going to link to it, so you can go see Emmanuel, who's an amazing character animator, created these interactive animations where one of them is, I think it's a bunch of clients sitting behind a designer or something. And when you click on each one, they do something different. And what's really crazy, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Rive files actually play natively inside of Twitter if you're on desktop. So you can actually like link to your Rive file and people on Twitter can interact with it, which is crazy. I don't know how the hell they pulled that off. But yeah, amazing. Great list, everybody. Make sure everybody checks the show notes. And obviously not a comprehensive list. There's a lot more. So if you didn't make the list this year, maybe next year. All right, now it's time to talk about news and trends. And there's just so much. So we'll try our best, everyone. We're going to try to get through it all. All right, why don't we start with one? So this topic is mergers. Last year, we talked about Residence. That's Buck's sort of holding company, and they sort of acquired a bunch of companies, Giant Ant and some other agencies, things like that. So they continued to grow. They acquired a studio called Wild, which is a design and technology studio, and also Part and Sum, which is like a consulting sort of digital agency. And then also this year, Tendril and Future Deluxe formed a partnership. So I don't know if this really is indicative of a wider trend, or it seems like this has just been something that's slowly been happening really over the last probably 5 years, is just with companies like Apple and Facebook and Google requiring such a level of servicing that it's kind of natural that certain companies are just going to grow and start swallowing everything. And on the other hand, you've got studios really feeling like they need to stay small and stay lean. And so I feel like you've got a little bit of this bifurcation of really big and really small, in the mid-sized studio getting kind of left out to dry. I feel like that's kind of, been happening for a while. This is just a little bit more evidence of that. I don't know that it's a major development this year. So Ryan, what's your thoughts on, the state of mergers and acquisition in motion design?
It's an interesting place because I feel like a lot of times you can read the tea leaves by seeing what happens sometimes with visual effects companies, because I feel like a lot of times they're a more mature, maybe more leveraged out version of a lot of older motion design shops, at least, places that have been open for 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, we've seen tons of VFX shops get gobbled up in the last 3 years, and last year was no exception. I don't know if there's going to be more holding agencies formed whole cloth, like something like Buck doing the whole Residence thing, because I think that's a really unique situation where it's like, how much bigger could Buck get on their own doing what they do? Maybe incrementally more, but when all of a sudden they have, two agencies worth of capabilities, all of a sudden, you have to wonder, are they trying to just get whole cloth the entire campaign, soup to nuts, from everything all the way to maybe ad buying in the future? Who knows? That's a weird thing. I do think that there's probably some shops that after the last year or two might be considering how do we merge together? And I think that that's what the whole Tendril Future Deluxe thing might have been interesting about. How do we, whether officially form a new company from two coming together, or have a less legally kind of binding, but more kind of collective, hey, we'll send some jobs to you and you send some jobs to us. I think you're going to see more of that kind of thing. I can tell you too, just from spending time at RevThink and talking to other studio owners, there are still a lot of places knocking on the doors of motion design shops, just asking, hey, what would it take for you to be our in-house design and animation team? Because we basically want to buy bandwidth. I think a lot of people in the last 2 or 3 years, a lot of agencies and brands went through the whole exercise of building their own in-house teams, right? Hire a bunch of, 1 or 2 big name people from a shop that people know the name of, and then grow the team. And at some point, that takes a long time to do. And there are, brands that want to start doing all this stuff in-house. And what's a better way than just going and knocking on one of your friendly neighborhood motion design shops and saying, hey, do you want a constant stream of work? I think you look at something like Gunner and Duolingo and you're like, that made a lot of sense, right? I wonder if there are more of those sitting in the background kind of brewing for 2024.
We joined Duolingo and we were basically running through the whole year of 2023 at Duolingo. But what made it different was that most design studios are reacting to either agencies or tech companies and what they want to do with their products. At Duolingo, animation is just as much of the product as the product is itself. So it's there's just so much work to be done inside of Duolingo that, it's not really attached to this wave. Our buoy is a little bit off off the pool is what we've kind of noticed. And we're not necessarily feeling the same wave. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to be affected by some language learning waves that might come through the industry, our industry, but that would never affect anything that you would see on Wine After Coffee, because everybody's working for different clients. So that was strange to just hear from so many friends that the familiar dry year was happening when we were just kind of really focused and busy throughout the whole year.
Yeah, one of the things that Justin Cohn mentioned in his answer, for the videos that he sent in, was that he thinks next year a lot of studios are going to find that what clients really want is a little, not just the execution, right? They're not just like buying the renders anymore. They really want help with strategy. How do I connect the thing that you guys can do with our business problem?
I think also you're going to see clients, and this has been a trend for, I don't know, at least 10 years, but I think you're going to see clients, they're continuing to get really good at building their in-house creative teams. And as part of that, I think they're questioning certain legacy relationships with agencies, or sometimes with bigger shops. What they need, I think now, is an interesting mix of really high-end executional craft-based excellence, but then they also need a strategy piece that basically helps them connect the dots on their side of things, on the business side, that helps them connect the dots between what it is that we motion folks are making for them and the actual business challenges it's solving. So some shops are going to be better positioned to benefit from this need than others. Buck is really well positioned for it. So I think for us, we're going to have a really good year as we get deeper and deeper into the client side of things. I think that shops that have kind of ignored the strategy component of work might start to feel a little pressure to learn more about it and understand if it makes sense for them to start using some of that language with their clients.
And I wonder if other studios, even smaller ones, are going to start being asked to help in that regard. And so we might see some more of this, or at the very least studios doing things like, this happened a lot in the early 2000s. Studios, when they got to a certain size, would start hiring, copywriters and trying to do more and more of the process for agencies and almost replacing agencies. And it just seems like maybe that, that kind of trend is happening again. This time, maybe it's for different reasons. It could be, a lot of, it was very difficult to find available talent, during the COVID years. And so now everyone's like, okay, I just want to hoard talent, bring it in-house. And I also think, though, that there's going to be a lot more work on the product side of things moving forward, especially with tools like Rive, which we're going to talk about. And I think that kind of work probably lends itself a lot more to in-house teams doing it. The timelines are much longer. The amount of sort of, the knowledge, the legacy knowledge you need to have to be able to do that well, I think Duolingo is a great example. Gunner's capability is solving a huge problem for Duolingo. And then Rive is sort of this puzzle piece that helps kind of glue the two things together. That'd be really hard to outsource. And so I could see a lot more of this.
There's a great video on YouTube about that whole process from Duolingo's point of view, about what the in-house animation team, which is now, for the most part, Gunner, how that expertise plus what Rive allows you to do is radically changing like the actual user stats on, their apps, right? Like the strength, again, motion branding and character animation, those two things all of a sudden become like weapons that brands start to wield, and as a competitive advantage to other people that haven't heard or understood that. Like I really think next year is going to be a case of a lot of studios trying to figure out what is our our positioning, like what makes us unique and what is our natural competitive advantage that we haven't, leveraged yet. Like are we really curious? Do we pitch people instead of projects? Are we, last second problem solvers? Are we great at this one tool that we haven't really broadcast yet? We need to make a studio project to show people that, the whole VUCO motion branding thing. I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching next year and trying to look for what that thing could be.
Yeah. You want to basically make yourself even more indispensable as a vendor to your clients. And so the more capabilities you have, obviously the easier it is to do that. So I think we'll definitely see more of that next year. I think it's gonna be really interesting. All right, the next item here is the Apple Vision Pro, and also the Quest 3 launched. And I think there's a few unique things about these two devices. The Vision Pro is very expensive. It was announced in June. The price that they threw out was $3,500. So this is not yet a mass market thing. The Quest 3 is more affordable, but still fairly expensive. And the specs aren't quite as good. But, everybody got really excited about it because you've got, full color pass-through, which I think is one of the big innovations here. My son has a Quest 2. I've played on it. It's amazing. The technology is incredible. And the pass-through mode, and if you've never worn one and you're listening, what the hell's pass-through? Basically, it's got this really cool feature. You put the headset on, and when you're not playing a game, you can actually see your environment. There's cameras all over the thing, and it basically feeds you a stereoscopic view of your environment that you're in. But on the Quest 2, it's very fuzzy. It's black and white. It's enough to walk around and not kill yourself, which is amazing in and of itself. It's amazing. Your brain actually adapts to it pretty quickly. But it's not going to convince you. It's not really meant for AR. However, the Vision Pro is. And, some of the demos I've seen, just videos, look amazing. The Quest 3 can do similar things. And so the big question here is, are these devices now finally going to usher in the golden age of AR? Spatial computing, experience design, is this finally going mainstream? I've got my thoughts. EJ, what do you think about all this?
There's a video. I wish I saved it for this so people could look at it. But it was this guy that went to order a coffee at Starbucks while wearing one of these headsets, the pass-through headsets.
Nice.
And immediately, like, you should have seen the look on the barista's face as the guy walked in, and he's like calculating, like trying to pay with it, and it's just like, you look like a moron. And until you don't look like a moron walking into a Starbucks with this thing on, it's never gonna catch on.
Right.
So it needs to be like there needs to be something where it's like, okay, Oakley has a pair of glasses that look really cool, or whatever it is. Until that becomes a mass adoption point, because as long as you look like an idiot walking into a store and people just stare at you, like it's not gonna catch on. But I think what Apple's doing right now is actually super smart, because it's like, well, it's gonna be how many years for the technology to catch up to where it could be in this very, very nicely styled Ray-Ban glasses that people would wear all the time, and it's more of a status symbol where, even people thought it was weird to wear the Apple earbuds, because it looks like you have a cigarette in your ear. But like now it's like, okay, well that's not even a weird looking thing. It's just something you stick in your ear. So there's going to be a status symbol thing attached to it. But I think what is important in what Apple's doing now is it's getting developers and XR artists and all that kind of stuff thinking about, what do all these interfaces look like when the technology does catch up to the point where we can all wear these glasses around and not look like idiots. And so I think that's where you see a lot of people getting excited about it, whereas first glance everyone's like, this is stupid, this is a waste of time. It's like Apple knows what it's doing. And so I think it's a good first step, and it has artists thinking about, if I'm going to design for something and it's an Apple device, there's money there. And I think that's the important thing, is I think there's starting to be money in investing resources in thinking about this kind of stuff.
I also wonder if AR and VR could be very big potential, especially since Apple released Vision Pro this year. I wonder how those sector will go this year.
We've got a couple product launches that are, I think, going to change things for motion designers. One of them is the Apple Vision Pro, which, it's so expensive. It's not like it's going to be a massive mainstream hit, but it's not the only kind of mixed reality or spatial computing platform that's going to be launching. You know, Quest 3 is out, and there's rumblings of other products being launched in 2024 that will, at least in part, fuel a lot of interest in spatial computing. And so I think spatial computing is going to be a buzzword in 2024. And a lot of motion designers are going to start to get curious about spatial computing because it's essentially, at one level, it's UI in the real world. And there's a lot of overlap there between kind of traditional UI UX skills and what motion designers do, which is, you know, making beautiful things that are also functional.
I mean, I think never underestimate Apple's ability to sell something that people, you know, aspirationally want, no matter what the price is. I mean, I agree with EJ. Like, it needs to get out there for developers to figure out. To me, what has always been the issue with AR and VR is like, what is the killer app for regular normal people? Because I think you and I and you know, all three of us, we can think of a million reasons why we'd use it as a tool, right? And probably there's some cool gaming applications, but you need those people out there using it. And I don't think it's really intended for people to like sit in Starbucks and like walk around. I think there's some niceties to being able to see like the 3D version of people's face with the lenticular stuff, so it doesn't feel like you're talking to a wall, like if you're in an office setting, you know, forever's, you know, still in an office. But what's the killer app that's going to be the same as like, you know, this is addictive because you have the internet on it, right? Your phone, that's the killer app. Everything else is like, it's nice. I have a phone that I never use as a phone, but I'll pay, you know, $1,200 for it. What is the version of that for you know, for AR, which I think there are like things sitting out there, you know, like gamifying life. I think how much time people sit around playing a game, and then imagine if they could walk around and everyday life becomes a game, right? Like there's a lot of things for it to be, but they need somebody out there to figure what that thing is. And then, you know, in 2 years or 3 years, if they figure that out and now it's all of a sudden it's $1,500 and not $3,500, that's not much more than what you're paying for your phone. And you don't even, most people don't even think twice about what they're going to spend for their phone. They just know they need it, right? Yeah. So for me, it's just time, I think. And then I think the opposite side is like, will the global economy hold out long enough to support another $2,000 thing that you have to have for your lifestyle? I mean, that's a bigger question.
Yeah, you know, will the House of Cards collapse before we have the Meta smart glasses by Ray-Ban?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, like, the things that are exciting to me about it are, you know, I love the idea of being able to not require extra screens and stuff, right? So like if I'm traveling, I have my laptop, that's great, I can work on that. But for certain applications, you need a lot more screen space. So it'd be nice if you could just put these glasses on and now you've got 4 8K screens, you know, like virtually. And you can add more if you need to. I mean, I think that's kind of a neat idea, you know, just being able to like have virtual screens wherever you want. I think wayfinding applications are actually probably going to be, you know, potentially like a killer app for these things. But I think you're exactly right. The form factor has to make sense, and the price point too. I do think that, like, you know, if Apple can make a slick, light pair of glasses, I think that's a lot harder to do than, you know, than people may even realize. So I don't expect it to happen anytime soon. I don't actually think the Vision Pro is going to change the game and do lots, you know, it's not really going to affect the day-to-day of most motion designers. I think we're still probably a decade away from any of that really mattering as far as our careers. All right, let's talk about industry events here. So, you know, industry events came roaring back after COVID. Everyone like dying to be in the same room as other people and see faces and all that. So I'll quickly go through and talk about some of these. I didn't go to all of them. I know, you know, you guys have gone to ones I didn't go to, so we can talk about that. So the NAB Mograph meetup was amazing. That event is just like my favorite event every single year because it's like, you know, it's like your high school reunion. You go and like, oh, and there's Andrew Kramer, and then there's Kyle, and you know, and like everybody gets to meet up and have a good time. Hundreds of people show up. If you ever go to NAB and you get a chance, I highly recommend you go to the Mograph meetup. We're, you know, almost certainly going to keep it going as long as we can. We have, you know, the same sponsors every year. Everyone really loves doing it. And it's a free event for the community. So check that out. The Dash Bash this year. So I didn't get to go. I was so bummed. I had a family trip planned. We were sponsors, and Rolo was also a sponsor. Did either of you go to Dash?
No.
Okay. Well, I heard nothing but good about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a spiritual successor to, why am I forgetting the one that
Blend.
to Blend, like, which I don't know if that'll ever happen again, but it has that same kind of just like everybody just having a good time. And that I will say, I think some of the, every time out of Blend, it seems like there's one talk that you're like, oh my God, that changed my viewpoint on something. And it seems like, so that's the challenge when you go. It's like, which one's going to be the one that sticks and everybody has to talk about.
A lot of people were telling me Michaela Vandermost's speech was really, really well received. She was very honest, about some of the things that she's gone through as a studio owner. Camp Mograph. So I've still never been to Camp Mograph, and maybe next year is the year. It's apparently going to be in Australia. But EJ, I know you were there. How's Camp Mograph?
Yeah, so Camp Mograph was great as usual. They had camp karaoke, which was amazing. A lot of blessing the rains. But I think one of the things that I kind of noticed from Camp Mograph and the DAT tour, which went to like 14 cities in Canada, US, and Europe, was that either two things. Meetups are back, or meetups need to be back, because I think everyone has kind of been very hesitant and waiting for when's the right time. I know even like I was listening to NPR, and they had like this the whole like a science kind of focused thing that they canceled again because of COVID fears and stuff like that. But I think with all the anxiety around AI and just the economy and everyone, it just felt like a big sigh of relief, and getting back to why we love this industry in the first place. And I think a lot of us show up every day to work because of being able to lean on the community. And I know at School of Motion, that's a huge thing. Like, people are trying to accomplish their goals and do things in their career, and it's really hard to do that on your own, isolated. And I think a lot of the isolation that happened during COVID, I think like it's kind of like the effects of the economy, where it's like it was like a lagging tail effect. And I think a lot of people were finally getting impacted mentally and physically with all this stuff. And so it was just nice to get that stuff back together. I know with the DAT tour, every city we went to was like, especially if it had a really good turnout, it's like, do you guys have a meetup here? And most places would be like, no. And it's like, well, why not? Like, let's start it right here, right now. And that's something when I came to Denver, that was the big thing, where it was like 100 people came out to this Maxon event. I was like, is there a meetup here? And they're like, no. I was like, all right, there is one now. Let's create the website and let's do this. So camp was great. Next year it'll be in Australia, somewhere I think close to Brisbane. So that'll be exciting. The first international Camp Mograph. So yeah, it seems like events are back in full force. I know I added SIGGRAPH in there too. Like SIGGRAPH last year in Vancouver, it was crazy how small it was. Like, it was relegated to like this basement area of the convention center, and like the booths were super tiny. But this year it was back, and it was in LA, and tons of vendors. It was like back to normal. Same thing with NAB. Like, they moved it to a different wing, but it definitely felt a lot more normal, crazy. I can't get through this mass of humanity to get to the booth kind of experience.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's also, Adobe Max, there's half res. I mean, there's just a lot of these things, and I think that, the lesson that one of the lessons I took away from the whole COVID experience was that, like, as good as we've gotten at, being like remote companies and having, working remotely with your clients and your colleagues and all that stuff, there really is just no substitute for, being in the same room. And it's interesting, and I think like when we get into the AI topic, if we end up getting a little philosophical, I think this kind of ties into that too, because there is something, it's really interesting, like I recently interviewed the CEO and founder of Procreate, James Kuda, and at the end of the interview, he had this little throwaway line about like not really digging the AI stuff, and I asked him about it. And he basically said like, yeah, there's just something missing, and it's like kind of, you can't even put your finger on it really. You just know that's not human. And I think that's the deal with meetups. It's like humans are meant to be around other humans, to smell like their body odor, like this is required.
But I would say especially like creative humans though, like that. I think it's tenfold more for like people who have to sit at a blank page every day and convince themselves to fill it up. Like, you need to be around other people who experience that. You need to be around other people ahead of you that have like defeated that or have like tools or ways of approaching it. And you also really need to be around other people that you can teach that to as well, right? Like, I feel like, maybe we'll talk about it later, but like, I really do feel like we're in the danger of, as all the awesome benefits there are to remote, we're really in danger of like kneecapping ourselves, I think, as an industry, if we just go all in, all remote, all the time, whether it's with each other, whether it's with studios, whether it's even with clients. Like we anecdotally have like tried to go out and meet more clients in the last like 3 to 6 months than we have in the last 2 years, just because that relationship building that naturally happened before, all this mess that we ran into. That is the way business got done, right? That is the way you got inspired. That you can only, it's funny to me that so much of the stuff that we use now to inspire us, at the same time, it starts to like drain you, right? Like, you can't just go onto Instagram every single day and see people way better than you posting amazing stuff and none of their mistakes and not feel lesser than. But when you walk into a place and you see somebody sketching or you share some things that happen, like, I feel like we're really, really like creating a lot of like bad behavior and potentially stuff that's going to get people to want to just maybe like leave the industry before like their time, because we aren't doing that. That's why I feel like these big meetups are great, but I love hearing like places that I never even knew had motion design having a meetup with like 10 people. And then a year later, you see like there's 30 people and they're going every month and they're doing it over and over. Like, to me, I feel like that's the only kind of like salve for a lot of the issues. It's like, it is awesome to spend, whatever it is, $1,000, whatever, to go to Australia to do Camp Mograph. But for a lot of people, it's totally, out of bounds. But I think like these little meetups are almost as important. Like, I almost wish that someone like Adobe or Maxon actually like created a program, like how to create a local meetup, and like sponsored it and offered it like a toolkit and like little boosters to like make it happen more often, because it becomes essential.
Mograph.com is working on a new website that was supposed to come out like this time last year, but one of their big things was to have specifically what you were saying, Ryan, is this database of like, okay, who's running a meetup or wants to run a meetup in this city, and that could be the place where everyone kind of goes and signs up, and this was a big thing in every city we went to. People were like, well, it's so much work and da-da-da. I was like, no, it doesn't have to be that much work. You don't have to make fancy graphics for your invites or anything. Like literally what I do for my Denver meetup is like, I have a Facebook page. I spent like 10 minutes on a logo, and then I just post and do Eventbrites and stuff. And we have amazing events every single month or every other month. And it really takes the most amount of effort is like getting a venue, and once you have a venue, keeping it, and then just getting people to book. But sometimes it's like, you don't even have to go that far. Like, some people just want to hang out and just have a beer at a brewery downtown. Because there was one time where I had to cancel the meetup because I was like, oh, my speaker backed out last minute, and they're like, no, like, still have the meetup. We just want to like hang out and have beer. I was like, oh, okay. I thought people wanted more. I was like, no. So I think a lot of people overthink that they need to do this big thing. The one story I'll always tell, because I don't know if a lot of people have watched this interview with Chris Schmidt, who, of course, was like one of the big reasons why the whole, it's why half-res exists, and it's why one of the reasons why Chicago, back when in the heyday of Cinema 4D and Mograph and stuff back in like the early, the mid 2000s was, Chicago had this amazing meetup group because Chris Schmidt wanted to start a meetup group and made it at a coffee shop. He put out it on social media, and one person showed up. So it was him and this other guy just having coffee. And then he stuck with it, though. And now it turned into this big thing. So it was, Joey, like you said, first it's 5, and then it's 10, then it's 20, 30. And I think that's the kind of mindset you have to be in, especially if you want to get something started. Like, sometimes if you want to get something started and you wait on someone else, it's never going to happen. So if you're the person to do it and see what happens.
This year, we re-released Animation Bootcamp, the ultimate course for After Effects artists who are ready to take their work to the next level with the power of animation skills. In this 12-week course, we teach you all of the animation principles through fun, real-world exercises and make sure you're able to use them in After Effects. We go over timing, spacing, overshoots, follow-through, and even advanced principles like eye trace. The final project for the course was designed by none other than Ordinary Folk, and the impact this course has had on so many artists is undeniable.
I could not recommend it enough. I love Animation Bootcamp. It's the best.
It didn't just take me from like 0 to 10 or 0 to 100. It took me from like 0 to 1,000.
It's been the best learning experience I've ever had in my life.
Within 3 or 4 weeks, I already had learned more about animation than I had in the past decade of trying to cobble together my own skill set. It was literally life-changing for me.
Sign up for the winter session starting January 8th, 2024, or join our mailing list at motionmondays.com to stay informed about all of our upcoming sessions and new training. All right, back to the podcast. All right, so moving on, we're going to now talk about the Adobe and Figma deal, which was huge news last year. Still hasn't happened, and the reason is, and it's not really a surprise, but it's the regulators are getting involved, especially in the EU, to sort of examine this deal and see, okay, are there any antitrust implications here? You've got, Adobe, the maker of the most widely used design apps on earth. And then you've got Figma, that's, the creator of the most widely used sort of UI, UX product design app on earth. And is it unfair if those things combine? And I've been sort of, on the periphery, just kind of watching this, and every time something like this happens, I'm always amazed at how little lawmakers understand what these tools are, what they do. But in any case, it hasn't happened yet. And the only thing I'll say about it, I'd love your take on this, Ryan. I wonder if Adobe's actually kind of hoping this gets shut down. The reason being, I think it's probably really smart for them to buy Figma. I made a long video about this when it was announced. I think it's a really smart move. But the problem is, I think that when they announced their acquisition, it was basically the top of the market. And so the price that they would pay for it, probably a lot lower now if they were doing this acquisition now. And so are they hoping maybe they have a way out of this? Maybe they can come back to the table with a lower offer afterwards. I don't know. I'm curious if you've got any insight onto this.
Yeah, I mean, I really think you hit the nail on the head. Is that I think that to me the whole Figma thing was a user acquisition thing more than anything. It wasn't necessarily I think they could create a somewhat kind of competitive, maybe not competitive, but something that fits the category of software. Probably not all that difficult, but I think when you look at Creative Cloud, right, the goal used to be try to get as many people in it. Now it's try to keep as many people on it, right? Before it was convince people. Once you've gotten over all the content creator kind of world, right? All the people making YouTube videos using Premiere and Express and all that other stuff. Where do you go to get more people to stick around for longer into the funnel? But that was a hefty, what was the price? $20 billion? And then almost immediately within 2 to 3 months, the whole SaaS kind of marketplace cratered, right? There's a huge buy out. I mean, I would love to see what someone's report would be for what had Figma not been bought and is still in the market now. What would its going value be? Essentially, would it be half? Does this thing get unwound and then there's some other kind of new we'll buy parts of this, or we'll I don't know. But those things are always so weird, because even when you talk to people from Adobe about it, it's been a year and no one can even talk about it. No one, if you talk to anyone that works there. But at the same time, recently there was a video from somewhere on the Figma side about what a potential future of Adobe and Figma would look like, all the way to including little explainer video graphics of saying you can send Figma videos that were generated in AI over to After Effects, and After Effects will have these. So the whole thing, messaging wise, it feels very strange to me. It feels like the Wild West, and I know it takes time, but it's been a year. I couldn't imagine the accountants on that side are when are we going to just come to a decision? Are we getting the $20 billion back and paying the penalty, or are we moving forward with this and we can start selling it? Because that's a long time to go without knowing the end result of that big of a purchase. And I imagine
Adobe is, if it goes through, I imagine a large part of the reason they want to do this, I think you're right. It's user acquisition. It's sort of deepening their moat. But I think there's a lot of technology that lives inside of Figma, the ability to work collaboratively. The way the entire thing is sort of cloud-based, but the performance is pretty close to like a native desktop app, depending on how busy your file is. I think the main thing is, like you mentioned that maybe, Adobe has XD. I think they've put that in maintenance mode. I don't think they're developing in it anymore, which makes sense. But even if they decided to pick it back up and try to compete with Figma, I think Figma has the network effect, right? Which is basically the reason that I don't think anyone can really dethrone After Effects as the 2D animation app that everyone uses, regardless of how good Cavalry is or Fable or any of these other ones, right? It's just not going to happen, at least not very quickly. I think it's the same with Figma. I think Figma is here to stay. They announced, we didn't really get into this, but Figma announced some very big features this year. They've got variables, and you can do much more complex sort of prototyping now inside of Figma. I think that for motion designers, if this goes through, I think it may just accelerate the desire, not necessarily the need, but the desire for motion designers to pick up Figma as a tool if you're going to now be sort of the new breed of generalist. Because I really do think that product, UI, UX animation, I feel like that's the next big frontier, in no small part to Rive, which we will get to.
The thing that I am most bullish on is this idea of UX 2.0. I think the way we think about passive experiences is changing. I think the way that we look at devices and digital products from a motion perspective, we're going to look back at these phones and these little, squares, and it's going to look silly. I think the idea of characters and world building, and again, 30-second sort of pieces of content, that's never going away. But will we see that reduce? Will we see that demand evolve? And I think for a lot of us in motion who this was the primary output for a decade plus, that is what is going to change, right? So I'm not saying that 30-second commercials animated are going to die or disappear. I just think the demand is going to be reduced for that sort of type of passive content. It is why things like Rive and Spline and all these other real-time tools are exciting, because we can still build characters, we can still do world building inside of these new platforms, and that's where people are.
I see a lot of value from tech companies looking at anything that's made to be used more than once. Code-based animation is being favored more because it just has bigger implications and it's lighter weight. It just seems like the days of rendering MOV files is not over, and I don't know if they'll ever totally be over. The market just might seem to split, because when you bake down a render, that's it. That's the only way it exists to anybody else. The only way it can be played or viewed is in this kind of concreted format. But when you build things in Unity, when you build things in Rive, when you build things in any kind of code-based output, it has so much reusability.
Let's talk about the sphere. So, it's funny. I remember when we went to NAB this year, I saw like the scaffolding of it, and I was like, what the hell is that? That's really cool. I had no idea what it was. And then when it launched, I think it launched on July 4th, and I could not believe that such a thing exists. The world's largest spherical screen, I guess, cost $2.3 billion to build. I don't know if these numbers are still up to date, but the last time I looked, single day advertising on the sphere, almost $500,000, $450,000, or you can rent it out for $650K for the week. It's 367 feet tall. It's 112 meters. 16,000 connected LED screens. Apparently they're building another one in London, and I bet there's going to be smaller ones, sprinkled throughout the earth. I know Laundry, the studio, worked on some of the content that was used at launch. A lot of people worked on the U2 thing, and now there's basically content on it every single day. I think this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. EJ, how do you feel about the sphere?
Yeah, so the sphere is pretty nuts. Like, I met actually one of the head creative directors at MSG that is kind of in charge of hiring artists and stuff to do content for the sphere. And they literally have it going 365 days a year, 24/7. I would not want an apartment right next door because you're just going to get blasted with light constantly.
Right.
But the crazy thing is that, at least on the outside, I actually know David Ariev and a bunch of other MoGraph 3D artists worked on a Coke ad that was out that I think just came out like a few weeks ago. And everyone asked like, oh, what is that render time? Like, what's the resolution? And actually on the outside of the sphere, it was only like 6K, give or take. And so it wasn't really all that bad. It's just the inside is the thing that it's like super high density LED panels, which is pretty crazy. And talking about the other one being built in London, when I was in London, I started noticing like a lot of these new buildings and stuff like that they have there have a lot of these big experiential screens. At one of the train stations, they had this really cool experiential thing with like it was holiday themed and stuff like that. So I think this is going to kick off a huge thing. I know in Dubai, they'll probably, they're always trying to do the biggest everything. So I think that's only a matter of time. So super cool development for motion designers. That's one massive screen to design for.
Man, that's why I keep on saying, like, anytime someone's like, I encounter this all the time on Twitter, where people are like, motion design's dead, or, you know what, AI's coming, you better save up your money for the next 2 years, you gotta, be a plumber. Like, man, like, everything that's on that sphere is motion design, right? Or it's live action with a lot of visual effects and motion design. And you look at those prices, $500,000 for the week for a 30-second spot, or whatever it is, 90-second spot that airs, like 1 week. Is motion design dead? If the work we're making is commanding that big of a price, right? Like it just seems silly to me. And there's never been a more potent viral machine than that sphere. Mm. The second anything new comes out with it and it does something remotely different, or it's just ridiculous, it's a giant smiley face emoticon or a giant basketball, like immediately everyone sees it, talks about it, shares it. No one can stop. Like that's all powered by motion design. Like it's silly to me.
Yep. Yeah, I saw a video of a little face on it watching the F1 race that just happened. It was kind of watching the cars fly by. It's unbelievable, and I think you're exactly right, Ryan. I mean, it's basically designed to go viral every time you put something on it. I mean, really, that's why they can charge what they're charging, is because they know, most of the impressions from it are not coming from people who see it in person. It's coming from the tourists that say, holy crap, look at that, and then post it, and those things go viral pretty regularly. Another sort of, physical space for motion design that opened up this year is Beeple Studios. I know he's been working on this for, I think, a couple of years, but it opened up in March. He's been holding, lots of fancy parties, and some of those, I think he just did one for the Bored Ape Yacht Club, but I mean, there's sort of NFT things, and then there's just general digital art things. I haven't been to it, but EJ, I know you've been to the studio. Maybe you can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, so it's pretty nuts. It's in the middle of nowhere, like South Carolina, like outside of Charleston, and you get to it, and it's just this like giant, like bland industrial complex thing, and then you go in, and it's like basically kind of looks like an art gallery that is just populated with Beeple stuff. So there's like a big sculpture of his little one of his emoji renders, and I didn't know this at the time when I was there, but he actually sells some of his art there that is painted by an actual like artist. So they'll take his render and frame it, and someone will paint on an actual canvas one of his renders, and then he'll sell it at his gallery. So part of its gallery space, he's got this really cool section that's like you put these headphones on, and you see you experience some of his like very first short stuff, experimental stuff he did like way back in the day, which is kind of crazy because there's some stuff and work in there that I didn't even know about that he did when he was just getting into motion. Because remember, he was like a developer or a programmer or something, so he played a lot before he went into motion graphics and stuff. He played a lot with like just programming and little bleeps and bloops and stuff, very abstract stuff. But then the massive room with all the walls, all the tables, all the pillars in that place are just screens, and it's pretty nuts. Like I aspire to someday see my own work on that, but I know a bunch of artists that have seen their work. And so the event we went to was open to, like, it was invite only. So a lot of artists, like you had your Nick Campbell, your Nick Schmidt, or Chris Schmidt's, your Winbushes, like your motion design people and a lot of NFT people. But then he had like a lot of the crypto people there as well. And that was a very weird blending of two groups of people in that space. But it's exciting to see a space that, I don't know. I'm interested what he does with it, because since that event, it seems like he's done just a lot of like crypto focused stuff, less on the art, more on like PFP stuff, which is weird. But you know, my whole thing is with all the NFT stuff before it got really gross, which was a very short period of time. But it was like, this is like how a digital artist can get some like street cred in the real art world. And it was actually pretty crazy to see, like, I think even more than going to the Beeple Studios was when we were in Barcelona for the DAT tour, we went to a modern art museum and they had KAWS, they had Banksy stuff. And then right in the next room from a Banksy thing was a Beeple screen. Wow. And I was like, and then some other like motion design artists that I know, and I'm like, holy crap. Like, I know these people, and they're in a modern art museum in Barcelona alongside legends. So it was one of those things where it's like, well, that's cool, because before NFTs, digital artists really didn't get any kind of light shown on them. And there was some stuff from like 10 years ago that was digital artists, but it was like really weird, like, you know what I'm talking about, like typical weird modern art kind of stuff. But it was really cool to see like 3D artists we all know, like having their work kind of shown in that same environment. But I don't know what the heck Mike's doing with that space. Apparently there's going to be some big DAT tour closing thing sometime next year, so stay tuned for that. Definitely promote that, and I think that's like open to anyone who wants to come, I think. So yeah.
Well, we'll talk about the NFT thing in a moment. I want to take our time.
I can't
getting
wait.
There. All right, so moving on, another big thing that happened this year was the writer's strike, followed by the Screen Actors Guild strike. And the writer's strike lasted 5 months. Ryan, I assume you'll understand it a lot better than me, but I'll tell you what I know. What I know was that the strike was about, I think, primarily two things. AI, writers obviously, ChatGPT comes out, it's incredible, and writers get worried. And then streaming rights. And I think a lot of it was actually more about the business model of streaming and how that's kind of gutted the traditional career of a lot of writers. In the end, I think writers mostly got what they wanted out of this, but it did shut down a lot of productions, and it did trickle down and impact motion designers. So Ryan, what can you say about the writer strike and the SAG strike?
I mean, the AI thing is a big part of it. I think it's especially, we're sitting here today without the actors actually having finally signed it, I believe. We're like within days of the final decision because it's been presented to them. And there is a lot of noise right now that people on the actor side don't necessarily feel like it went far enough, that the protections weren't there. And I think it just goes to even what you were saying earlier about, I forgot what the other topic was, but if you think that people don't really understand like NFTs that much, start talking about AI to lawmakers or to heads of studios, right? And you're almost using made up words, and they're just kind of trying to fake their way through it because it's still so nascent, and no one's sitting on Twitter in that world like we do, looking to see what the new like Kriya version is doing or what Midjourney can do. So I think for the actors, there's still a lot of genuine fear that we missed the boat on streaming rights the previous time, in terms of people were like, hey, we don't even know what streaming is going to be, and then within a year everything is streaming. And it's important to note, like with unions, a lot of the money that goes into, especially for the healthcare, comes from residuals. And with for the general everyday person, not talking about the movie stars or the people who create like big shows, just the workaday writers in a room or actors, right? Like those residuals come direct, or the healthcare comes from residuals, and none of that was making its way for streamers, right? And as everybody moves everything off of movie theaters and off of regular broadcast TV into streaming, a lot of that wasn't being captured. So it was, to be honest, the reason it was such a big deal is that for a lot of regular people working in industry, it was life or death, in terms of like, can I continue this as a career and get insurance and move forward or no? For me, the other thing that I think is really interesting about it is that it's been a catalyst for more people in creative arts industries talking about unionization. Like I've actually heard people in motion design, whether I agree or not, talking about could motion design unionize, because you're starting to see gaming really start to get ahead of steam. You're starting to see animation workers in places like Vancouver really start to push for that. It's kind of odd that producers, all the people that work in production, even at Walt Disney Feature Animation that has multiple unions on that lot where that studio exists, producers have no unionization or any voice to kind of collectively bargain, and they just kind of voted for that. So I think more than anything, it's just had more and more people on the VFX side start to talk about a union for collectively bargaining to be able to, like get pay raises and to get access to healthcare and to pensions like the rest of the industry that they exist in. It'd be interesting to see how that kind of trickles down, because I'm starting to even see more. I think there was even a Mograph meetup or something I saw recently where a lot of people were just talking about don't lower your rates. A lot of studios are saying you got to lower your rates, and we're saying no as a group. If we don't stand together and say nope, this is my rate. If you can't make a profit on it, that's not my fault, because I'm doing the same work I was doing a year ago, and I'll be doing even more work for that rate. We're not going to work for less. I've seen that conversation publicly come up in a way that you never even in private people would not want to talk about that. So to me, that's the biggest take of all this, is that more people are just openly talking about what do we deserve, what is our value, and how do we fight against it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, with the writers and especially with the visual effects artists, it's just there's such obvious exploitation. Yeah. I think it's much more obvious with VFX. I mean, because you have these, movies win an Oscar and then the visual effects studio goes out of business, mm-hmm. A few months later. And with the writers, I got to say, it was really surprising to me once I dug into it. Understanding how badly streaming really impacted them financially. Yep. And just one example for people who aren't familiar with the idea of residuals. You write on a show and you get paid something for when you're writing it, but the real money comes from if that show does well and then it gets picked up for syndication, mm-hmm. On another network or another streaming platform wants it, or it's gonna air in like an airplane. Mm-hmm. the company has to license it, and some of that gets paid as a residual to the writers that worked on it. With streaming, it's such a different business model because Netflix doesn't necessarily, I mean, I'm sure they sort of figure this out, but they're not trying to make money on each show that's on Netflix. They're trying to make money overall. And so residuals, if they have to pay residuals on a show, they may just pull the thing off their mm-hmm. platform. Yep. And now you can't get it anywhere because it's cheaper for them to do that than to leave it on. Mm-hmm. And so the writer gets screwed because that was sort of like the way the business model was built, was like you're sort of assuming that a certain amount of the things you write are gonna, give you residuals. So I'm glad that got worked out, and I'm really glad that, things are gonna start turning back on, and hopefully, by this time next year, everybody's a lot busier than they've been. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is the Art Institute closing. So Art Institute closes nationally, and there's I'll be honest, there's a little bit of Schadenfreude, when I see, I have such mixed feelings about private art school. Mostly I'm like, it's amazing if you can afford it, but why is it so expensive? Why is it, why does it cost this much? And why are we okay as a society telling an 18-year-old, yeah, take out this much in debt. This is a good idea, and go learn After Effects. I think it's crazy. And so, I think this is part of a larger trend, not just with private art schools, but with higher education in general. I think is going through a massive shift. I think there's a lot of examples of this, and I think college is going to look a lot different in 20 years than it does right now. And right now it looks a lot different than it did when we were in college. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, EJ, I'm curious how you look at this. You've been doing online teaching for a really long time. You've met a lot of our alumni who, have no formal education, but are able to, able to do these things professionally. How does it make you feel when you see these legacy things start to tip over?
I mean, I know a lot of people that went to the Art Institute in Pittsburgh when I was in Pittsburgh, Jonathan Winbush being one of them, and a lot of those people don't have really good things to say about the Art Institute. And I think, it is crazy nowadays. Like, we went to a school in Paris, and to see, number one, how freaking talented these students were, and all the tools they were learning. Like, they were learning Unreal, Blender, Substance, ZBrush, Maya, and their work was better than what I do now. So it's like we and a lot of those students were also just learning stuff online as well. So their teacher would tell them like, here, we're learning the subject, but also go learn online as well, because there's so many resources for it. So yeah, the days of the rise of the self-taught artist is here, and it's here to stay.
Yeah, I'll say another thing that I heard this year, and I think this has been a trend for probably the last 2 years, but this year, I won't say any names, but I know that this has been a really big challenge for certain schools. And that is the fact that right now, especially in the US, we've had a lot of inflation over the last few years, especially with real estate. So, the price of a house, the price of rent has gone up in insane amounts in the last 3 years, especially in certain cities. And a lot of the best private art schools, the ones everyone wants to go to, they're in these cities where the cost of living, has maybe almost doubled since before COVID. But teacher salaries have not gone up to account for that. And so when you have a faculty role to fill and you need someone to move across the country to the city where the school is, because it's an in-person institution, but the salary you're paying them will not let them live comfortably with their family, in this city anymore. Maybe 5-6 years ago it would have, but now it won't. And so the schools, eventually they're going to have to raise their salaries to be able to recruit talent. It's just inevitable. And what do you think that's going to do to tuition, which is already insane? So I kind of see this as an Ouroboros a little bit, and I'm really curious when the whole thing's going to tip over.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're in the middle of it. I think as a not very proud AI graduate myself, that news I couldn't have popped up faster and done a standing ovation when I heard it, because the duplicity and the kind of predator nature, at least of the campus I went to, was mind-blowing. Even when you were there, you knew something was wrong. You're like, the jobs don't exist for the hundreds of people you're inviting in every quarter, then multiplied times 14 or 15 or 16 or however many campuses they have. But I mean, it's going to be a resounding note I keep on saying over and over this whole podcast is it's just value. What value does the school have versus how much it's going to cost you? And, like in an uncertain world where the jobs are being rewritten every 2 or 3 years, how can a school kind of proclaim that they can teach you what you need to know? Like, are there fundamentals? Absolutely, right? Like, there's fundamentals, but you could learn fundamentals pretty much anywhere. It's the network that you build, and then it's the more soft skills that I think a lot of schools are actually really poor at teaching. Like the amount of people coming out of school that I run into that I'm like, oh man, like you didn't learn these things in terms of, like just basics in terms of communication and professionalism and how to give and take feedback versus, people who, train themselves. It doesn't seem like there's a big difference currently from a lot of the people that I run into on both sides. So, man, I mean, like those schools are making money somewhere. Like you said, they were sitting on a lot of fat real estate that, like it's still, that real estate's worth a lot more than it was before. But I don't know if any of you have ever taught at a school kind of adjunct before. The rates that most of these schools actually pay for adjunct, let alone staff, is almost, you're only doing it because you love it, because you want to give back. You're not doing it for anything that has to do with like, money.
Yeah, and you're almost certainly moonlighting if that's your main gig, for sure. So, all right. So another trend that we saw this year, I was actually kind of surprised it took this long for people to really go in and try this, but I think the slow economy really kind of spurred this on, and that's motion as a service.
I think that more people are going to be concentrating on how they can stand out in our industry. And I think that's really smart. I've started to see some people thinking about how they offer their clients services. So like, for example, one of our students is doing a subscription model, and how he offers his services to his clients is very different to how other people have been doing that. I see people building businesses in different ways.
And so there's a couple of these. There's actually 3 I can talk about. So one, Rive tried this business model a while ago, and they quickly realized that it wasn't, at least for them, it wasn't tenable. I talked about it with Austin in the podcast interview. Motion Shop is a company started by one of our friends, Dave Stanfield. He's part of Igor and Valentine, amazing directing duo. And so he decided to try his hand at this, and Joe Walker spun up a company called Symbolic. That the idea is that as a client, you could pay, I don't know, $5,000 a month, and you'd get basically a studio almost on retainer, I guess is one way to look at it, where you've got a set amount of their time that you just can have, and you can have them do whatever you want. Some companies have actually tried to build this as unlimited motion design for one price, but you work on one project at a time, so obviously like you can't just throw 10 things at the studio. There's parameters, all this and that. I have thoughts on this, but I would love to know, Ryan, as someone who is intimate with the inner workings of a studio, being it's built, what do you think about this business model? Is this feasible at all? Is there some world where this works?
It warms my heart to see people trying something different, entrepreneurially, with what they have to offer and what the value is for what we do, right? It's great to see things trying. And I've talked with Joe Walker before, and it seems like it's working for him. So I will kind of caution anything I say by it might be the right thing for you, but I think it is a road to the bottom that we are only accelerating faster than like visual effects did when they just said, we have a bunch of machines that make this stuff for you, versus emphasize the people behind it and the thought process and the care and the experience that went into it. That's where VFX really, I think, allowed themselves to be leveraged. And I think that it's a very slippery slope that I think the review guys found out very fast. I loved how candid they were about it, and I love that. That's what I love about those guys is they try a lot of different things, and they throw stuff up against the wall, and they're honest about it, and they stop it if it doesn't work, or they double down on it. I think anytime you take what we do and stick it on a menu and offer it up as something that's just kind of a la carte, you're doing damage to the industry. Because it already is very much felt like, oh, you do After Effects and you use Cinema 4D, and how much does that cost from you versus someone else? And as somebody who sits and sees some level of clients, some class of clients, just compete completely on pricing, I think you're actually doing a disservice to the whole industry by doing it in writ large. I also think that as an industry, we vastly underestimate what our value is, and we give away a lot of what is actually extremely valuable. And I can only say that as somebody who at a studio has been going through this myself and trying to teach people that the thought process and the environment and the care that you give to people is almost as valuable as the renders you do. You said it earlier, we are not selling renders. If you think that's what we're doing, get ready in 4 or 5 years to, be competing with Fiverr if you aren't already, right? Because the opportunity that you get when someone says, I have a problem and I have no idea how to solve it, and I think you can with a video, that is an invitation to actually charge so much more money and have a much tighter relationship as a partner rather than as a vendor, in my mind. And this literally just says, I'm a vendor. Don't think of me. I mean, I love Igor and Valentin, and I would love to hear more from David about it. But when you see we don't like meetings, we don't want to talk about this stuff, just give us the assignment and you can get more stuff. In his situation, maybe there is a class of work that he could capture because they get a lot of stuff that they can't make money on with their pricing for Igor and Valentin, and maybe Motion Shop does. And that's great. That's why I said it's in a very specific situation, it may work. But everybody looking at this because they listen to Design Joy as the holy grail silver bullet, I think some people quickly find out. I know other freelancers personally, again, I won't say the names, who tried this and then actually found out they were way over leveraged and were losing money because they did it the wrong way. I think there's so much more for you to offer other than just, I will spit something out for After Effects for you for X amount of money per the amount. Like you're a guy working on a construction site. It goes against are we architects or are we, Jesus, I can't believe I'm saying this, bricklayers?
Say it, please.
Right? Christo is, ears are burning again. But there is that level of as AI becomes, very prevalent and more low risk tools come in that, producers can just type something in and they get a suite of stuff. That doesn't mean motion design is disappearing, but how you do your business and what you do, I think this is just going to accelerate. It's like throwing fire onto, or accelerant onto a fire. Was that strong enough?
Yeah, I think that's why I went to you, because I knew you'd have a take for me. I think I sort of half agree with you. So I think that because you said that every time someone does this, it's hurting the industry, right? I think is kind of what you said, and I think in a way you could look at it that way. I tend to be a pragmatist, right? So I think that over a long enough time horizon, the cost of everything trends towards zero. Not just in motion design, but just over the entire planet. So, and how does that happen? Well, it happens through innovation in technology and business models, globalizations, all that kind of stuff. I think this is just that happening to motion design. It's kind of inevitable. Frankly, I'm surprised that it took this long for someone to try it, because the cost of labor, the cost of labor is so different in different parts of the planet. And I can tell you, having been working on the Rollo project now for over a year, the level of talent is pretty comparable all over, even in places where the cost of hiring an artist for a day might be 5 times less than it is in, say, LA or something like that. But I think I want to call out one thing you said, which I really agree with, which is there may be a certain class of work where this works. I do not think that this model will ever work for anything above C- level stuff. I do think it's possible that if you have a regional bank as a client and they're constantly asking you to do this low-level garbage stuff that pays the bills, maybe there is a model where you can get them to pay you a monthly retainer like this, and you can sort of subcontract out to junior artists or artists in cheaper places. Maybe there's a way to make that work. Logistically, I think it's going to be super difficult. School Motion has tried this.
Mm-hmm.
We've hired these services before on the design side, not on the animation side, because we have so many like social media graphics we need and YouTube thumbnails, and we have tried I think 3 of them, and we bail very quickly on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
The quality is just gonna suck. I don't think there's a way around that. There is a class of company that's okay for, though,
Mm-hmm.
and so if you're cool servicing that, maybe it works. I think it's easier on the still design side because there's just way less moving parts. For motion, I'm not convinced that this is ever feasible, but I do wish everybody luck who's going for it.
I do too, and that's why I said I tried to approach my very strong opinions about it with like a little bit of care, because if your goal is, and this is not send it to denigrate anybody, if your goal is basically to be like a deal flow operator, like I have this set of clients that might find me or I can get to, and then they have a need that I can either like offload or outsource, and you're basically just like you're making a charge on pass through, like on deal flow, and that's what excites you, and you're more about the entrepreneurial hustle than like you got into it because you love animation, you want to spend time doing animation. More power to you. I just don't think motion design is all that efficient of a category of work to apply that model to, right? Like personally, I just think that there's too much labor. I would say the other thing is, and I've experienced this firsthand at some really amazing studios that thought AOR, like agency of record or retainer, was the thing to do. And what they would find themselves in, like let's just say Studio X wants to make Nike work, and they somehow find a way and they get an AOR deal. Basically, like every month we pay you a certain amount of money for a certain amount of your bandwidth, and you'll do Nike work. A, it's never the Nike work you thought you were going to get or wanted. And B, you have now vapor locked yourself into that relationship. And unless you build a completely new relationship with someone totally separate within Nike, you will never, ever be thought of the ABC Barton Dahmer style Nike stuff that you entered into the relationship to hope to ladder up to. Because you are a commodity that gets a certain thing off of someone's plate that was a problem. You will never be thought of that. You've actually penalized yourself. So if you're cool with that, which again, you might be fine with that. You might need a certain amount of work in, and that's great. Then maybe this is an option, but at the same time, like I said, I've seen other people also over leverage and find themselves like, oh my God, I've got to go out and find 3 random junior motion designers so I don't lose my house on this amount of work I've promised for a very low rate. And you're never going to be able to charge more, because the moment you're like, oh, I'm offering this for $5,000 a month, and you're like, I actually have to charge $7,000 now, then they're going to find the 2 people that they weren't looking for that are doing it for $3,000. And again, it's just that slippery slope. If you're competing solely on price, then that's inevitably, like you said, where it goes down to zero.
Yeah, and I wonder, I see this link you posted here, Ryan. IDEO, I actually didn't hear about this. IDEO laid off a third of their staff, which is crazy. And I think that also, some of these sort of, I guess, bulk options as far as trying to like bring work in bulk, charge a bulk rate, do that kind of thing. Maybe that makes more sense in a world where there's money sloshing around everywhere, and tech companies are throwing huge money at branding exercises and things like that. But people are being a lot more practical now. Like every tech company, they came to Jesus this year, and they're trying to be profitable if they weren't before. So yeah, maybe you could talk about this IDEO layoff.
Yeah, so I used to work at Digital Kitchen, that was part of the Q initiative, which was a holding company. Not unlike what kind of like Buck has done with Residence. And one of our sister companies was IDEO, and they really focused on design thinking and human-centered design, right? That was the two things they offered. And quite often at Digital Kitchen, we would inherit jobs that after they basically charged hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a warehouse and build a fake foam core, like storefront for somebody who's trying to create like a new experience. They would design everything and they'd be like, cool, now, company X, you go and make it. And we would get pennies on the dollar for what they were charged, right? They would go and do all kinds of competitive analysis and do a lot of design, a lot of options, take you through year-long engagements with places, with brands. And they charged a premium on it. And then lots of other places found that out and started adding that to their kind of tool set, and then started saying like, well, IDEO charges you a premium for this. We already do the motion design in-house. Plus, we're just as good thinkers. How about you come to us for the whole thing, right? Do you have a new flagship store you need to develop, Monster Energy or whatever? We'll design it, come up with it, and then we'll just make all this stuff. And you're going to get, for the right of us doing the thinking, you're basically going to get the motion design for next to free. And I think over the course of the last 10 years, IDEO basically created a market, and then the bottom end just started eating and climbing higher and higher and higher. And I feel like that is a very similar situation to if you start thinking about motion design separate from the strategies thinking of it. Like, okay, you're going to offer this up, but then what stops, even people who have a more advantageous situation to charge less and do more from just cutting your price by half, and then price by half, and then price by half. So I don't know. I think it's like I said, I will give a tip. I think if you have a motion design shop and you can ever get to the accounts payable person at any of these large brands, like there are people who are like, okay, I have to get a certain amount of things done and I have a certain amount of budget that isn't necessarily tied to creative, but it's like I have a bunch of social media ads, or I have to do cut downs, or I have to create, there's at every company, there's an accounts payable department. There's somebody that you can actually go to and be like, could you introduce me to the people who make decisions? And then at the same time, they're like, and also we have this great option that we can just help you take care of a bunch of that stuff that doesn't have to go to an art director or creative director. They just have like the credit card at the brand to hire you. Mm-hmm. I think as a suite of offerings, not your entire positioning and branding, that's a really great thing for you to offer as like a biz dev tool. I just wouldn't promote it. I wouldn't make my whole company built about, we do stuff for no headaches, super cheap, no questions asked. Tell us what you need and you never have to talk to another person. It'll come out of the machine, warm and ready to go. I don't think that's a strong positioning for the industry or any individual company.
Yep. All right. Well, let's, I think there's going to be a lot more to say when we focus on the economy, which we're going to in a little bit. For now, I want to move into a section that I always love talking about, which are new tools and new developments that came out this year. So the first thing I want to talk about is the new Mac lineup that was just announced, the M3 line. Honestly, the most exciting thing was that there's now a black MacBook Pro that you can get. Although apparently it's not actually black; it's just like a dark gray.
Yeah.
I think they kind of oversold. They oversold it. But the M3 Mac. So let me say this just for context. I have been working on a 2017 iMac Pro, okay? I haven't upgraded my main machine since then. My laptop's from 2018, so I am slumming it, boys. I'm really hurting over here. And so this M3 Max comes along, and the benchmarks look insane. Now, EJ, I know you switched over to PC for your main machine. And Ryan, you've been PC guy forever.
Yeah.
Does this change your mind at all? Is Joni Ive design maybe bringing you back?
I think if you're After Effects and you don't do a lot of 3D rendering, sure. But I think Joey and I have the luxury, and maybe you, Ryan, I don't know how much 3D rendering we all do these days in our positions, but time and time again, I'll see, ooh, that looks nice, and then immediately you'll have a video that's like, actually, this really sucks if you do 3D work, and it's capped, and also it's if you spent the same amount of money on this on a PC, you could get 5 4090s, and oh my god. And so the one thing I will say is I don't care about the M3 Max. I have an iPad that's right here. I can use Procreate Dreams, Procreate, Nomad Sculpt, and I think out of all of my Apple devices, that's what I use for most of my creative work. And I see a lot of people using iPads for what they might have needed to buy a Cintiq for. To do similar stuff. And now you got, which I don't want to bury the lead for later on, but ZBrush coming to iPad eventually next year. So there's a lot of really cool creative applications coming to just an iPad, not even Macs,
I mean, I think for me, it's just like, I don't have any skin in the game. I've always been PC because I came from like gaming and, like VFX, that's just like stuff happened there for me for whatever reason. That's what I was trained on. I really think it comes down to like an OS and lifestyle kind of like preference, to be honest. Because even like the 3D rendering side, as like, I don't know how do you pronounce it. Is it render or RNDR for Octane? Like as that network really becomes very, very mature. And, like a lot of that stuff you mentioned that was on the Sphere from some of our friends, like got rendered there. Even the 3D rendering side of things for final render is becoming, less of a question. I really think it just comes down to like what's your preference, right? Like you're never, I could say never, you're never going to see an NVIDIA card on a Mac at this point, right? Because they've done such a great job of controlling operating system, the software, the OS, the actual hardware. They're building almost everything at this point themselves, and obviously want to continue doing that. I think it just comes down to like like what do you like spending your time in, and do all those like helper apps exist where you need it, right? So like, I don't really judge anybody either way, but I mean, there's a tax to it, like it is pretty damn expensive to try to get close to the equivalent of like day-to-day operation. But at the same time, like, being able to take it back somewhere and just getting a new one or getting something fixed without having to figure it out yourself, for a lot of people, is that peace of mind is like a really great insurance policy versus, like there's not a lot of people that want to open up their PC and figure out what parts overheated or broken. They exist, but I think it's almost, negligible at this point.
Yeah, well, I think there's a good chance that Santa brings a new M3 Max Space Black, puts it in my stocking. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about After Effects. Okay, so After Effects this year introduced its 3D system based on the Substance engine. I played with it a little bit. It's definitely very cool. It's pretty powerful. The quality of the rendering seems really good. My main gripe with it right now is just that, it's like a lot of things inside of After Effects where it was never really designed to do this. And so the UI is going to just by necessity be kind of clunky and hacky. I think it's going to get better over time. But I do think that could potentially be like a really big deal for motion designers when it's mature and more stable and all those things. I've seen some pretty cool renders from it. This year, I think the properties panel came out last year. But this year I actually started using it, and I gotta say it's a huge time saver. I mean, it's like a big quality of life upgrade. The performance seemed to get a lot better in one of the last releases, and so that's been really good to see. And basically, like, I would say After Effects just keeps incrementally getting better and better and better, and I like all the new features. Roto Brush 3, it works really well. And there's some cool plugins and tools that came out this year we can talk about too. But basically, what I want at this point is for After Effects to just get faster and faster and faster. I've been starting to dabble with Blender a little bit. I'm looking at Unreal, and when I see the kind of performance that's possible with dedicated GPU rendering, especially in these 3D apps, I'm like, why can't I have that in After Effects? And frankly, if you use Rive, everything's real time, basically.
Man, but I think that's the story with After Effects is like, after that last big, we separated the thing from the thing, and here's your speed boost, right? Multi-processing and everything. Like, I think it took so long that had that come 2 or 3 years earlier and we weren't looking at like 4K footage, 6K footage, 8K footage, 21K canvases, it would have felt bigger. But the time it took for them to make that, I think that oxygen all got ate up by like our demands, just in terms of speed. I think the thing with After Effects is like, there's a lot of great things. It's just going to always be incremental. And at some point, you either just want to live in the Swiss Army knife that you understand, or you're going to start carving more time out in some of these other things that are just like either infinitely faster because they're built on modern code bases, or they do things like, we'll talk about Rive more, but like the state machine functionality within Rive takes it from being like, oh, this is a cool After Effects light competitor to like, oh, nope, this is a totally different specialized tool that After Effects will never give me, right? It takes it out of the Lottie body moving, I could just make animations for web to like, no, this is like an authoring platform. Yeah. And then you look at something like, man, I've had to do a lot of evaluate a lot of stuff for like character animation in After Effects, and I spent a lot of time in Moho recently. And even just there, it may not be real time, but the newest version of Moho is you don't have pre-rendering. The interactions with skeletons are buttery smooth. They have mesh warps. It's a tool geared for a very specific thing. That how many more little things that After Effects used to be okay at are other people going to come out and they just carve out where it's like, well, what's the difference between me having 4 or 5 tools that all of them together do most of what I do for After Effects. It used to be like you could do After Effects, visual effects in After Effects, but why would you? Now it's like, well, you could do character animation in After Effects, but why would you? Or you could make this interactive stuff, but why would you? Like, how many more of those things happen before, like, it's never going to go away, right? It's just like motion design is never going to design, but there might be a better tool if you're doing something really specific. I mean, I feel like Blender is getting way closer to After Effects than After Effects is getting to like what we wanted it to always be, right? You know, like there's an editor in After Effects, grease pencil. Like I would love to be able to animate 2D in After Effects natively and not some kind of kludgy hacked together script or plugin. You know, it's starting to get a lot of that stuff where I'm like, oh man, like how much more would I need in Blender to not spend my day-to-day in After Effects?
Yeah, we'll talk about Blender in a moment. I have some thoughts there too. But no, I agree with everything you're saying about After Effects. Now, some of the tools that came out this year for After Effects that I mean, there's always like hundreds of new scripts and things that come out. So it's hard to know what to focus on. I just picked a few that seem to kind of rise above the noise a little bit. One is Lockdown 3, which is almost an entirely separate app at this point. And essentially it's got a built-in tracker that can let you apply things in a very natural way in sort of mesh warp thing. So you can apply a design to a t-shirt and it looks completely realistic. But now it's got all this extra capability where it's almost got like a built-in 3D tracker and you can have 3D geometry and you can track it and it's insanely powerful. Really, really, really cool. Mask Prompter is a really cool looking plugin. AI-based object matting. So you apply it to a piece of footage and then you basically type in the thing that you want it to create a map for and it uses AI to do it. But it's actually really, really good. And I think this is just, sort of a continuing trend of AI being used to automate really tedious things no one wants to do anyway, like Roto. No one wants to do Roto. And, the AI-based Roto, especially like if you're talking about a true AI tool like Runway, the quality's getting really, really good. I still think that it can't nail 100% of use cases. But, it's really, really good. Rubber Hose 3 came out. Rubber Hose 3, you were talking about how, why would, at some point, if you're doing character animation, you probably don't want to do it in After Effects. It's just not the best tool for it. But what Rubber Hose 3 introduced, which I thought was so smart, was they made it a lot easier to create one rig and have multiple instances of it animating in your scene. And they do that using this clever, use of the essential graphics panel, the master properties, basically, to create instances of a rig that you can use as multiple characters. And I think Jake Bartlett put out a video where he had the Ninja Turtles, and it was one rig, but you could control 4 copies of it and all that kind of stuff. That's something that's traditionally been kind of a pain in the butt in After Effects. You have to duplicate the entire pre-comp, chain and all that to be able to do that. So that's really cool. I think, I think Battle Axe is just, everything they do is so smart. I think, their branding is consistent. The tools, what they focus on, bringing Jake on a few years ago to help promote the tools, they're just executing flawlessly. Kangaroo. So Good Boy Ninja is, one of the newer plugin companies, but they just don't really miss, it seems like. So they came out with Skew last year, which was awesome. And this year, it seemed like their big tool was Kangaroo. Now, I haven't played with it. We're going to link to it in the show notes. Everyone can go check it out. It basically seems like a Mograph sort of tool set, like a cloner tool set inside of After Effects. And it's just, as with everything in After Effects, you have to be very clever when you make UI for things like this because you get like a certain set of tools After Effects gives you when you're making plugins and scripts, and you're kind of locked in a certain extent. So you have to be very, very smart, very clever. Good Boy Ninja is amazing at that. So Kangaroo looks really cool. And then Spotlight. So there's actually quite a few of these sort of tools for After Effects and Premiere where it's essentially like an extension or an extra window you can open that has, a library of presets in it or elements, or templates that you can just apply and modify. And it makes a lot of sense to me, given how big the creator economy's gotten and how important creators are and influencer marketing, to have more tools like this for the Adobe suite, where you can basically pay a subscription and you get this constantly updated library of little effects assets you can just throw in and textures and presets, and it's all sort of optimized for After Effects. So Spotlight is a really cool looking tool. I actually want to try it out next year, play around with it. It's got a lot of text presets, a lot of pre-designed things. It's not necessarily designed for the high-end motion design work, but a lot of us, we have to do work that has to get done really, really fast. And so you're like, I need a template. I don't need to sit here and design something bespoke. So those are some of my picks. And Ryan, I know you're always up on these things. I feel like half of the tools on AE Script have a quote from you.
It's kind of embarrassing at this point.
Yeah. So is there anything else that came out this year you're excited about?
I mean, I don't know if it was this year or not, but I've just been more excited by the just like individual people that are just making tools. It feels like there's an explosion of that. There's a site called AE Screens, and there's two tools there, Type and Speed. They're like probably the most generic names you could possibly think of. But animating type is always frustrating, even if you feel like you know all those clandestine terms inside the character, like the character animator tools inside it. And Type kind of gives you a lot of that stuff in a fairly straightforward, really simple thing that I find like my team ends up using quite a bit. Same thing with Speed. It's in my way, it kind of affects you as much as like Flow, the thing that Zach made that basically gives you, curve editing libraries for just dealing with like keyframes and layers. The other thing I think it's been kind of cool is Adobe has been kind of starting to slowly integrate some functionality from long in the tooth tools that have been at places like AE Scripts, like even simple things like, being able to go back and forth between keyframes that are selected versus, just markers or stuff. That functionality is starting to flow its way into, which I think is kind of neat, seeing like this, like, oh yeah, everybody uses this. We should probably make something like this into After Effects. But yeah, it's a weird year because I know just in the last few weeks, AE Scripts dropped a ton of new stuff, but I was even looking at like the stuff I have or that I've purchased, and it's mostly been not like new powerful tools that change the way you think about stuff inside of After Effects. It's mostly just been like workflow things. Like, oh, there's a cool new anchor point tool that does this one thing that the three others didn't. I love Kangaroo because I really do feel like it has that capability of, oh, I didn't think I could think like this way or design this way or animate this way in After Effects. Because there are those limitations where like it would take me so long to make a copy and then another copy and another copy and link them, but then delay them. But if all of a sudden you did have this is fairly fast, a cloner and a delay effector, but across pretty much any property. Most of the time you think of it just as a shape layer, but you can do it with type, you can do it with color, you can do it with opacity, where everything you make is like 10% less and 10% less and 10% less. Those are things you would be like, I'm never going to try to do that in After Effects and manage that because it's going to get slow. I don't know what kind of black magic Good Boy Ninja does for that, but the same way Skew is like the kind of interface which you always have for the timeline, Kangaroo does that for kind of duplicate and offset. So I second that one a ton.
Love it. All right, well, now let's move into the world of 3D. EJ's been silent for far too long, and now we will unleash him. EJ, what happened this year in the world of Cinema 4D?
So, yeah, I think specifically in Cinema 4D, not a lot on the Redshift front, aside from the Toon Shader officially was moved into active development, so that's exciting. Who knows when that'll come into fruition, but a lot of new development and continued development on a lot of the simulation stuff. I think that's probably the headliner for a lot of the Cinema 4D stuff this year is rigid body dynamics got added to the unified simulation system, and it looks like they're teasing a native particle system, so watch out, X Particles. It looks like Cinema 4D is going to build their native particle system, which makes sense because all their soft body, rigid body, pyro, it's all particle based. So it just goes to show that that we're just going to come down anyways. Speed bump is a huge thing too with a lot of the Cinema 4D stuff. So I feel like Cinema 4D's and it's like when After Effects was going through its phase of like working on stuff, we're trying to improve the speed, and I know Redshift is a continual thing where they're trying to make it more integrated. It's way more stable these days than earlier this year, at least for me. So it's kind of like just quiet progress in the world of Cinema 4D. They are doing all their capsules, which is basically, if you're familiar with Blender, they have all their geometry nodes. And I almost feel like Cinema 4D has a marketing problem with their capsules, is because they're you see all this cool stuff. Even if you're not interested in Blender, I'm sure it shows up where you see all these really cool applications of geometry nodes. And capsules can do something similar, but I feel like there's a scant few amount of people that actually know how to use capsules in this way. I'm talking about Chris Schmidt and maybe Noseman. And outside of that, no one knows how the hell to use these things. And so I think it's I think they have like an identity crisis when it comes to like, what are capsules? What is the point of them when I could just do all this Mograph stuff natively? There's some cool capsule presets that are interesting that allow for parametric modeling and stuff like that. But I think that, not to throw Cinema 4D up under the bus, but I think what the biggest news in Maxon area is the ZBrush to iPad and what that might shake out to be.
Yeah, I mean, the iPad seems like a really good platform for ZBrush. I imagine they're going to have to simplify the interface quite a bit to get it to work on the iPad. Because I've used ZBrush in the past actually, and it's hard to wrap your head around. I mean, to me, the biggest news, like I don't use Cinema 4D nearly as much as I do After Effects these days, but seeing the side-by-side comparisons of the playback speed in the viewport after the most recent update, I think that's probably got a lot of people really excited, especially because people are, continuing to compare Cinema 4D and Blender, whether that's fair or not. And Blender being a newer app, seems to have some performance, advantages in certain cases. Another thing I thought was cool, so this was a fairly recent announcement, was Grayscale Gorilla now are making all of their assets available for every 3D app, which really, really smart. And it's interesting because I asked, Chad Ashley to chime in for this episode, and he said that, even Grayscale Gorilla felt the slowdown of the economy. And so this was, obviously sort of a natural move for them. But I think also it's like a business decision. Okay, we can't just put all of our eggs in the Cinema 4D basket anymore.
When I got into advertising, I wouldn't even call it motion design at that time. There was only like a few 3D programs that were being used, a handful, but then there was, pretty good competition. You could be XSI, Maya, Max, whatever. And so there really wasn't like this, there's a lot more diversity. There was a lot more people just using whatever works or whatever they happen to fall into or whatever that studio was using. So I think what I'm seeing right now with Blender, Unreal, Houdini, Cinema 4D, this market is basically diversifying. It's like people are using what works, both from a feature standpoint, cost perspective. They're taking into account what they need to make and what's the best thing to make it. And it's not always going to be Cinema 4D. It's not always going to be Houdini or whatever. Maybe it's multiple. Maybe you need all of them. So I don't think there's going to be, everybody always is like, well, what's going to be the new thing? It's like those days are gone. Like there's going to be lots of things. There's going to be what works, like it could be Cinema for one thing, Houdini for another, and 2 years it just might be AI or something. So it's not, there's no winner to be had. It's just like what works for the job, what works for you, what works for your budget, your timeline, the needs of the project. So I guess what I'm seeing is just like people are spreading out. People are either picking up more 3D applications or they're more willing to switch to a different 3D application because of like all those reasons I just said.
So my 8-year-old son Elliot, we started going through the donut tutorial because he watches these Minecraft short films that people make, and they're all made in Blender. I don't know if either of you have started going down the rabbit hole too deep with Blender yet, but I have to say, my initial takeaway is it's really cool. It's very powerful, obviously. The UI is, I think, objectively worse than Cinema 4D for a beginner, okay? Yeah. I think, like, a lot of the way you do things, it seems designed very well for, like, power users, and you just have to know that you push this one, and then you push this one, and there's no on-screen, like, help that like says, yeah, this is what you do. You just know that if you push this, then this, and then you click, but then you have to click again. Now, once you get the hang of it, you can move so fast. It's really cool. It gave me a new appreciation for how good the Cinema 4D interface is, because that app, I basically just picked it up and figured it out when I started learning it. And then obviously you start doing tutorials and stuff, but Blender, you cannot just pick it up and figure it out. You just simply cannot. You have to have someone tell you how it works. Have you guys started playing with it at all?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I have to, mostly because whenever I do go to schools to talk, or I'm teaching, or just have conversations with people, it's amazing how many people don't think Cinema 4D is like the industry standard in motion design, and they'll tell you like I'm using Blender because that's what everybody uses. And there's a big schism or like a disconnect between I think the people coming up and then want to get into an industry versus like the day-to-day users. I also feel like I'm starting to see more and more job descriptions saying I need a Blender user. As much as we say the whole thing, it is trying to go to Blender from Cinema 4D. I think is a very big like unwinding of muscle memory. In the same way that like if you've ever used a 3D program and you go and use ZBrush for the first time, it actually penalizes you for your previous experience versus like rewarding you. But I will say, man, I feel like everyone I talk to in school is like, Blender feels perfect. It's the way I want to work. And then I try to go into Cinema 4D. It feels strange to them, right? Whereas, and I do think that Blender has a lot more really interesting entry points for a couple of reasons. I think Grease Pencil has been a really great entry point for a lot of people who are like, I don't want to do 3D. There's a new tool set that finally just got released called Vision GP that basically strips all of the chrome out of Blender and basically turns it into like a 2D animating kind of like tool that also has access to 3D cameras. You can throw 3D objects, but it basically strips everything away. And it's just like a couple buttons at the bottom, a couple buttons at the top, and as long as you know how to like move a camera, and that I think is going to be something that helps kind of like accelerate it. I also just feel like, this is a question I'd love to ask EJ, like I just feel like there's so much more excitement right now in the places I go to. Anytime something from Blender comes out, if it's something with geometry nodes or light nodes, or now, we have these cool things that feel like Mograph module with, a thing I wrote that has it, or like, now there's these new Grease Pencil things, or Octane is now available for free in Blender, if I remember correctly. I just feel like there's just like I don't know if it's because it's a difference in like corporate philosophy in terms of like, you can go to Blender and you can see what their kind of like game plan is for month by month and year by year and release by release. And they have their experimental releases and they have like their like, nope, these are the ones that for the next 3 years are going to be supported. They do their shorts and like you can literally watch them building the shorts and then download the tool. And then you can get access to all the, the character models and the everything. It just feels like it's a very different thing. Whereas like Maxon still is in this kind of like black box. We're making stuff, but you're going to get it when you get it. And I wonder if that's starting to hurt them where it used to really help them. Like you build up all this excitement every year around SIGGRAPH. What's it going to be? I just don't even feel like there's that much discussion about like what 3 years ago, like Pyro tools in Cinema 4D, 3 or 4 years ago, that would have lit the whole industry on fire. Like, oh my God, I finally have it. I don't have to have TFD or, how do you feel about that, EJ? Because to me, I'm still using Cinema 4D all the time, but it feels like the energy around it is different.
I feel like the industry's shifting, and I think the energy can simply be you can just simply point at the demographic that is using Blender. I feel like I remember, think back when we were all in college, way long time ago. Like, or probably not even. Whenever Cinema 4D was getting big, Grayscale Gorilla came out. There was a lot of energy around it, right? All the new kids that were in either college or high school, and motion design was still like this up and coming thing. And I think with and I know, Ryan, you like to talk about this all the time, the identity crisis that motion design seems to have. I think you can see the rise and fall of After Effects and Cinema 4D and the rise of Blender and Unreal Engine. I just think you see this massive shift between what motion designers were doing before and the new crop of artists that are coming into the industry that just consider themselves as creators, maybe even content creators, digital artists, 3D artists, and they don't say I'm a Cinema 4D or After Effects. It's just this general thing. And I think, speaking of like Blender and why kids just seem to get it, is that they don't have any other experience. Like if you were in college and you went to Ringling, you did VFX and games or anything like that, you weren't learning Cinema 4D anyways. You were using Maya, and Maya, like I almost think that people say Blender is easier to use than Maya because as unintuitive as you think Blender is, I think Maya is even worse. And so I think where I see a lot of people saying Blender is awesome is people that are coming from Max and Maya, and they were in games, they're doing VFX, or they're hobbyists and they're moving into Blender and it's free and it's got all the updates are fast and furious. It's got the same kind of community that After Effects does with all the A scripts and all that kind of stuff. So I just think it's also where all the money is too. So whether that's YouTube viewership money or plugin development, I think a lot of the reason why After Effects is so popular with artists and developers is because people making a lot of money off of of the little holes that need to be filled. And same thing with Blender. There's a lot of holes to be filled. So I think it's a very interesting time. Every single school that we went to with the DAT tour, it is it's Unreal and it's Blender, and you almost have to be like, why would I learn Cinema 4D? Like, I can use Blender for everything. So I think there's going to be this lag between. There's a lot of Cinema 4D jobs still to this day, but I just think it's only a matter of time. 4 years max, I would say, where all those jobs will change over to Blender and it'll be way more of a normalized thing. And I think it's just natural, because the landscape was completely different for 3D artists and 2D artists 10 years ago. It'll be different 10 years from now.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Chad Ashley's perspective on this, because obviously at Grayscale they have like a bird's eye view of the 3D world. And, his take was that, the way this feels now, it feels very similar to when he got into 3D. So when he was, he talked about the early days of his career, there wasn't like one winner 3D app, right? You'd move around different shops and it'd be XSI, it'd be Maya, it'd be Max, right? You just and they all had different strengths. And so, you'd end up just kind of using whatever made sense for that project. And then at some point for motion design, Cinema 4D just took over. And so that's kind of the world I grew up in. And so I look at that and think that's normal. Maybe that's not normal. Maybe actually what we're getting back to now is actually the real normal, which is, there isn't just one app that everyone uses for things, right? And it sounds, very obvious when you say it out loud. But I do think that that's probably what will happen. I think, will Cinema 4D be pushed out by Blender? No, not really. I think it'll probably, continue to get used. The market is still growing. So, I actually heard last year was an amazing year for Maxon, new licenses and everything. So there's still new users of Cinema 4D. Even as Blender gains market share, the entire market is growing so fast for 3D, and I don't think that's going to slow down.
But motion design is dying, Joey. How could they be growing? How could the tool bases be growing if motion design is dying?
Yeah, I can tell you it's definitely not dying. We're gonna slide into a full blown optimism here pretty soon, boys. We start talking about
Nice.
all this stuff. So real quick, I want to touch on Unreal. I think there's a few things everyone should know about. So first of all, Unreal and Unity, but I don't think Unity is nearly as big of a player for motion designers. Both Unity and Unreal announced pricing changes this year. The Unreal ones haven't actually happened yet, and I think they're still probably figuring out how that's going to work. But it is interesting because I think this points out the biggest challenge Unreal is going to have to overcome, which is that it was not designed to do what we would like it to do as motion designers. And that even goes down to the way it's priced. Right, so traditionally it's used by game developers, and it's you get it for free. You pay for it when something you ship with Unreal Engine hits a certain revenue milestone. I think it's like $1 million or something like that, and then Epic gets a royalty based off of your revenue. It's a very strange model for motion designers. Like nothing else works that way for us, and that of course makes no sense if you're a small studio that maybe doesn't do $1 million a year, and you're certainly not shipping games, right, with it. And so you're basically getting this very powerful app for free. So they announced some price updates that they'll be rolling out, I imagine, next year that will kind of fix that for them. It makes sense. I assume it also is because they had some financial difficulties. They had to lay off 830 people, which always sucks to hear. And, my gut is that a lot of Unreal's or Epic's, sort of cash flow, it comes from Fortnite. I actually didn't realize that this is just because I don't play Fortnite. But like Fortnite is funding quite a bit of Unreal Engine's development and justifying it. And so it remains to be seen how much that's going to slow down the development of Unreal for motion design applications. And I think the biggest story, which I know we're going to talk about now, is Project Avalanche. So I was able to go to NAB and sit in on a demo of Project Avalanche, which was really cool. Jonathan Winbush put out pretty recently a video kind of walking through some of the features. But essentially it's a layer, basically on top of Unreal Engine that makes it work much better for motion design applications. And in talking with Andy Blondin, who's the product lead over there for Avalanche, it sounds like they're starting to develop it with kind of the use case in mind of like competing with like Chiron and VizRT and these sort of broadcast graphic style things, but being able to do it in real time in Unreal Engine. So EJ, I know you've been looking at this very, very closely. What's your take on Project Avalanche?
Yeah, so I think if there's anything that will compete with After Effects, I think it might be this. Just seeing what we saw at NAB, it has that native real-time, not only 2D, but 3D at the same time. And so that's why I look at the stuff with Adobe and their 3D, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, but you still got to RAM preview that. And that's a whole other story. But the Project Avalanche, I think, is going to make waves next year.
I've been using Unreal professionally in my work since around 2019. So I've been doing it for a couple of years. I would say in this year in particularly, I don't know if it was because of the pandemic or if there is just more of an outreach for it, but a lot more artists that I've known have actually jumped into Unreal this year. I know there's been a lot more job postings, especially like on the broadcast side. I know a lot of studios personally that reached out to me, like Zoic and Moment Factory. Some of those bigger studios are actually using Unreal inside their pipeline now. So there's a lot of jobs out there, but the difference is, like with all those jobs comes, you know, there needs to be the talent to actually fill those positions. And so I know a lot of studios actually hit me up saying like they want to use Unreal, but they don't know any designers to actually know Unreal. It's usually like people on the game side in which they don't have a good base of design and motion graphics as we do. So, you know, with the course that I came out with you guys on School of Motion, I know personally a lot of artists that helped them actually get into the job field and fill in some of those positions. And so I would say for 2024, we have a lot more to work forward to because we have Project Avalanche that's going to be coming out in Unreal Engine 5.4. It's still going to be in beta, but if you watch my latest YouTube video, I go through basically everything that's going to be available into it right off the start. And there's a whole lot of stuff that I think motion graphic artists in particular are really going to gravitate towards, because if you look at like how the layer stacking is, it's similar to After Effects or Photoshop. They changed the timeline to be a little bit more artist friendly, and just everything overall is more geared towards motion graphics artists. You know, the head of that project is Andy Blondin over there at Epic Games. He's a former head art director over there at Fox Sports, and he comes with the Cinema 4D and After Effects background. So he knows exactly what we want as artists inside of Unreal moving forward. So I would think it's really going to be interesting in 2024 to see once Project Avalanche comes out, how many more motion graphics artists will actually adopt Unreal Engine, especially coming from the After Effects side. Like real-time's After Effects, I don't think you can get any better than that, right?
It seems like they are building things very intuitively. I think one of the things that's weird about Cinema 4D is that it is so well designed, and no one seems to like learn lessons from any work that was done with the ease of use there. Blender, I don't know what they're doing over on their side. Like, I always say that if they could replicate the ease of use and the Mograph stuff, Cinema 4D is in trouble. But I guess it's harder said than done, I guess. But it seems like the Project Avalanche team, Andy Blondin has a background in motion design. He was a motion designer himself. He used Cinema 4D for work. So he's got a very intimate knowledge of how things work. And I think he is instrumental in why it seems like at least Avalanche is going to be very intuitive as well. They have their own cloner system effect. Like they literally have an effector system, which I'm like, legally, can you call that an effector? I don't know. But it does seem very, very exciting, and it seems like it's going to be very helpful for anyone who's in broadcast for sure. Like you mentioned, VizRT, I think it's going to totally take that over. And then I think it's only a matter of time before it starts getting adopted by motion designers, and a little bit, just like you see a little bit of motion designers adopting Blender at this point.
Real time is obviously going to continue to be a real force. I think if Unreal can solve the clunkiness of their UX, specifically as it relates to animation production, I think that could be pretty amazing. Right now, I think it's pretty damn clunky, but that's just my opinion. I think as far as like rendering goes, they're all kind of reaching this like feature parity. Of course, some of them are faster than others, depending on the path they took in terms of GPU. But I think it's going to be a lot easier to make really great looking stuff at the end of 2024, no matter where you are. Shameless plug, because our textures will work wherever you are.
I'm excited to see a lot like what we were talking about with the Apple Vision Pro, it makes a lot of sense for 3D artists what the killer kind of like things are from it, right? Virtually no render time, like kind of a modern code base that lets you do a lot of stuff that you can't do in other places. Being able to, pipe it out live to whatever it is, events, concerts, weather stations, weather channel, like broadcasts. I don't think a lot of that speaks to After Effects users, and I'm really interested. They definitely feel like they're just like, cool, what does After Effects do that we can do? Do you want a wiggle effector? You want to not have to use those character animators and use something that makes more like logical sense. But I wonder what the killer app is. And I keep on going to, I got a chance to talk to Andy too. And I keep on going to, like, we mentioned Zach Lovett earlier, and the kind of people who are creating templated systems and toolkits and quick versioning and responsive design based on spreadsheets. And I kind of wonder if it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but there are a lot of people using After Effects that have to use things like template or bot and other things. And even then it's still, there's limitations. I wonder if they're familiar with a lot of that stuff that comes from game design, if they can put a layer of that, of abstraction, that makes it much more simple. If that becomes a really good use case for really fast, really responsive, asset generation, that After Effects is not, they've made some inroads there, but I don't know, like, will people do type animations in, that old school flat, just treat everything as a 2D surface type animations and graphics packages and stuff that uses like Red Giant style effects that you just know, those cheats that you can, use all the time that aren't necessarily living in the 3D world as, quickly, a lot of like animated masks and shape layers, is that something they're going to be able to convince? I fully believe they can make it, right, as a tool set. But is that something that can convince people who are already still a little, those After Effects users that are kind of nebulous about Cinema 4D and they just live in there, like, are those people going to come over easily? And is there a cool kind of like killer app that they can use that's like, oh man, this is a reason why you got to go and do this stuff over here? I'm interested to see what that will be.
Yeah, my gut is that, it's kind of like what Chad said, that, that this is just a new tool that is going to be perfect for certain use cases. Are people going to be doing 2D type animations in it? I don't think it's really built for that. Maybe you technically can. It's like you could do really complicated type animation in Nuke if you're a masochist. You can, but you don't need to, because you've got After Effects that you can export something out, bring it into Nuke. I think this is a little bit of a prediction here, but just knowing a little bit about what Rive's strategy seems to be, which is first of all, they've created a brand new 2D rendering engine. Guido, one of the co-founders and CEO, he talks about it in the podcast interview he did with me, and it's a new piece of technology. It's a new way of rendering vectors, basically, with absurd performance. And so what they're doing is they're building this amazing 2D toolkit, and then they're allowing 3D runtimes to use it. And so one of the big announcements Rive made this year was that they now have Unity support. So inside of Unity, you can have a Rive animation playing on a 3D surface. And so you can use this, the big application they're excited about is Game UI. But if you think about how this might work with something like Project Avalanche, you've got the 2D side using Rive, which is very much like using After Effects, very intuitive. You've got the 3D side, which if you use Cinema 4D, you're going to understand. You put those two things together, you can basically do everything.
That's the killer
I wonder
app,
if that's
right?
what it'll be.
That's why I was talking to Guido too, and I was like, I think, how fast are you guys going to come out with the Unreal plugin? Because to me, that feels like that's the sweet spot of like, it's still so funny how we're talking about like, what are the 3 things we can stitch together to replace what everybody does every day in After Effects, right? Like, to me, like, that speaks wonders to like what the After Effects developers have done. But I do think there is something where if Rive can speak very cleanly and clearly and not in a very labor intensive, time consuming, heavyweight to Unreal, it feels like those two things stitched together could be really, really powerful in a lot of different ways, because you can do UI stuff in Rive, you can do character stuff in Rive, you can do animated text very cleanly and simply, and if that goes over to 3D and then all those things combined can go out live to the world, or in an interactive situation that takes outside feedback and pushes it into the game engine and activates something in Rive, if there's two-way communication back and forth, that becomes a powerhouse combo that gets a little scary.
Well, I know we're definitely going to be paying very close attention to Project Avalanche next year, and we're going to be continuing to do more Unreal training. Awesome. And so as soon as Avalanche is ready for prime time, School of Motion will almost certainly be teaching it. All right, so let's move on. There's a few other things I wanted to talk about. So I'll kind of blast through these because I don't think there's been any huge updates with some of these tools, but they are super cool and everyone should know about them. So Spline, which is sort of a cloud-based 3D app, and it's designed really smart. It's designed to be able to create 3D scenes and 3D pieces and assets that can live in interactive places like websites and products and stuff like that. And Webflow, the company, the no-code editor that makes websites, they recently redid their branding this year, and their new homepage at the top had this amazing spline element on it that was like super interactive, and you could click it and stuff would happen, and it was all real time and very smooth. And I feel like not enough people know about this yet. Spline and Rive are kind of two sides of the same coin. They're basically letting motion designers do their thing, but then you can hand that off to a product, developer and integrate it in real time and have interactions that you can actually prototype as the motion designer, which is huge. There's also WOMP, which is another interesting cloud-based 3D program. It seems like they're kind of taking a different strategy, and there's like a different type of look that tool is good at making, sort of these like nerdy looking 3D things. Still pretty cool, worth playing around with. EJ, you posted, I feel like in Motion Mondays in our channel, a lot about Move AI. What's so exciting about that for you?
So it's kind of like the democratization of motion capture, and I think we all have some Rococo suits in our closet that we probably haven't. We may or may not be able to fit into them. So that was what you would need to use to do some pretty high end mocap with some cleanup, right? So Move AI, if you've not heard of it, definitely check it out. It is AI-assisted motion capture that you can literally just use a few iOS devices. I think they have to be like iPhone 12 or later, and you can create really amazing-looking mocap. And again, it's using AI, so anytime you have like your arm intersect with your torso or anything, it fixes that because that's not supposed to happen, right? And so they just announced the Move 1, which instead of needing multiple iPhone devices or iOS devices, you can just record awesome mocap with just a single iPhone. And the results are like incredible. I did a whole demo for Maxon at SIGGRAPH. You should check it out. But the results are mind blowing, and it only takes a couple of steps to get your mocap into Cinema 4D or Blender, and use it with your character rigs in any app. And it's pretty mind blowing. And it does face and it does fingers. The big problem is like if you turn you can't track what it can't see. So that's where you kind of need the multiple iOS devices. But to be able to do it on a single iPhone, anytime I show someone how to do it, it's mind blowing. It's insane.
Another class we revamped this year is After Effects Kickstart, the #1 way to learn After Effects on this or any other planet. Artist and teacher extraordinaire Noel Honig takes you through this 8-week course that teaches you all of the major pieces of After Effects that you need to know to do professional motion design work. You'll also learn about the history of motion design, some of the most influential artists and studios out there, and you'll learn about the 1,000,001 ways After Effects gets used these days. We've had thousands of students go through the program, and the results speak for themselves.
This class was able to take me from zero all the way to being able to animate my first pieces.
And really appreciated Noel's humor, his thoroughness, the way he presented the material. It worked in such a linear process that by the end, I knew more than I imagined I could have known about the program.
And I really enjoyed all of the little assignments that we had to do because it was allowing me to apply everything that I was learning on the go and get feedback on it.
Sign up for the winter session starting January 8th, 2024, or join our mailing list at motionmondays.com to stay informed about all of our upcoming sessions and new training. Now, back to the podcast. All right, well, we've got a lot more AI to discuss. Yes. So quickly, we'll get through a couple more tools that I think are a huge deal. The first one is Rive. We've already mentioned it a million times. So if you're listening to this and you haven't yet gone and checked out Rive, this is the sign. This is your sign that you need to go check this out. I'm very convinced this is going to be a huge deal. School Motion is going to be investing in creating training for it. We talk about it all the time. It's the next big thing. I think this is the 2D cloud-based animation app that is going to win, and everyone's going to be using it to create interactive design. It's the spiritual successor to Flash in a way. Why is it so good? Well, first of all, the team is unbelievable. You know, and I think that when you're talking about like a piece of software, you know, that often goes kind of unnoticed. You know, because everyone's focused on the actual product. The team building the product is, in a lot of ways, even more important. One of the things I like about what Rive does, they have a lot of animators on staff. So they're doing what they call, and a lot of companies call it dog fooding, right? They're using their own product daily. So by the time a new feature makes it out to the rest of us, you know that like Jerry Liu has been using it, right? It's they recently hired our buddy Jerry as a creative director, and they recently hired Hernan Teresi, who is the creator of Lottie and Body Moving, by the way. Now he works at Rive. So there's like just insane talent there, and then the features that they're rolling out, I think, are amazing because they are aimed squarely at doing things that Lottie cannot do easily. Which is really smart because I think honestly, like Lottie's an amazing tool, but it's, you know, it's hamstrung. Like from day one, it's just not designed to do what it's being asked to do. Rive is. And so one of the most recent features that I saw being demoed, it may be out by the time this episode drops, is layout constraints. So think of it as the ability to create an animation that reacts to the size of your web browser, but as the animator, you can actually prototype that. And you can say, okay, when it's on a phone, it looks like this. When it's on a big widescreen, it looks like this. And it animates between those states in this nice way, and I'm gonna dictate how that goes. That's the level of interaction design that's possible with this tool. It's got really good character animation tools. It's got a really great like real-time mesh warp. It's still lacking like some basic things that After Effects artists would want. You can't blur things with it yet, but I think that's coming very soon. You know, when I talked with Guido, he said, you know, yeah, they're gonna have glows and they're gonna have effects and all these things. You can, one of the coolest features is you can animate something, and because it's designed to play in real time, it can play at up to, I think, 120 frames per second. But you can also tell it to posterize. And so you can animate something and say only play at 12 frames a second. So now you can have animation on twos playing on a website, and you can, you know, animate it. You can preview exactly what it's going to look like. You know it's going to look like that when it plays. It's pretty amazing. I'm all in. Ryan, have you used Rive? What do you think?
Yeah, actually, it's so strange because I talked to Guido and Jerry because I wanted to use it on a project that I wasn't sure if it makes sense, but the whole addition of state machines, like listen to something, wait for an input, do something. We were pitching on, the weirdest thing was pitching on a documentary that needed like this whole like candidate board, like all these criminals, and it could be any one of these people. And when the client was talking to me, I'm like, oh, that sounds like a Street Fighter select screen, but then has like the modularity of like, if you click it, then you could see more specifics about it. And as you learn something, you could push into Z depth. And I'm like, I would hate to have to animate exactly what like a client says, like the scripted elements would be like, click this, wait 3 seconds, like in After Effects. And then the next week, like, no, click this one. I'm like, but if I made my own like game UI that I could literally send to them and like record like them clicking on stuff and just render it, it would literally change the way we do these kinds of jobs wholesale, right? Like one person could own the whole process. And I got on the phone with them and I was like, they're like, oh yeah, no, you could totally do that. And I was just like, oh, this is crazy. But then I started playing in the interface, and the curve editor, like it's built like what we were talking about. People have been working with After Effects for a while that has their long laundry list of like, well, why couldn't it just, a lot of that stuff feels like it's already addressed, separate from all the other cool new features and stuff, like just the quality of life animating and like moving through the UI. It feels, again, like current code base, exactly if you're going to build an animation tool for these kinds of things now, just that alone, separate from all the other stuff, plus state machines, like pause, play an idle, click, do this. It's like Flash, After Effects, Macromedia Director for people old enough to remember that. Like you could author your own kind of point and click adventure game in it. So I'm all on board for it. And I think, like you said, I'm on board for it as much for the people doing it as I am like the two brothers running it. Like, isn't it? If I remember correctly, one's a programmer and one's an artist, right? Like, you couldn't have had a better combo for people starting a company to do it. So, and they've been working on it for a long time. This isn't like something that just popped up like 3 months ago and it's just starting. Like, it's been developed. It's mature code.
Rive to us has been absolutely fundamental at Duolingo, a tech company that really looks at scalability, meaning your animation can be used in more than one place, in more than one instance. Like, that's basically the foundation of Rive, is that you have this almost live element that can be triggered by engineers to do all sorts of different things and be one neat, tidy file that has that has found its way into almost every aspect of animation at Duolingo. We kind of work in 3 formats. One, QuickTime movies are for like promotional videos that you would get like typical marketing. Like, you would never make one of those in a Rive, I don't think, although they have been evolving their tool set to have like curve editors and like all these different tools that you would typically find in After Effects or something like that. And then we use Lottie files for play once, loop once type things that happen all over the Duolingo app. And then Rive has bridged this gap between engineers and animators so that engineers have the ability to trigger different variations in our animations. If you can imagine like how useful that is for, characters that appear all over the experience, it's really powerful. So far, we've loved working with Rive. It's completely changed the way we look at everything.
I think I want to say it's 6 or 7 years old at this point, but it's achieved escape velocity. Is the term I like to use. It's happening. Rive is happening. Okay,
we've heard this before.
Maybe
though.
Fetch isn't happening. Fetch is not going to happen, but Rive is happening.
I mean, we've heard this story before, right? Like, we've had, and they all have their own use cases. But like, we've had Autograph, we've had Cavalry, we've had Fable. They're all still kind of out there in the ether searching for their identity. It's amazing how fast like Rive just kind of punched through all that, and it's like, oh no, this is what you want to use for it now, but get in because they're going to use it for these other things soon as well. So yeah,
it's amazing. We're going to link to a lot of examples in the show notes. The last tool I want to talk about, and I'm gonna let you guys talk about this because this is such a softball, especially for you, Summers. But EJ, have you tried Procreate Dreams yet?
I have not, but I know the experience I have drawing on my iPad with Procreate versus any experience I may have in Photoshop. And I can only imagine that this would totally take everyone who did any kind of cell animation in Photoshop or Flash or what's the new XD, Adobe thing, anything you're doing and bringing it on the iPad, I think is just such a smart thing. And just I watched the Aaron Blaze short and Seeing Ordinary Folk and Alex Grigg, who did a really awesome like intro to animation series on YouTube. He just did a Learn Procreate Dreams thing, and it just looks for V1 it seems really incredible. And I've never done any cell shading before. Now I will.
Yeah, Summers, I know you've got thoughts.
Dude, I mean, I think your podcast is a great starting place because to listen to the developers talk about why, not just what it is, but why they did it and like the challenges. I think that's a great starting place. For me, what I really, really love about the team there is that they're putting real deal, old school, Disney level, Disney master animators at the same level as people in motion design who kind of probably self kind of identifies like dabbling in cell animation. But to be able to see Aaron Blaze on stage and then to be able to see Danny Fisher-Shin or Reese Parker, their stuff right next to it. To me, that I love the app. I've already started playing with it. There's 1.0 is great, but the fact that like motion design and real deal animation are put at the same level, and like anybody who has $20 and an iPad, regardless of your experience or your desire or what industry you're labeled as, you're equals. Here's a tool that kind of like gets you to be able to do everything. To me, that was the like buried lead under all of it. It's like I can't believe this. Like the guy was like the lead animator on Brother Bear, and a bunch of other stuff is like standing next to people I know in motion design. Like you were talking about like NFTs and Beeple and motion design people. For me, that was my version where it's like, holy cow, like we're all on the same page now. I love that because I think like there have been a lot of tools that have not necessarily been made for cell animators that we've tried to force cell animation into. Like I use Photoshop religiously for cell animation. I feel like it's hanging on a very shaky bridge of like 5 scripts and a couple plugins. And every time there's an update, one of them doesn't work anymore. And I have to And I'm like, I'm so sick of it. I just want to work on a surface that lets me just draw and add a keyframe. I have heard grumbles about it for people who are used to animating in other software, that because it is so touch and gesture based, a lot of stuff is kind of buried away, or it doesn't make sense. Like, why would the flipbook happen when that's just muscle memory stuff. And that's I do believe, based on my experience with Procreate and them as developers, they do address a lot of that. Like, they have people using it. They actually like commission people to use their software before it's released and tell them what's not working. I don't know anybody else who does that. Like, I'm going to pay you to make something and then tell me what's wrong so we can figure it out. I love that. And I mean, I think that there's also a lot of, it was very interesting when they launched it. They never used the term. The first one when they launched it, they said editing, and then drawing, and then cell animation or animation. I was like, editing. Like, I think that was a quick little tell. I know that they have a lot of, they like to leave a little, even in your conversation, Joey, they like to leave a little breadcrumbs for where they're going. But I think they have aspirations on something much bigger than just cell animation with this. But this is the groundwork that lets them create a swell of people using it, and then that little performance feature where it's like, oh, just hit play and then record, dragging it. Like, that's been in After Effects for like 12 years and no one knows about it or ever uses it. But they sold that as this like legendary brand new way of animating. I think they have big plans for it beyond just like, you can make some cell animation on the weekend when you're bored.
Right. I mean, the marketing's been amazing for it. They've absolutely executed almost flawlessly. I think, I downloaded it the day it came out. I played around with it. I am not a cell animator. I love trying, I love failing. What I'll say is, like, it's definitely a version 1, right? Like, even as someone who's not a professional cell animator, I can tell there's features that are missing that you kind of want. Certain things work in a slightly strange way, but what I will say is, because I've done this in Photoshop, and I've hacked After Effects to try and do it in there too, and it's like the normal, like, current way that motion designers do cell animation, right? Like, where most of them I think are still using Photoshop. It is such a clunky workflow. You can get amazing results, obviously, and talent is talent. It doesn't matter what the tool is. They're gonna make something really cool. Adobe Animate, you can still make really great animation in it. But this is just so fast and easy for a rookie to use. And so what makes me excited about it is that I showed it to my kids. They all wanted to play with it, and then they're making little ball bounces and they're drawing animals, and and it's just, there's zero friction to try cell animation now, like zero. You can, there is a learning curve. It's not like the original Procreate app. There definitely is a learning curve with this that I don't think Procreate had. You could just come in and start drawing. With this, you kind of probably need like a 5-minute tutorial to really start using it. But I think for motion designers, a lot more people are going to try this. And it's going to make it a lot easier to integrate, because to me, that's where I think, like, you will start to see it really impact motion design. Is I think we'll see more integration of hand-drawn stuff on top of traditional keyframe stuff, because it's going to be so much easier now. You can bring in a video, and then you can just draw over it, and then you can export that out, in like, it's really fast too. The performance is amazing. I think it's gonna be a lot easier to teach cell animation. That's always been one of the things kind of holding school motion back from it a little bit is, to teach something that requires like a Cintiq, an expensive screen that most people don't have. That's a challenge. Now, an iPad's not much cheaper than a Cintiq, to be honest, but it is cheaper, and almost everyone has one. Right. And I think this is going to sell a lot of iPads too, this app. Yeah. So I'm super excited about it. Aaron Blaze had a quote. He said, "I think it might single-handedly bring back 2D animation." So Summers, I'm sure you're pretty excited about it.
I've spent 25 years waiting for something that's going to do that. So, I mean, I will say, I do think animation's back. I just don't think it's back in the way that everybody used to remember it by. This could help not just bring it back, but bring it back in a different way. I'd love to see more independent people, 1 or 2 person teams publishing stuff on YouTube and like getting a backing on Patreon and just making their stuff. There's no reason, like, it doesn't have to just be, what was it, Golden Wolf and Doodles? Like it doesn't have to be something that epic of like this gigantic thing. It could be a handful of people getting together and like putting stuff out. It doesn't ever have to be broadcast. It doesn't have to be like, a TV channel or on a streamer. Like, I would gladly support some of my favorite 2D animators in motion design if they would actually just like start up their own short and quit doing motion design and make their own stuff, right? Like, I think this is going to give people a closer chance at that than anything else that's come up in the past.
So I think we might see in 2024 a return to studios and individuals creating short form work, experimental work, and short films, and just things for fun. Again, things that aren't made to please the algorithm necessarily. I hope we see more of that. I'm getting really tired of like all the amazing loops that that everybody makes. It's just we get it, you know.
All right, so no summers for this part of the conversation, but that's okay, EJ, because you're somewhat of the in-house expert on NFTs. So let's talk about NFTs briefly. We don't have to linger on it too long, but I think it's worth talking about. So the big story, I think, is that NFTs. I actually found this article. 95% of NFTs are worthless. Their value is zero, essentially, and the ones that aren't, actually worth $0 or 0 ETH or whatever, their value has plummeted. So I went and looked, and I mean, there's a chart. We'll show it on screen. I mean, it's pretty wild, the value destruction that happened with NFTs. So I very briefly dabbled in the NFT thing, right? Like I bought a Gmonk NFT. I sold it pretty quickly afterwards. I played the NFT game Step In, and I got out at the right time, got all my money out, and bailed when it started to seem like, okay, this really is a Ponzi scheme. It's unsustainable. What is your take? It's easy to look back in hindsight and see, oh yeah, that was a bubble, and obviously it was going to pop. I'd love to hear what your overall experience of NFTs was like leading, up to now, where most NFTs are worthless.
Yeah, I mean, it was, if you minted anything, you could sell it because people were speculating. There was a lot of speculation. And I think a lot of that speculation died. It's just like with all, it's still happening now with all the crypto coins and crap coins and stuff like that. I just think we were bored during the pandemic and we wanted to gamble, and Vegas was closed. And so let's gamble on some NFTs. And I think it even goes back to like the whole, like, what is art thing? Because like AI art, like it's funny because just on Friday I was watching an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It was this whole thing about art, and the one guy, or Danny DeVito's character, was trying to pose as like an Andy Warhol art buyer, and so they're trying to like drive up the value of this one homeless dude that's making all this art, and he ended up like buying something to make him look like he was this big art buyer guy. And the chick that ran this gallery was like, oh yeah, it's a great piece. It's a great piece. It's a good buy. And then we went to his gallery where they were trying to sell like all the homeless people art. And he was like, oh, I think this is priceless. And she was like, oh, I agree. He's like, oh, so you want to buy it? And she's like, God, no. He's like, well, you just said it was priceless. I was like, yeah, because you said it was priceless. Art is worth whatever you're willing to pay for it, but I'm not going to pay for it.
Right.
And so I think, that's just the art world in general. And I think a lot of artists that were in motion design had a quick realization that that's actually how that works in digital art too. It's whatever wants to pay, and if you have enough people that want to pay that price, it's worth that price. But if you have no one that wants to pay that price anymore, then it's not worth anything anymore. And I think you found out that most of the people that got into it are not art collectors; they were just speculators. Right. So that's basically.
Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation with Jerry Liu, who, he had an NFT project, Kabutso Mecha or something.
Oh, I got
like that.
one. I got suckered.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
And actually, I interviewed him, and he mentioned that he actually created all of those by hand. I assumed he'd use some like program to randomize them, and no, he actually just had 2,000 plus After Effects comps to render out. And he told me he sold 7 figures of these NFTs. And that's amazing. He also told me that the tax bill on that was insane. And then this is something that I didn't really think about, and I actually didn't know until I talked to him, was that when you make a lot of money like that selling NFTs, the government considered that income. They didn't consider that like an investment that went up in value, which would be capital gains tax. Mm-hmm. No, that's income. That's ordinary income. So you make $1 million in 1 year, you're going to pay the highest amount of tax that you can. And the big problem is that you're not getting paid in dollars. You're getting paid in ETH typically, but the government's going to tax you in dollars. So you have to sell a bunch of your ETH to be able to pay the taxes. And then if you hold on to the rest and it goes down in value, which of course it did, now you've paid taxes on income that actually then just disappeared.
Yeah.
So I think that actually happened to a lot of people. It sounds like a pretty crappy outcome for most NFT artists. My question for you is, and Jerry said he basically doesn't do anything with NFTs anymore, and the secondary sales of all those NFTs amounts to nothing at this point. Are any of your friends, aside from Mike Beeple, still pursuing NFTs seriously? Is anyone you know making money from them at this point?
Yeah, well, here's the big thing is that, NFTs kind of ran its course out in America and Europe. In Asia, it's just kind of getting hot because apparently there's laws in China against crypto art and all that kind of stuff. But there are certain places, specifically like Hong Kong had a big show, and I know David Ariev sold some stuff there, and some of the other NFT artists that kind of made it big and could kind of keep coasting off the money they earned to keep it going. And so I think, again, you said 95% of NFTs are worthless. I think 95% of people, of NFT artists, are not making any money anymore. And the ones that are like, they're making a decent like side hustle amount of money. Yeah. But again, I think it's
not what it was.
I think it's just, you have a new market that's new to the NFTs, and they're just trying to do their own version of their pyramid schemey kind of thing, where it just hasn't happened there yet. So,
yeah, interesting. I mean, what I'm really curious about is what's going to happen to the projects that raised a bunch of money, either through NFT sales or they actually just went out and found investors, VC, and raised a bunch of money, and now they have this promise to deliver on. And I think one example of that, and I should probably just have him on the podcast to talk about this, is Nick Greenwald, who has this really cool looking project called Wanderers. And I don't know any of the details. I just follow Nick on Twitter, and so I see him posting artwork for it all the time. It looks amazing. But I worry are artists like that who sort of, they tried to make an NFT project that wasn't just about the artwork and it wasn't just speculation. There's actually like a game involved, or there's like some utility there. And at the time, it seemed like this would be a sustainable business model, and now it just seems like that's crazy. Like, I don't know how you're gonna turn this into something that can consistently generate a return. But you're on the hook. You took investor money. You've got, in some cases, millions of dollars. I think there's projects like Nouns and Doodles. Doodles bought Golden Wolf famously. Yeah. I really wonder what the long tail of these projects ends up looking like. I don't know if you have any insight into that sort of thing.
So I think there are some projects, like you mentioned, Nouns. Nouns is there's some other PFP projects as well, but now they're trying to go into the like IP space, where it's like, oh, you want to make a Nouns cartoon, or here's these like glasses you can wear, and these things are actually like you can buy them in the MoMA and stuff like that. These little Nouns stuff, and there's Pudgy Penguins, which it just sounds so stupid saying these PFP names, by the way. But there's this Pudgy Penguins thing where it's like it's all these cartoon penguins, and it is kind of smart because it's like they're cute little penguin characters and stuff like that, and they actually came out with a plushie that they sell at Walmart. And of course, anyone that was big into crypto or the NFT stuff, like they immediately bought it. And so that's where they're like the creators of all these projects, how they're trying to make money now is off of like IP and selling the character IP in different physical goods now. Because I mean, I don't know what Nick's doing with his game. I saw that he just posted something on Twitter today about a little promo he was doing. I was like, that was the kind of logical thing everything was doing. It's like, we'll make a game out of it. And it's like, really? I don't know. Because I know even Jerry was saying he wanted to make a game. But I think where it is smart is some of the, like, Jerry's robot characters, they're super cool. I love his design style. It's why I actually bought one of them, because I wanted to support him as an artist. I love what he's doing.
Yeah.
I think that's the next logical step is like see a lot of people doing vinyl toys of their things and all that kind of stuff. So as an individual artist that has a project, there's different ways to, make money, but it's not with the NFT. It's building momentum off that, continuing that momentum and going more in the physical space. Like I said, the toys and fashion and clothes and jackets and stuff. Like, there's some projects that ABC already been shoes working on. It's actually like shoes. So like Nike shoes, the one project signed a deal with Nike, and they're making these like actual NFT shoes and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy world.
Yeah, I mean, I think physical scarcity, like the big promise of NFTs was that physically scarce things, there's this obvious value to them, like collectible trading cards, and there's only, one of one, and whoever has it, it's worth a lot because there's only one of them, and there literally is only one of them. And the promise of NFTs was, well, now we have digital scarcity.
Right.
But I always felt like it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like a magic trick. It's like someone's waving their hands in front of you and saying, look, there's only one of these. Just ignore the fact that it's a digital file, and you can have infinity of them, and it costs $0. Like, so I think that, the lesson I'm taking away from it is that physical scarcity will always trump the idea of digital scarcity. And I just don't think that, I think that was the first true gold rush that our industry saw up close and personal, and it got really ugly. I talked about it at last year's Half Res. It was the first time it really felt like there's haves and have-nots. And it seems like a lot of artists had to come back to earth. Hopefully people didn't burn too many bridges. So I guess we can close out this section. NFTs moving forward, do you think that there's always some version of them out there? It just exists in sort of a different capacity than it did during the boom years?
I think it's just going to be like the normal art world where it all shook out. The real people who are actually interesting artists and have interesting backgrounds and stuff. Like, you have your mics, you have a lot of people that do some pretty incredible stuff as far as projects goes. And for as weird of a guy as Beeple is, he is a very smart, visionary type of artist. And so I think there's room for that, but not everyone can be that, right? So I think through everything, I think, like I said, I went to a modern art museum and saw some motion designers work there that, I think once you get in a modern art museum, now you have like the big traditional art community repping you as well. And so I think you're just there. So the people that made it and are there now, I think they'll continue to stay there, and they'll be in our art history book someday.
Yeah, I think there's the Beeples and the Packs and maybe the DKs, and there's that level.
Yep.
And then there's everybody else, and that's probably how the fine art world works too.
It's like with
so
AI, right? Anyone who was doing the first Mid-Journey stuff, like, you can only have so many people doing really good Mid-Journey stuff because, of course, anyone can do it. But it's just the first ones to make the first AI coloring book, the AI, whatever. There's only going to be that one person that's going to be able to cash in, and everyone else is just kind of derivative off of that first thing.
Yeah, totally. Well, I think that's a good segue to get us into talking about AI.
Yeah.
I have a very long list of things that we need to go over. And unfortunately, since Ryan had to take off, let's hear what he had to say. I asked him before he left what he thought about AI. So, Ryan, I know, unfortunately, you actually have, a real job to get back to. So, unfortunately, you're going to miss most of this AI conversation that EJ and I are about to have. But I would like your take. So if you've got a quick take for us, please lay it on me.
Okay, so I feel like I hear a lot of people asking the question, is AI art? And I feel like that's not the question to ask. And I also feel like motion designers specifically don't have the qualifications to even have that conversation, really, right? Like, you can have your opinions, but like, when I look at, I feel like take away the ethics issue of it, because I do have a huge issue with Yeah, it's data sets that are stolen without people's, buy-in, and it's the only thing that there was a research paper that just came out 2 days ago that said basically you can give a data set to any of these different tools, any of these different AI tools that come from wildly different angles and different ways of diffusing and putting back together and predicting and all the things they do. At the end of the day, if they were given the same data set, they all, over a certain amount of time, come to the same conclusion, the same imagery, the same writing, same, like all of that, right? So in my mind, it really truly is, at the end of the day, the quality of the data set. And you do have to ask yourself, okay, cool. Where did that come from? And you can't dance around the fact that, a lot of this stuff was come from places that were never given, we don't know how to get to who did it. We don't know how to accredit, give any kind of accreditation. We don't know how to pay people for it. But we know it came from there, which is, feels criminal to a certain degree until somebody decides otherwise, which then opens up a whole other conversation about what is copyrightable and what is enforceable and what is stealing. But to me, it's the question isn't like whether or not for us as motion designers, whether or not AI is art or not. It is like, does it have value? Like, does AI art, or whatever you want to call it, machine learning generated diffusion, transformer model images, whatever you want to call them, like, do they have value? And I look back, and I know some people crucify me to a certain degree, but like, I think a lot of people kind of don't question the way they used to do work, where they go to Pinterest and they pull a bunch of things and they'd kit bash a bunch of stuff that doesn't belong to them and they'd throw it in a Photoshop file and they'd say, we're not making this exact image, but should it look like this? And then you go off and you basically make your version of it. And maybe the final product isn't the actual images that you made, but you have done a certain amount of diffusion to get to that point without asking the 40 different people that you pulled from. So there's a little bit of like sitting on your high horse now that it's happening to you. And there are some like I love Jim Lee, right? I grew up a huge Jim Lee comic book fan, right? X-Men artist, made his own company. There are times where I see stuff and I'm like, oh my God, that is 1,000% because the way he drew a nose and the way he did his shading, the way he drew capes. I'm like, 70% of this was pulled from Jim Lee artwork, right? And that there's something wrong with that, right? Like for sure. But like, to me, it's like, I draw the line for me right now that like the dividing point is like, I will never use AI as like a final delivery tool. Like anything I make, if I'm exploring and like going through stuff, if I make boards, I don't go back and recreate that board as a mood board, as a pitch. I'll say like, okay, here's 6 different images. 2 are from Fincher. One's from this artist no one's ever heard of. This is another thing that's taken from this fashion line. And I'm going to point to all those different things and say, it's going to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You give me some more advice. And we go on this process, right? But I still go back and I make something final. I don't see really what the difference is right now about using like AI tools to help you down your process as like a way to support it. I would love to be able to use a ethically sourced, everyone's been bought in, and every time you click something and it comes back out, those people get 3 cents on the dollar for every time that I pull anything out of it. If that came up, I would absolutely use that. But I think it's a little bit ridiculous to think that we're going to put the genie back in the bottle and stop it and say like, like streaming of music didn't stop because we were stealing stuff at the beginning, right?
Right.
It found its way because there was value in that. There was value to be able to say 50,000 songs from one artist are available right now streaming. You have to pay for it. We had to go through the process to get there. But I don't see a world where like you can say this stuff is just like all ethically bad because it's now happening to us and it's being done in a different way than the way we used to do it, and say like it can just all be like wished away. I think it's whether or not that's right or wrong, I don't think that's possible. So like I support it. Like I don't want to use anything where it's like my final thing that I make has 17 different artists work in it. I don't. I think that's wrong. So there's a bunch of ways to attack it though, and like no one's making anything new on top of that in motion design, right? Like I've been complaining about that for forever, that there's an echo chamber of everybody looking at the same 7 studios, right? Like, and just referencing them over and over and doing the same kind of glowy, same little wave animation that we all learned the trick in After Effects to make it look like cell animation. And like, where's everybody, saying, well, you shouldn't be able to do that, Studio X, because I've seen it 17 times. Even though some person came up with the idea and then somebody else ripped it and referenced it, and then it's become a thing. If it's the case, we'd all be paying Saul Bass, right? And Pablo Ferrer and like all these other people that like did all of this the first time. And it wasn't even the first time then, right? They did it plus they added motion. So it's a slippery slope. Like I just don't see a world where when you play a generative fill and in the press of a button, you can get a clean plate, how you're going to put that back in the bottle. I just don't. So whether, like you said, like you need to be aware of it, you need to be, ethically conscious of like where it's coming from, and maybe or maybe not, Adobe is like the bearer of whether it's okay or not okay. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think it's here to stay to a certain degree, and hopefully it can be kind of like adjudicated for the people that are getting screwed the most on it. And like these companies that are being valuated at like 60, 70, 80 billion dollars feel some sort of like obligation to make people whole. And I don't know if that will happen or they have to be forced to, but there's a time where you could download every single thing illegally for every movie and every TV show and every song. And you might still be able to now, but I've been in people's rooms before where they've gotten the email saying like, hey, you just got a strike on your whatever, your internet. And they scrambled really quickly to take all the stuff off their drives, right? Like I've seen the world where like there is enforcement on the other side of this that is real, and there's money to be made doing that as well. So I don't know. I'll be excited to listen to this and find out what your guys' opinions are on AI, because it's a slippery slope in every direction.
Well, I want to ask you one question more, Ryan, if it's okay, before you take off, which is, there's, you talked a lot just now about like the, sort of the philosophical view of these tools and the ethics of it. I think that's going to be something we're talking about forever now. But on a practical level, there are people, and I mean, there's people like high up in the industry who really think that this might absolutely derail motion design as a career. And I've seen probably the same post you did. Hey, everybody who's a designer, I recommend you start saving money and have an exit plan in 2 years when this profession does not exist anymore. How do you feel about that? Do you think that that's an accurate, thing to be worried about?
There's a lot of money to be made in fear. And I'm in the industry long enough to remember the same thing about 3D, same thing about, I remember, what do we spend a lot of time in the show talking about? Procreate Dreams. Mm-hmm. What is that? A tool to make it easier and more acceptable for people to play with cell animation. I was right there at the beginning of the industry, or beginning of my time in the industry, when Toy Story was out and 2D animation was dead. Aaron Blaze was one of those people working at the top of the game when 2D was dead. It's dead. Forget it. Learn something else. Be a plumber. Go do something else, right? Learn to write, learn to shoot, learn to teach, whatever you want to do. There's still people doing 2D. Yep. Right? Like, and we're talking about it having a resurgence right now. But I remember NFTs, right, EJ? Like everybody's saying this is, like motion designers are going to leave to do NFTs and they're all going to be rich. And I get calls from people asking how to get back into the industry now. And at the same time, we spent a lot of time talking about how there's so many new places for motion design to go, right? And at the end of the day, like anybody who says that, I'm like, have you ever been in the room with a client? Have you ever been in the room with a client? And then other people say like, well, the clients are just going to do it themselves. Have you ever had a client who wants to sit down and figure out why the brand doesn't look right, or why the colors aren't working, or why this doesn't feel just right, or I got to make the logo bigger, or prompt some, like,
it's not
half the reason. I mean, the dirty little secret about half of what we do is that the people who hire us don't want to be liable for getting in trouble for what we do. Right? They want to be able to say, nope, I hired the company to do that, so let's go back to the company and make sure they did it right. No one in their right mind at an agency or at a brand or at a company wants to be the person who's on the hook for having to fill the blank page that we willingly go and do. So will AI be part of that? I feel like unequivocally, no matter what, it's going to be some form or fashion, whether it's in the idea generation, pulling references, making assembly cuts for you in your timeline full of all the footage that was shot. You've probably been using AI tools already and you just didn't know it, right? It will be there in some form. Can we control how we use it and what the end results are from the work we do? Yeah. But yeah, I don't think motion design is dying. All I see is $450,000 for a week on the Sphere. That doesn't look like dying, right? I look for more and more people asking for character animation for motion design, right? That doesn't feel like dying to me. So maybe people just want it to die so they don't have to like learn the new tools. I know I've been through that too. I've been around a lot of the doomsday with the old school 2D cell animators that said, I learned this, and they held a pencil up in the air. I'm not doing anything else. When I signed on to this industry, I signed on to be an artist. I'm not a tool, right? So in my mind, part of that is like your brain, not just your hands. So I don't know. Will AI become the brain for what we do? That seems like that's a lot longer road to me.
All right, so now, EJ, let's talk about AI, and I'm really curious. I feel like I want to start by just asking you your general thoughts on this. And I feel like when all this stuff started to come out, you're always very concerned about like how these things are going to impact artists and the ethics of it. And I tend to look at things a little bit more. I try to be a little bit more disconnected from that side, just so I can really focus on like logistically, what do I think will happen, and pragmatically. So I think this will be an interesting conversation. Currently, how do you feel about AI tools and the crisis of meaning that they can kind of inspire in artists?
I just think it's a lot of everyone's trying to scramble to show off what it can do, but really practically speaking, as motion designers, as 3D artists, it really doesn't help us too much at this point. I think there's just a lot of hype over it. It's very similar to the NFT stuff, where there's so much hype, very little substance. I mean, it is very interesting what it does, but wake me when AI can UV unwrap something for me, or track something for me without me having to do any manual work, or doing motion capture or something like that. That's where it's going to impact me, and also that's not stealing my job. I mean, it might take a very specific person's job. Like if you have your own motion capture suit and people pay you to use that, to access that, sorry, you're out of a job. GG, bro. So there are those very specific use cases where I think people have to worry about AI taking their jobs. Stock photo people. But like we were saying before, I think it's way far off for any motion designer to feel scared about it. And here's one thing that, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of very anxious people. And the reoccurring question I kept getting was, should I fight it? Should I fight AI, or should I embrace AI with full open arms? And I'm like, okay, what does fighting AI mean? Like, what does that even mean? Like, what do you mean when you say you want to fight against AI? Like, are you going to go join a lawsuit? Like, I just never understood what that meant. I mean, it's kind of like, I always relate it to like, okay, well, you're going to fight against and boycott any future updates of any Adobe product, because guess what? Now every update has some kind of AI. And so I think there are features that we're seeing now that may or may not have AI. I think more and more they will, that actually help us in our day-to-day jobs. And so are you going to say you're not going to use those things, though? And so I think this general blanket hatred over AI is kind of a waste of energy, I feel like. I think you should take your energy, invest it in, like you said before, knowing what's out there, knowing what could actually help you now, knowing what might help you in the future. So then you can kind of focus on the things that will make you stand out as an artist, whether it be storytelling, like, oh, maybe I don't need to know how to 3D model anymore because 3D modeling will be a very easy thing. You could do it from a 2D sketch.
Right.
And so if anything, like as an educator, that's the part that interests me, is what are the things that like we don't have to teach as much anymore here at School of Motion? Like, there are things going to be automated. Like I know 3D modeling, when I was re-recording Basecamp, that was one of the things I said, like, hey, 3D modeling's hard. It's hard to learn, but guess what? I don't think it's something you're really going to need to know too much in the future here. But yeah.
I personally haven't integrated a ton of AI into my workflow, but I have seen it being used in interesting ways, whether it's generating like posters or background textures or just little textural elements that you would have to make from scratch, like a texture on a poster or something like that. But for me, I'm not personally opposed to AI. What I think is going to happen is that it may end up eliminating a lot of low-level design or graphic art jobs. So say, for example, like the barber that needs a business card may not reach out to like a very young up-and-coming motion designer or go to Fiverr. They might just be able to generate something on Chat GPT. What I think AI is going to do is kind of force people to not only have really good technical skills, but we're going to have to rely more on people's discernment and people's taste and their ability to tell and come up with unique ideas. I think that's the thing that AI isn't really good with, making really bespoke, specific things for brands. So I always think that there's always going to be a role for like a designer or lead creative at the highest levels. Because when you think about corporate companies, they're not going to want some run-of-the-mill, very average design. They're going to want something that feels very bespoke and unique to their brands. And so that's going to require a certain level of, talent and a certain, strong point of view that really resonates with that brand specific audience. And I just don't think that AI is quite there yet, but I do think AI can help, helping to generate ideas or help execute that vision. But, long term, I still see a place for creatives to, bring forth a vision with their point of view.
Since Rive is typically doing more abstract animation, basically just in shape layers, we haven't had as much of a need to use any of the generative, especially imagery tools yet, because I think what a lot of people are using them for is more illustrative content. And if all I have to do is just put a couple squares and circles together, like I don't need something else to do that for me. It's fine. I feel like up until it has just more control, like if somebody creates some sort of program where you can not only generate an initial scene, but then you can also click and have it identify that is an object in that scene, sort of move things around. Maybe that gets a little bit more interesting so that you can at least get a starter much faster. But we haven't really had to use it a whole lot. Yeah, there have been niche times where we've had like an event graphic set of graphics for an event, and they sent us some headshot of the person where their shoulders are cut off or something, and we need that, so we would like just fill in where the shoulders were supposed to be, and that sort of thing. But it's been largely just like a very niche, every once in a while we use it type thing, and hasn't really touched our business that much.
I think, and I'm curious, and if you're watching this or you're listening to this, like, please respond to this, because I really would like to open a conversation here. I think part of the problem is the term AI. I think that's actually a huge problem, and I think it's inaccurate. So when all of this stuff started to come out, Midjourney and DALL-E and Stable Diffusion, and then OpenAI came out with ChatGPT, and like just sort of blew everyone's mind. I felt like I really wanted to understand how these things are doing what they're doing. Because when you have no clue how they work and you call it artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence puts it in contrast to, human intelligence, natural intelligence. So it creates this natural, fight between these two sides. And it can feel very much like, we have this tendency to anthropomorphize things. And so you imagine this evil robot that's taking your work away from you. What's going on is not artificial intelligence. I don't even know if anyone has a clear definition of what that word means. People may disagree with me, but I don't think we actually understand what intelligence is, period. We don't actually know how our brains work and how minds work and the mind-body problem. There's a lot of philosophical things that we have to figure out before we actually understand, can we make a conscious, intelligent piece of software? And one thing that really helped me kind of look at these things differently was my conversation with Daniel Jeffries last year. He was the chief intelligence officer of Stability AI that makes Stable Diffusion. And he did this thought experiment where he said, listen, the software technique that's enabling all of this is called transformers. Okay, so you can go and you can read articles about how that exactly works and how it creates a latent space and minimizes the search distance between terms and tokens. And that's essentially how ChatGPT works. And that's how Midjourney works. And when right now, all of that, it's billions and billions and billions of like math equations being solved, and that gives you an image, and that gives you, type for ChatGPT. And that's happening inside of this invisible like piece of silicone, microscopic little, ones and zeros being flipped on and off. And we can't imagine that, and you can't see it. And so it just appears as there's this magic being doing this stuff. You could build ChatGPT out of a series of tubes with steam running through them, it would have to be the size of the moon to do what it's doing. It would be physically implausible to do it, but you could theoretically do it that way and get the exact same result. And if that's how ChatGPT worked, and every time you typed in a prompt, you could look up and see all these gears, steam coming out and valves opening and closing, and then at the end, it prints out a piece of paper with your response on it, I don't think we would be as terrified of this thing anymore. We would realize this is just another type of software. So I wanted to get that out of the way because I want to talk a lot about the tools that have come out using this technology. And they're amazing and they're here to stay, and I don't think anyone should be fighting them. I think we should all be embracing them. I also don't think they're going to take many motion designers' jobs away. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But let's start with just talking about some of these tools. I've got a long list of them. So I'm going to just list out 2 or 3, EJ, and then I'll let you list out a few, and we can just kind of go back and forth. So the first category I have here is AI-enabled tools. And again, I want to stop saying AI, but I don't have a better word. So AI-enabled tools. Machine learning, I mean, that is what it is, right? But you've got an app that absolutely changed my life this year, which is Descript. So a lot of what I do at School of Motion is record video content. And this year I completely re-recorded Animation Bootcamp. It took months. And part of our process is the instructor records the lesson and then basically puts it together in the right order with the right pieces of footage. And then we hand that off to our editors. And so that first editorial step, we call that the assembly edit. And I started using Descript for it this year. Now, Descript is an editing tool, but what's amazing about it is you import footage into it, and it very quickly, within like a minute or two, has transcribed every word in that footage. And then instead of editing the way you normally would in Premiere, you edit like a Google Doc. You literally highlight, copy, highlight the words you don't want, you hit delete, and it does the edit for you. And there's a button that gets rid of every pause longer than 1 second. And there's another button that will get rid of every and make a perfect edit for you. And the amount of time that saves video editors, I cannot overstate what a game changer that is. And the crazier part is very recently, shortly after Descript came around, Premiere added that feature too, but it wasn't as good. And then they've been updating it and updating and updating it. And so recently I tried Premiere, and now I don't think I'll use Descript anymore. Like the feature got built into Premiere so fast and so thoroughly that now you don't need Descript anymore. And so it was kind of struck me like 2 things. One, this actually is a game-changing technology. It really does change the way you edit, period. This podcast will be edited using, a text, a transcription AI. But then on top of that, the technology is moving so fast that an entire app basically became unnecessary to me in a matter of months, right? Have you messed with any of that stuff in Premiere or Descript?
So yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that even a lot of like Instagram videos and TikToks and stuff where you can auto transcribe, and then it actually is to the point where it can actually highlight which word the person's saying and like pop it out and make it bold, along with like the closed captioning kind of thing. So I've used that a little bit. The one thing that that blows my mind is, we work with a lot of videos. We're doing some short form stuff for Instagram. Like we're cutting all this stuff to promote the new courses. And the one thing I use in Premiere more than the transcription stuff is actually the audio remix, which is crazy. If you've not used it before, I think they just added it a few months ago. Well, what it allows you to do is take an audio track. So you got some like just random audio that you want to use as a music bed. But usually they're like 3 minutes long or something like that. And usually you got to do a lot of editing. So it like comes in nice and then ends on a nice, fade out or whatever. What you can do with the audio remix is just edit it to the length of your footage, hit the remix button, and then you can like choose how many sections of the audio you want to use in that cut down. And then it just automatically like creates a nice edit point out that fades out or like hits on a nice beat, and you just clicked a couple buttons. Like it's crazy. Like imagine doing demo reels and stuff, and you just automatically can put the audio there underneath, and it just times out perfectly.
I think this year, 2023, was kind of the big boom of AI video editing tools. And in the beginning, people were like, "Oh my God, AI is going to take over, and like we're not going to have jobs anymore." And that's not necessarily true. One, the AI tools are created by humans, and they need to be facilitated with the help of the designer's vision and what they want to bring to life. At least for video editing, a lot of these tools are like rough cut editors. So you've seen things like Autopod come out that will basically edit your podcast for you and switch to the different people that are being recorded. But it doesn't, take out all those moments or switch to like emotional moments where you want to show somebody's reaction. It's very much just kind of getting the kind of basic cuts done for you as a quicker starting point, right? There's also tools called like NBoost that use AI to mix your audio automatically. This was originally called Alex Audio Butler, and you can, assign a label to different audio tracks, voice, music, sound effects, and it will automatically mix it for you. So things like that are just kind of like assistant helpers, AI helpers to help get things done. But there's no tool that's like, edit this YouTube video start to finish and put all these graphics, mix the sound, and do all of that. They're very like specific tools that are targeted at specific things.
It's funny because that's such a useful thing. It saves so much time, and a lot, especially motion designers who may not be video editors. Editing music can be a real challenge, especially if you don't have a musical background and you don't understand how to like sort of find the beat and all that kind of stuff. I actually love editing music, so this is one of those things where I'm like, oh man, that stupid AI robot, he's taking my Riz from me. But yeah, no, I mean, another feature too that I believe it's now in Premiere. It used to be on a website separate. It's called Adobe Podcast, and there was this tool where you could upload audio, and you could literally like go outside on a windy day and use your iPhone and record your voice, and you upload the audio, and it will use AI to make it sound like it was recorded in the studio with like $1,000 condenser mic. And so now it's really made it so much easier for us to do podcasts, because we used to have to really worry about the quality of the guest's audio, and we'd have to do all this like sort of teaching, like here's a good microphone and here's how you set it up. It almost doesn't matter now. Like any audio is going to be good enough because these tools literally like remake the audio. It's kind of wild. There's another tool called Crumple Pop that we started using at School of Motion that I believe uses machine learning, and it can remove echo, which is like notoriously like difficult thing to do in audio. It can remove wind noise and rustling and all that stuff automatically. It's kind of wild, and that's the kind of stuff where we used to pay like hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour to have an audio engineer mix our spots, at Toil, my studio. And I think a lot of that stuff can be done in a couple of clicks now using Premiere's tools. It's wild. So the next feature I want to talk about is Photoshop's Generative Fill. So that's an AI tool that's using their Firefly, AI generative model, which has gotten really, really good. The newer version of it that came out recently blows the old one away. I mean, it's for some types of imagery, it actually, I think, is approaching Mid-Journey levels of quality. But the feature inside of Photoshop Generative Fill, it was like instant game changer. Like, I mean, it just forever, now and forever. And it's so much hyperbole around this stuff. Oh, this changed the game forever. This will never be the same. Everything. That actually is one of those features that is like changing everything. Just the ability to like stretch out an image, I mean, like I used to have to do this a lot actually for podcast thumbnails. I'd get a photo of somebody and their shoulders are cut off, but I need them in the middle of the frame, and so I'd have to like paint shoulders. Now you just make a selection and you hit a button and it's done. Here's 3 options, pick the one you want. Unbelievable. I don't know if you've messed around with that, EJ. That tool is insane.
Yeah, I think isn't that what we want AI to do, is not replace our jobs, but make our jobs easier. And I think about like, especially in the future, how many devices, how many different sizes do we have to make content for? And I know when we're making just renders for the course, and so I got an HD version for Twitter, and then a square version for the website, and this and that. I was like, well, I only rendered this one thing out, and I don't want to render it again. I had this crazy render that had like a gobo shadow and shadow on the ground, and I just was like, well, let's try this. Let's try to use generative fill to extend this image, and it did it perfectly. So it matched like the tree leaf gobo. It extended it out, and it looked absolutely seamless. I had a forest scene that I made in Unreal, and was like, oh, extend this out so the trees are taller and a little bit wider, and it did it perfectly. And the cool thing is that you can just like iterate off of it and choose different versions and pick the one that you like the most, and it's on its own separate layer. So that's where it's like when you still have the artist hand involved with using these AI tools, and I think that's super, super interesting, super, super powerful. Like I said before, what is that first Adobe Firefly addition to After Effects? Can't wait.
AI, generative AI specifically, not necessarily feature-based machine learning, that genie's not going back in the model. Like, yes, like nobody really asked for it to be able to generate puffy jacket popes, but here we are, right? And so to me, I've always kind of like looked at the world as like, how can I use this? How can I, comes from my skateboarding days, is like everything was something to potentially ride or something to potentially use. And so for me, I kind of always like gone through my entire career like that. I never really was like, I'm going to put my foot down. I'm not using that. Like that's lame or whatever. Take all the ethical stuff out of it. Like, cause obviously I want like ethically sourced generative AI. Like let's just take that out of the argument. But I do think that like it really is like something to use. It's a tool. And in my personal work on my Instagram and Threads, I've been doing a pretty deep series of AI generative artwork. And I find it incredibly gratifying. I treat it, somebody asked me about it, and I was like, generative AI is like a render engine for my brain. And I can sit on the couch and just like come up with an idea, like something completely strange or wild, and on my phone, just like sketch it out through generative AI. And it's just kind of like a nice way to like really flex your creative muscles. And honestly, like that's what it's all about. Like for me, we're creatives. Like I don't consider myself a technician. I consider myself a creative, and I'll create in whatever medium you put in front of me, whether it's paints, whether it's 3D, 2D, wire sculpture, AI, whatever it is. I want to make. I'm a maker. So to me, AI could be really great and allow me that ability to just like have a completely free imagination to make whatever comes into this messed up brain of mine.
I mean, I can't even imagine what it will be. And when we get to the end of this section, I do want to prognosticate a little bit on what this actually means for motion designers. But as far as design goes, I think like there's definitely a lot of fear around these tools. It's going to take my job away, right? And I do think that there are certain types of work where it is definitely going to take far less people to do it. And so a good example of how these tools are helping, like School of Motion, for example, we have to make YouTube thumbnails. And if you don't run a YouTube channel or you've never made a YouTube thumbnail, you don't realize how important those are. Those, in a lot of cases, frankly, can be more important than the video themselves. And if you're curious, you should listen to Mr. Beast talk about YouTube thumbnails and the amount of effort and money they spend on them. It might be the most important part of the video. But they're a pain in the butt. And especially when you're talking about like, okay, we have a tutorial or we're interviewing someone and they're talking about some esoteric thing and there isn't some obvious image out there that like makes you want to click it and explains sort of what's in it. Well, now you can just go to DALL-E and you can have an idea and type in the idea and get something usable almost instantly. And then you can bring it into Photoshop, and whatever's not there, you can use generative fill to replace, reframe, and then you can design on top of that. And you can put your type on top of that, and you can, cut out an image of the guest and put them there. And this happens, I would say, 50 times faster than it used to. You used to have to photo bash and do all of this work. The thumbnail for this episode almost certainly is going to use generative AI for at least some of the elements in it. There's just no reason not to do it at this point. It saves so much time, it saves money, and it actually works better in a lot of cases. That's the kind of stuff that these tools are actually just crushing it at. Now, doing an explainer video using these, I'm not worried about that quite yet. So another couple tools that a lot of people use and seem to be excited about, I don't think actually work very well. So we've been using a tool called Canva lately at School of Motion just to sort of set up templates for social media graphics and stuff like that, email graphics, and that way it's easy for everyone on the team to change it. They've, like all companies, they've added an AI feature, and you type in, flyer for a fall garage sale, and it tries to generate you a flyer for a fall garage sale. And it's just, I don't know, it's just not that great at it. And it comes up with dummy copy that's always wrong and terrible. And sometimes it picks weird images. And I'm a little bit skeptical, to be honest, right now anyway, of of its ability to take a whole bunch of different elements and compose them in a nice way. It can make one image and it's pretty good at that, but then you're like, okay, now I need this specific type laid out in a beautiful way here. It sucks at that. It's terrible at it. And then another big thing, Adobe announced this, I think at Adobe Max, was Illustrator now has a tool where you can do text to vector. So you type in, I need a vector of a hot air balloon, and it generates one for you. And it's vector, right? So now you can take those things and bring them into After Effects and animate them if you want. Seems like a theoretically game-changing feature. In reality, I haven't seen good results out of it. Have you messed with any of that stuff, any of the vector stuff?
I've seen that. The one thing I have used before is I don't know what they call it, but it's like it basically allows you to take a color palette from an image and apply it to your own design. And so that's really great if you're like terrible at color theory.
Yeah.
You're like, think of a really cool like sea vibes color palette for my design, and it will automatically recolor everything for you. And just to mention Canva, the Canva stuff, Adobe actually has their own version of it called Adobe Express, where you can do your own layouts and stuff for social media. But I think it even has something similar to the Illustrator color palette change thing too, where you can make a design, cycle through all these color palettes. But again, you need to bring taste to that, which I think is always the thing you got to bring to all these AI assisted tools.
I know, that's the thing that's generally missing. So Spline, the 3D app, they also have an AI feature that they launched, and it's kind of cool. It's a little bit different. I mean, it does seem like their AI can generate stuff for you. So, generate a model of this and it will try. But really, it's more of like an assistant. So if you want 20 cubes arranged a certain way with all different colors and you don't know how to do that, you can just type it in and it will actually make it for you. It can actually run commands and run the app for you to some extent. And I've seen people building versions of this inside of Blender. I haven't seen anything with Cinema 4D, but that's kind of an interesting use case to me, like AI as a replacement for tech support, a replacement for the instruction manual. Just tell it what you want and it understands somehow and can do it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, imagine because when you were mentioning the Spline AI stuff, where it's like basically make some clones of a cube and randomize it. Like you're basically like, what if Mograph in Cinema 4D had that like input where just like generate a forest of 1,000 trees and randomize the different types of trees with these different types of assets that I have, and all that kind of stuff, or even to the point of like, how can I improve my render time here, or optimize my scene? Like an AI assisted help, Max on help or something like that, I think is super, super interesting to me.
Yeah, until it hallucinates and tells you how to do something the absolutely wrong way, which is guaranteed. So there's also a bunch of AI tools that I'm starting to see mostly in demos. I don't know how much of this is actually out in the wild yet. But it's using AI as a render engine, which is one way of looking at it, right? And so there's an app that I've seen posted a lot on Twitter lately called Krea. And essentially what it's doing is it's taking the idea of an image to image model. So like, in Midjourney, you can upload an image and basically have it use that almost like reference, it's kind of different, but kind of the same, and it can sort of mimic the pose of that picture, but create something totally new. But it takes a while, right, to generate these images. It's getting faster, but it still takes several seconds, maybe a minute. Creo somehow is doing that, but it's almost real time. And so what that lets you do is the image that you're using to then generate an AI image could be something you're painting. It could be an image you're capturing on your phone or your webcam, or it could be the 3D viewport in your 3D app. And so you have a cube in your viewport and you type in, a beautifully wrapped gift under a Christmas tree. And in your little quote render window, that's what you're seeing, but it's mimicking the angle and the lighting and whatever you have in your 3D app. So in a way, it gives the control back to the artist, but now you get some help getting a faster render. I don't know if you've seen any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you have a cone, 3D cone and a cube, and you're just moving everything around and art directing the image in a way. But yeah, the idea of an AI renderer that can render in real time, apply textures in real time. There's a Meshy.ai that allows you to just type in like brick texture and it'll automatically create a texture for you and apply it to your model. Like, that's incredible. Like, I think that's where it's going to take over things like assets. Like HDRIs, you can make your own. Textures, you can make your own. All this type of stuff. Like, you just need to have the idea, have a good eye for it, and you can use your Creo AI to make something that looks beautiful and still allows you to edit it, and you're not just stuck with the final image that the image generator thing's pumping out.
Yeah, there's also, and I've seen a lot more of this recently too. So there's AI upscalers, which doesn't sound all that interesting. Topaz Labs is one of the most popular ones, but there's other ones out there. But people are starting to use it in these novel ways, right? So like one way is you can really cut down on your render time if you're, rendering something out of Cinema 4D. You could render it, frankly, in standard definition if you want to, and upscale it. And the upscalers are so good now. Now, the only problem is, obviously, if you're upscaling, you have to create detail that wasn't there. And so they are, the term that everyone uses is they're hallucinating new details. But they're very, very good at it. And as long as the coherence holds up and it doesn't introduce flickering, that's a really interesting way of maybe getting better performance out of rendering. And then a really cool thing I've seen people do is take like old photographs that are, kind of crunchy and blurry just by the nature of old photography, and you run it through one of these, and all of a sudden you're seeing, detail that literally wasn't in the original image, but it looks like it was. And so you're able to do things that you literally couldn't do before. These are new capabilities. And I love that. So I actually think that that's probably one of the most useful things I've seen AI do so far, is create image processing, these sort of algorithms that make a lot of tasks so much faster, or even just possible that weren't before. I don't know how you feel about that stuff.
Yeah, I've actually seen, so you got, there's Topaz, there's a couple other companies that do like this wide array of tools. And there was one that I forget for now, but I'll definitely remember it, and so we can add it to the notes. But it allows you to relight a scene using AI.
Whoa.
So you can just render one lighting setup, and then if the client's like, actually, I want it more moody, or I want the light over there, like, you don't have to re-render it. You just kind of use the web browser, little GUI, and you can just redo the lighting and add color lights, and everything just kind of reacts. It's pretty nuts, but yeah.
So I was curious when Grayscale announced that their entire materials library is now usable on any 3D app. It occurred to me, like, I wonder, these AI tools, I'm sure, are already being used. I think there's actually a Substance Designer image to material AI. It seems like at some point, if I like the texture of this blue ceramic mug, there should be an app where I wave my phone around it, and then a minute later I get a perfect PBR material that mimics this perfectly. Have you seen anything like that?
There's a Substance Sampler that I think is similar to that, where if you have a surface, it can basically make a texture from it for you. So it gets the bump channel, extracts all that kind of stuff, and makes a PBR material for you. So that's super interesting. The one thing that I would really love to see, and I don't think it exists yet, is automatically just making, like, just putting together all the materials once you go into like an Unreal or whatever. It just automatically creates everything for you. Because now, especially in like Cinema 4D, if I have all these different texture sets for a PBR texture, I have to manually bring those things in all the time. So I'd love it to have like I mean, does USDZ do this kind of thing? Like, is that going to be something that's not AI, but something that revolutionizes thing where you can make something somewhere and be able to transport it to all these different apps? Because I mean, we'll talk about this later, I'm sure, but the like G-Splat stuff, but like not everything can use that technology yet to use all that data to bring into whatever app you're using.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely talk about G-Splats. So there's a few more tools I wanted to call out. So there's Move AI, which I've heard you reference a whole bunch, which obviously, I mean, it's so funny because School Motion purchased a Rococo suit. I don't know, this was probably 2.5 years ago now. I used it once just playing around with it. I never got around to really learning how it worked. I thought, there'll be time. And by the time I actually wanted to use it for something, it was redundant because now, like Move AI, I know there's an option where you can literally just have one camera and it will do a pretty good job of, motion capturing. Which is kind of wild. And I think that's the kind of stuff where I don't hear anybody complaining that AI is doing that.
Right.
And kind of a cousin to that is this really cool app called Cascader. And what Cascader is used for, it's a 3D character animation app. And I recommend everyone check it out. It's super cool. It's a really unique way of using AI. The idea is when you're animating a character, especially a 3D rig, you have to pay a lot of attention to like the distribution of weight and the balance and the center of gravity of the character. Does it have the feel you're going after? Does it feel like that person's really like braced correctly? Otherwise, your character will feel floaty and if they're punching or kicking, there's no impact to it. Cascader uses AI to gently, as you're posing your character, help you. It just gently moves it a little bit so that the hip is turned in just the right way, and now it looks better and it feels right. You don't have to do it. It's doing a lot of that work for you. And I've heard it can drastically speed up the process of posing 3D characters. This work I don't really do. But looking at it, I can totally imagine like the time saving, especially if you're using it on feature films, which I assume sooner or later every feature film will be using AI for that. Have you played around with any of the character stuff?
Yeah, I believe that like even does like some of the tweening for you when you like go from pose to pose. It'll automatically look like this realistic mocap kind of situation.
Oh, cool.
One thing, it's crazy. We live in a world, and Adobe's got Adobe Firefly, and Mixamo's just kind of been sitting there, dead as a doornail. And so I think one of the things that is super cool is seeing all these like AI versions of like what Mixamo would do. And there's this one site that I believe I promoted in a Motion Monday a while ago, but it's called Anything World. So anything.world. And basically what you can do is you upload a model. And one of the hardest things is like to actually rig and weight and do all that kind of stuff. And Mixamo's pretty good at that, but it doesn't do like quadrupeds. It doesn't do stylized characters very well. This Animate Everything, it's like in production or in development right now. And it allows you to do like ants and insects and cartoony characters that are more stylized proportions. I've tried it a few times, and I think with the model I have, it was just weird proportions. It wasn't working for me, but the examples I've seen are pretty incredible, and how you can just rig and apply animation to it pretty easily. I'm seeing a lot of with the advent of like a Move AI, you're having a lot of people capture all these different mocap animations and stuff. And so there's actually like libraries that are being made now that just has a store of all this new mocap. So again, you're not seeing like, we've seen some of these Mixamo mocap animations so long. You're like, oh, I know that's like that's the Moonwalker one from Mixamo and da da da. So it's gonna allow a lot of people more creative freedom to do whatever they want, not have to hack together Mixamo that hasn't been updated in years and years and years.
Yeah, so I'll throw out a couple more here. So one that I thought was pretty cool and is a really obvious use case for AI, it's called Tagbox. And basically, I know like news organizations are using some version of this and probably have been for a while. You have tons and tons of assets, right? If you're a studio that does a lot of 3D, you've probably got some massive folder somewhere of textures and reference. And, maybe you've been good about labeling things and tagging things in a useful way. Maybe you haven't. Well, AI has gotten very good at recognizing things in images. And so there's a tool called Tagbox, which uses AI to label your assets for you. And you can tell it to label it in a million different ways, and it's extremely robust. And so this is asset management using AI. It's not quite as sexy, but maybe even more useful. And then two more. So there's this whole world of visual effects that is being helped. Process is made much easier by AI. And there's a couple of products that one is already out. It's called Wonder Dynamics, and it's this really cool app where you can basically feed it video with humans in it, and it will automatically motion track those people. It will capture their motion. It will track the camera. It will basically paint a clean plate. It will remove the human from the shot and then replace them with the CG character of your choice, and you can even create your own and upload it. And it retargets the animation to the model, and it figures out the lighting somehow, and it tracks it to the camera, and it matches the depth of field and all of this stuff. And it does it basically with zero human intervention. It's kind of wild. So everyone can check out the demos of it. It's wild. I know Steven Spielberg is somehow involved in that startup. Mm-hmm. And then there's another one. Now that one is really seemed like it's targeting hobbyists who want to just use it to create something cool. There's another tool similar that seems much more geared towards professionals, and that's Simulon. So I got to interview the CEO and the founder of Simulon, Devesh. It's a startup based out of South Africa. And basically it's this visual effects tool. The idea is you can just use your phone as a camera, and you open the app, and basically it reads the geometry of your room, creates a map of it, and then you can import 3D objects into it and place them around the room wherever you want. Then you can hit record and record your take. And in real time, you're seeing a pretty good representation of what you're going to get in the end. And then when you hit stop, it does this whole process in the cloud where it, tracks the camera and it tracks lighting changes, and your phone has way more sensors than a typical camera. So it's taking all of that and it's creating this perfect photorealistic render for you in the cloud with you doing essentially nothing. And it's got a whole bunch of crazy tech under the hood. You can basically create a 360 capture of your room, LDR. It'll use machine learning to create an HDR from that, and then that's how it lights your scene. It can remember the shape of your room, and basically there's a file format where you could then hand that off to your buddy who's a 3D artist and say, here's my room, and they can animate a whole scene in it, in Blender or whatever. And then next time you open the app in your room, you'll see what they did. And now you can basically be the cameraman filming the scene that they animated on their computer somewhere else. So it's kind of this wild new way. And it's just kind of leveraging the sensors on your phone, machine learning, some AI stuff to make special effects 100 times easier to do. And to me, that's super exciting, man. That's the stuff that really gets me fired up.
Yeah,
about
the
AI.
stuff that's nuts. And I remember... I remember sharing this before, but yeah, even if you have lighting changing in the room, it actually in the cloud render will adapt all those light changes and stuff in that cloud render. So there's an example of a jade rock, kind of from Jurassic Park, that's got the little mosquito in it.
Yeah, the amber rock.
And you got the iPhone light, flashlight moving around it, and it's actually reacting to the lights, reflecting the light. It's pretty nuts. Yeah. But I mean, and then we go back to this whole thing of well, that's putting VFX workers out of jobs, right? Because then you need a team. So it's, yeah.
Well, you could, theoretically, yes, that could happen. But if we look historically, what typically happens when really difficult tasks become much easier, more of that task is wanted, right?
That's true.
So it, the shot that you're talking about, we're going to be showing the B-roll of it over this conversation.
Yes.
It's mind blowing when you see it. The first time I saw it, I actually didn't realize what it was. I'm pretty good at spotting visual effect shots, and I first thought it was just a real shot.
Yeah.
And then I saw the before, and I'm like, oh my God, that's not real. How is that possible? Because he's bringing his phone flashlight behind it, and it's shining through the amber, and it looks real. It's wild. And so that would have taken, someone who can do match moving, and someone to model the thing, and someone to, capture an HDRI and all those things. And now one person who knows this piece of software can do it. I think what will happen is we'll just see a lot more really cool stuff from like independent creators, you know, and I think we'll see a lot more viral clips using these techniques where it just would have been prohibitive to do it before, and now we'll just see a lot more of it. And it's also like for motion designers who are used to using different techniques from visual effects and illustration and video editing and putting them all together, it's not just another tool that we have. You know, to do really high-end compositing and match moving used to be super hard. I mean, it still is pretty hard, but this just makes it that much easier. And one of the cool things that I thought, one of the innovations was just, you know, like you mentioned, the lighting can change as you're shooting, right? And if you're relying on an HDRI by itself to match the lighting of something, HDRI lights don't change, right? So you have to, as the compositor, go in and manually tweak things to match the exposure and all that. This app, you don't have to do that because your phone is tracking the exposure changes and it knows the brightness of every single frame. You know, and it's got you know, LiDAR on it. It's got a LiDAR sensor and it's got a you know, compass, so it knows what direction it's pointing. All these things normal cameras don't have, and so you get so much more information as a compositor. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we can talk about the AI image generators. By this point, I'm sure everyone's played around with Midjourney or DALL-E or Firefly. All really great. I will say the one that's blown me away the most, so I'd say at the beginning of the year, Midjourney was my favorite. And I still think that you get the most beautiful output from it. And, you know, one of the interesting things that's come up recently is this idea that all of these tools, if you train them on the same data set, will eventually trend towards getting the exact same result. So when you see differences in these tools, what that means is that there's really most likely a difference in the data set they're using. They're either including things the others don't have, or they're excluding things that the others haven't excluded. Midjourney just seems like it's done a good job of curating, so you get these beautiful images. But when you try to get something really specific, right? Like, you know, a bald man holding something in his right hand, his t-shirt is black, and he's sitting in a yellow car. You're gonna get maybe a quarter of those things actually happening in the image. And then along comes DALL-E version 3, which you use through ChatGPT. And you can give it a laundry list of things, and it almost always gets most of them right. And it's bananas. Down to like, show me a designer using Photoshop, and you'll see the Photoshop interface on the screen. I don't know how that's working. And then Adobe Firefly has turned into, I think, the most high quality fake human generator.
Yeah.
The quality's insane. How often are you using image generators now, EJ?
You know, I canceled my Midjourney subscription probably over the summer just because I felt like, you know, everyone got the dopamine hits when they were first using it, and then they started adding all these new things, and I just didn't want to invest the time to learn how to use it. And you also felt like with the NFT stuff, like after you start using it a while, and you just feel kind of gross, and it's not very. I think this is the main question with AI and AI art. Like, whatever you feel about it, I feel, and I know a lot of artists share the same opinion, is like, I don't feel creatively fulfilled putting in prompts and generating images. It does nothing for me. And so at that point, if this job turned into just being a prompt engineer, sure, I'll go do plumbing because I think I probably get the same enjoyment out of there too. So I think a lot of why I would bet heavily on like Adobe is that they have been making artist tools for 30, whatever, how many years now. And so they I hope would approach it from an artistic standpoint where you do have, I keep saying this, the artist's hand involved, and there is a little bit of artistic direction and creative direction in whatever you're generating. And I think one of the reasons we all felt gross about Midjourney and DALL-E, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the whole Adobe Firefly thing, like, that is all like safe to use in commercial work because they bought Shutterstock, they have Adobe stock, they have all these assets that they have been training that data on. So they do come from, if you want to, like, you know, farm to table chicken, and like, you know, where that's grown and ethically
sourced
images. Like, is that basically what's going on with the Adobe Firefly?
The third course we completely re-recorded this year is our flagship Cinema 4D Basecamp course. This class is, without hyperbole, the best way to learn Cinema 4D. EJ Hassenfratz is not only a legendary artist in our scene, but also an incredible teacher. And in this updated version of the course, you won't just learn how to feel totally comfortable using Cinema 4D. You'll learn the fundamentals behind great 3D work like lighting, camera techniques, basic modeling, texturing, and look development. And you'll learn how to add smooth 3D animation to your arsenal, all in just 12 weeks. Check out what Cinema 4D Basecamp students have to say about the program.
After taking that course, you know all the basic knowledge, and not only about how to use the software, you know the principle of how this software works. EJ is one of the best teachers I've seen in my life. Take this course. From my experience, you won't regret.
Like I leveled up more than one less kind of thing. I would very much highly recommend anyone take this course, especially if you're nervous about 3D.
Wow, I learned so much so quickly. EJ is just a great teacher.
Sign up for the winter session starting January 8th, 2024, or join our mailing list at motionmondays.com to stay informed about all of the upcoming sessions and new training that we offer. All right, back to the podcast. Adobe does own Adobe stock, and it wasn't Shutterstock that they acquired. I forget the name of the company they did, but that was sort of part of the promise of it. Like Stability.ai, I believe, is still in the middle of a lawsuit. Getty is suing them, and I think some other companies are, because they basically scraped, the internet, and Firefly supposedly has used, images that Adobe had the rights to, right? So they didn't steal anything. I think there's more of a philosophical question there, like, are they stealing the soul of the artist by creating a tool that can now replicate what that artist did by training it on that? I actually don't think that's the case, and I've talked about that. But I also wonder how much of those kind of complaints, about this is stealing from artists. I wonder how much of that is actually just fear of this taking your job away, disguised as moral indignation. And the reason I say that is because that gets applied very unevenly, right? So like when it's, hey, I need an illustration of a character to put on my website, and I used to have to go either license an illustration from someone who drew it, or I'd have to commission something. Now I can go to DALL-E, I can say exactly what I want, I can bring it into Photoshop, use generative fill to fix the rest, and in about 2 minutes, it's done and it cost me zero. But then when it's like using, Cascader, right, to do character animation, and that had to be trained on something, right? Like that was trained on some library, some data set somewhere.
Right.
Same with rotoscoping, right? That was trained on a data set somewhere. No one gets mad about that. And so that's always been the interesting thing to me. I understand that's going to piss people off saying that, but this is kind of how I feel. I feel like if I'm being honest, I think a lot of that is bluster. That's going to get me in trouble. I could feel it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with the NFT stuff where it's like, oh, you're destroying the planet. And then it's like, all right, well, I'll use this one that doesn't use much energy at all. It's like, well, still, I hate NFTs. It's like, okay, you just hate NFTs in general. Like the environment thing was just a convenient thing to point at all the time. But yeah, with the Adobe,
do you think everyone who was complaining about that drove EVs? I mean,
right.
No, probably not.
I mean, if you really want to dig into the EV stuff, let me tell you, there are some shocking things to know.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, but just to kind of wrap up the AI image generator stuff, and I've mentioned this on when we're on tour on the DAT tour, I just find, and it's probably just because I, like we've talked about before, have a really bad artistic vocabulary. Like I don't know how to describe things well, and I know there's a ChatGPT thing that actually helped me with that. But I just find way more variety of exposure to a variety of styles and ideas just going on Pinterest. Like I canceled my Midjourney subscription, and I'm right back in Pinterest. And I find that like the problem with that is now I'm starting to see all the BS crap that I would generate with Midjourney popping up in my Pinterest feed. So it's like, no, I want the pure hits of inspiration from artists, like direct from the artist, and not this garbled up, regenerated garbage that is, you get from Midjourney by having zero knowledge of how to craft like a prompt to get anything different. Because I felt like if I want a cartoon frog, and okay, I'm going to add these different words, it's always the same kind of general looking thing, and it looks weird. But if I do cartoon frog in Pinterest, holy cow, like I got so much variety of different inspiration sources, and you pick from that, and then you are your own Midjourney at that point, I guess.
So it's hard for me to give an answer about whether I'm pro AI or no AI. I think because AI is really in everything at this point. So it's just a tool. It's actually been around a lot longer than we think it's been around. And so it's here for good. I think if we completely push it out of our minds, we're doing ourselves a disservice, because it's here to stay whether we like it or not. We just have to figure out how to use it to our benefit. So I would encourage everybody just to dig in and try to understand it so that we can create a new kind of art, a new kind of style, a new kind of integration between human and AI. Same thing with using software that we currently use. So there's that. I do feel like our clients are probably not going to learn how to create animations themselves, even if it is super easy. They have to come up with these ideas. They have to understand how to move and what the story is and all of those things. So I still feel like we will have roles, within this industry, but it's probably going to be closer to prompt engineers. So if we become prompt engineers, we really need to understand AI a little bit better and all of the programs, all of the integrations that it is elevating currently. We have to be better at using our words to tell AI what we want and what our client wants. So I think our clients will still need some sort of conduit between them and the final product. And we can be that, but we have to understand these programs that are rolling out rapidly. And that's the stress I think that everyone's feeling. It's like, which one should I focus on? There's a new one every day. So I would say, pick 3 and just do your best and try to figure out what you're liking about them versus what you're not, and then explore. But don't be afraid of it as much as you can, because if you can harness the power of it, then you have the leg up over your competitor.
There's far more surprise when you do a search across like human generated content than when you type something you think you want into Midjourney and you get something novel, and that's cool. There's something missing, man.
Yeah.
And this is where you can get pretty woo-woo. It's like, I think it's even more clear when you talk about AI generated video, but like even the most amazing AI generated images that I've seen, and there are some absolutely sick ones that I've seen, I mean, incredible. There's something missing, and it's not even that I can always tell that something's AI generated. I don't think you can really anymore sometimes. But when you see something that really like strikes you, it's almost always done by a human. Like
right.
That's been my experience anyway. I do want to talk about, there is this type of art that I started seeing several months ago using a technique called ControlNet. So this is something that you can basically do with certain AI generators. Stable Diffusion is the one that I've been playing around with. I think you might be able to do this to some extent with Firefly and Midjourney, maybe DALL-E, but really Stable Diffusion is the place to do this for now. And the idea is you feed it an input image, and you can basically assign that image a weight, and it will try to maintain the contours of that image with whatever it generates. And so I've been having a hell of a fun time playing around with this.
Yeah,
Taking the School of Motion logo and turning it into a plate full of olives, or a wintry scene. I recently had a very well-performing tweet where I took a picture of my buddy Chris Doe, and I made him out of dough. And it looks exactly like him.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a piece of bread where like it's basically burned, you know, like the cooked part of it looks like Chris dough. I made the After Effects logo out of pizza. I made you out of pants. I asked
No
it to make
hats,
hats and
though.
pants.
Yeah.
It only made pants.
AI.
And then I made myself out of corn, which is really terrifying. All of these you'll be able to see in the YouTube version of this. And what's crazy is that is a technique and a style that honestly I'm not sure there's a way to do without these tools. You obviously can, you know, and there's artists like Escher, you know, that played with this idea, you know, a long time ago, but it's so difficult to do this, to embed almost like a subliminal message out of a very complex piece of artwork. But if you stand back, you see your logo in it or you see words in it. And AI is amazing at that. So I thought that was cool because there was this Twitter user, Mr. Ugle, was his name, and he sort of got the credit for, you know, popularizing this style. He made these images that really went viral of these old painting. They look like painted villages with a spiral kind of embedded in the middle of it in this neat way. And I thought it was cool because this is the first time I saw something these tools had made that really seemed new to me. Like I have never seen that before, at least with that amount of fidelity. Have you played with that tool at all?
I mean,
DJ?
I'm looking at all this stuff in like the spirals, and they even show like the original RGB noise that the guy used, the Mr. Ugle. And I'm just like, this could be a stack. I'm just picturing Andrew Kramer showing you the effects stack in After Effects to do this exact thing, kind of
Right.
deal. By the way, that After Effects pizza, very tasty looking. But yeah,
It is.
there's a text version too, I see, with like a pizza with just random letters on it. But yeah, it's kind of like the weird stuff that you can do. And I saw you playing with this, where is the Adobe Firefly text generator, where you can make corn like out of actual corn husks and stuff like that. It's just, I just fail to get where you use this. One thing I did see that was pretty cool too with this AI stuff is really cool looking QR codes that looks like a design, and the QR code's like hidden somewhere. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool for like a business card, and like the QR code just embedded in it or hidden in it, and you don't have this ugly looking QR code stamp on something.
Yeah, and actually that is using the exact same technique, this ControlNet technique to do that. You know, and I think like we were talking about what are the actual use cases for this stuff and how much, you know, is this actually taking work away?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, frankly, the first thing you gotta realize is that like what makes these images like compelling is the idea behind it. Like Chris dough made out of dough. Now that's not the most clever idea.
Right.
Okay, it's pretty pedestrian. Okay, I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but the thing is, you have to have that idea. You have to, you know, I mean, like you and I, we're pun black belts. We train for that, right? So we're gonna be good at using this to make puns. You give this tool to like, you know, your average client that hires a motion designer, they're not going to have that much use for it, right? So again, it's just another creative tool now that it enables a capability that maybe is going to be useful 1 out of 1,000 times. This kind of stuff tends to be really useful for social media posts because you can be very clever with them. You can generate them very quickly, and you know, I could imagine entire businesses being built on top of upload your face and tell me what your favorite food is and get back that food that looks like you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that I think you hit on exactly why you see this stuff so much is because it benefits influencers, right? And so your feeds are filled with all this stuff when no one's actually using it. And it's just kind of like, it reminds me of someone that I think maybe uses Photoshop, but they consider themselves an artist, or like, oh man, like 3D artists are done. Because this, you know, this is going to replace 3D animators and stuff. I'm like, dude, you just showed me a still image that does nothing. Like you obviously have no grasp of what it takes to be a 3D artist. You're not even in the creative industry at all. It's like you're just a tech bro that is trying to be a tech bro influencer, and you're just spouting all this nonsense. But if you knew nothing about our industry, you'd believe it. Why wouldn't you? And so you would think like, oh, I can do anything, and I can replace 3D artists, and I can replace VFX artists with this tool. But I guess the problem is like if the employers of the VFX artists start watching this and start believing that too. And I think that's the real trouble, is if we start having clients that come to us and say, well, I just saw this on Instagram that this is super easy. And it's like, well, wait, no, that's not true. And you have to explain that away. So that's why I keep saying, like, I mentioned this before, that it's like these creative influencers are just like getting a little bit out of control. But I wouldn't let what you see on social media influence your day to day. It's kind of like that whole confirmation bias. If all you see is all this doom and gloom, it's like that's like it's all the worst stuff on social media. So don't believe it. Like get out, talk to people, and see like who's like actually doing well still, and they're not worried about AI and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know it's I think motion designers tend to be a little bit more online than the average person, because we're already like, well, we're already kind of like, we're using high tech tools all the time, and we're looking online for reference. So I think more, the average motion designer is probably more likely to have a Twitter account or an Instagram account than like, a lawyer or something like that. Right. And it's very easy, depending on who you're following, to have your feed be inundated with like, RIP designers, this is going to change everything. And then you see it and like that message stings when you read it. And then when you see what they're talking about, you're like, like I don't know how many times I've seen RIP video editors. Video editing is dead. Yeah. And then you see something that has nothing to do with video editing. They don't know what it is they're talking about. They're just trying to get the clicks. And I think this next thing we're going to talk about hopefully reassures anyone who's listening to this that has those feelings of dread, like, oh my God, I have 2 years left of my career that I've spent my whole life trying to get good at because AI is going to take my job. I can't guarantee anything, but I would bet a lot of money that is just not going to happen, based on a lot of things that I've been learning and hearing and seeing. So let's talk about AI generated video. So I remember, at the 2 half-res conferences ago, I gave a keynote speech, and I was showing some of the first AI generated video. And it was wild. I thought it was really cool looking, actually. It was super weird. None of these generators could create something with coherence. So like from one frame to the next, everything would change. It would kind of line up, but not really. And you'd get these insane looking renders that were really cool and stylized and weird for their own sake. And now all of these tools, what they're trying to do is be able to create photorealistic things, a car driving around a bend and, a model walking down a runway, whatever it is. And I've seen some pretty mind-blowing examples of this stuff, right? So the tools that everyone's using is Runway Gen 2. That's, I think, the most developed, the most kind of, the best quality version of this that exists right now. Mm-hmm. There's another thing called Pica, but Gen 2, they've recently added a feature called Motion Brush. So you can type in, like basically you could first generate an image, right? Like a bird on a branch. And it generates this photorealistic looking bird. And you want the bird's head to turn. So now you can paint right over the head of the bird, and you can type in a bird turning its head, and it'll generate a video. And it's the bird turning its head. Now that's as much control as you have. That's more than you had before. Right. And there's also some controls now where you can have the camera move. Yeah. So you could also add on top of that, the camera is getting closer to the bird or whatever. Okay, cool. Wonderful. The fact that this is possible at all is kind of miraculous. Now, I encourage everyone who's listening to this to check out the YouTube version and watch some of the samples that we're going to be editing in. Because when you see them, your first reaction is probably what mine was, holy shit, I can't believe that's possible. That's insane. It's a testament to human ingenuity that someone figured out how to do this. And then you start thinking specifics. Okay, if I was actually going to use this on a job, how would this be useful to me? And very quickly you realize it's not useful in almost any circumstance other than novelty.
So when it comes to generative AI, we're kind of in an interesting spot. As I record this in November of 2023, things have, at least from my perspective, calmed down a little bit. And I'm thinking both of large language model based systems, but also generative media systems. And I'm grateful that things have calmed down a little bit. There's still a lot of improvements being made and new products being rolled out, but it feels more incremental than the crazy Cambrian explosion that we had about a year ago when some of these platforms first started launching. And that's good because we can now catch our breaths. Most importantly, we can kind of look at all these tools and models and think, okay, beyond the obvious fun that we can have with these and the mind-blowing things that they're capable of, what are they actually useful for? And this gets at the heart of the question of, and am I going to be out of a job in 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years? What I think is interesting is that these tools, generative AI tools, maybe aren't as amazing as they've been sold to be in many cases, especially when it comes to using them to replace people and studios. It's what I heard somebody say, if you can use, generative AI to create kind of C+ work, and if that's good enough for your company, then okay, I guess if you're working in that kind of C+ tier of your offering, if your offering, is at that level, then yeah, you're going to be screwed by generative AI. If, however, you're positioned as a more premium brand or premium freelancer, so you make B and A level work, I think that it's going to be quite some time until you feel a real pinch from generative AI. What has turned out to be true is that even if you're good at prompt engineering, you still need to know what it is you're trying to accomplish and how the generative AI is going to help you get there. So you need to have a clear vision when you use ChatGPT or Midjourney or any Stable Diffusion based platform. You need to know, okay, I have this problem and here's the solution I'm going after. And that turns out to be really hard for most clients to do. It's what creatives do. That is what we do, is we connect the business problem to a design solution. And so even when clients want to cut us out of the mix because we're expensive and we take too long, and maybe we're picky about things they don't want us to be picky about, even when they want to cut us out, I think they're finding that they're quite limited in how far they can get. And maybe they're a little disappointed in what they can do on their own. So I'm not too worried about things for the near future. In the longer run, yeah, we're all going to have to rethink the way that we do pretty much everything that we do. We've done this before with the advent of desktop computers. And even before that with things like, cameras and other disruptive technologies. We have learned how to incorporate those into our workflows and redefine what we do and redefine our job titles and our job descriptions around those tools. And we'll continue to do that, I think.
Someone that I recommend you follow on this is Curious Refuge. So I love this story. So the first marketing director at School of Motion was Caleb Ward. He's a good buddy of mine. His wife Shelby worked here for a while too. Awesome power couple. And when he left, he started a company called Curious Refuge. And at first he was trying to just he's an amazing marketer, and he was trying to figure out how to do marketing and create marketing content. And then he started dabbling with AI tools once they came out. And he created a movie trailer, I believe the one that went mega viral, it was either Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, directed by Wes Anderson. And all of a sudden it was everywhere. And it was being featured on the news, and he got asked to speak at conferences, and major Hollywood filmmakers and directors were having conversations with him. How did you do this? And he is making about as high fidelity versions of these AI trailers as you can make. And he's now teaching a course in how you use these tools to do it. And, they made an AI generated documentary about Milli Vanilli. They're making lots of AI generated films, and it's amazing what they're doing. If you watch them and you imagine, can I get a client to pay me for this? The answer is almost certainly no. And if you could, that client would ask you for changes that you can't make. And if the client said, hey, could that shot last 1 second longer? The answer is no, it can't, because it doesn't exist for 1 second longer. And if I try to extend it, I can't control what it's going to do, right? Now, we can talk in a minute about, is that going to get fixed? And in the future, is it going to be possible to do all those things? But for now, our jobs are very safe, okay, based on the current state of these things. I have thoughts on the future of it, but EJ, what's your take on these AI video generators?
I mean, I think you're right. Like, I think it's just like I keep going back to the Secret Invasion that Marvel did. And I feel like I don't know. Have you watched it? I heard it didn't do very good, like as far as...
I didn't see the show. I did see the intro, all the controversy.
So there you go. So you know about that show. You probably wouldn't know about that show if it wasn't for all that controversy. So I think that was a good marketing thing for Marvel. And they say like all publicity is good publicity, and I think that a lot of brands might just do that just to do that. Like, isn't there like a Beyonce AI thing that?
Oh, there's a lot. There was I think there was a Jennifer Lopez one.
Jennifer Lopez, yeah. Mixing up my divas, but I just think it's like a very kitschy kind of thing. But I think unless you're specifically trying to make someone know for a fact that you used AI for something, I don't think anyone's gonna use it. Like what's the first Super Bowl commercial that's just all weird AI generated crap that just like everyone's just like, wow, did you see that? I feel like a Super Bowl commercial is like perfect for that kind of hacky kind of thing. Didn't someone just do like a QR code? It was one of those crypto places, just like a QR code on a screen for 15 seconds.
Oh, right. Yeah. That was, I can't remember, was it last year?
That's all I see for it now. Maybe on the Las Vegas Sphere, you have some weird stuff on there. But yeah, I highly doubt that this is going to get to the point where it's going to replace anyone's jobs until it becomes, like you said, art directable, where you can actually execute the things without literally having to like remake most of it from scratch, like they had to do with the Secret Invasion thing, where they said it took them longer to do than if they would have just done something from scratch. So I don't know. And those are some of the most talented people in the industry needing that long.
Yeah. I mean, I think the paradox here that, and I'm not the only one that feels that this way. I was actually really, it felt good to hear Justin Cohn's answer on this. He basically echoed a sentiment I have, which is that the promise of these tools does not live up to the reality of most of them. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's mind blowing. It's game changing technology that this is possible at all. But, telling stories and creating emotional resonance in the viewer, and especially when you've got a brand involved and clients and other humans that want their thumbprint on that project too, the level of control that you will need to be able to have with these AI tools to have them be professionally useful in most cases, that control is going to have to be so extreme that the amount of work it will take is going to be basically identical to just, using After Effects or something like that. So even once we have that control and we can precisely control the camera move and create 60-second long takes that are indistinguishable from reality and control the exact moment the AI actor looks over and blinks and, and try to create that exact performance we're after, well, you're still going to need a human to tell it to do that. Now, I can't say that it will never be possible for an AI to do all of the things from scratch without a human being involved. I can tell you, based on what I'm learning about how these tools work, that's not possible. That's not even conceptually possible with the current architecture of them. I think I'm really curious to see what the next iteration of ChatGPT looks like, because ChatGPT 4, as mind-blowing as it is and as incredible of a tool as it is still mostly useless for for all but like the lowest level of writing.
Right.
It's great at editing copy and giving you notes and helping you come up with ideas. It's great. I love it. We use it for Motion Mondays a lot of times to come up with puns. It's very good at just sort of surfacing ideas for you to choose from. But it always gives you 9 terrible ideas and 1 good one. And you have to have the taste to be able to do it. And as far as like writing articles and writing books and writing stories, it's just not good at that. It really just isn't. And if you've used it for any length of time, you'll know there's a vast chasm between what it's capable of and what a creative, well-trained artist is capable of. And I've talked to people who work on these tools, and I think that chasm is a lot bigger than the average person realizes, and it's not clear how to close it all the way. And so I think that what we're really going to see is these tools being used as tools. And, AI generative video, I think, is probably more useful when you layer in something like Krea, right? Where it's generating video, but it's generating it using as a guide a 3D scene that you created, right? And a prompt that you created. And then you're able to go in afterwards and use other tools, generative fill. I assume at some point there will be generative fill for video. That's probably the After Effects version of it that will eventually come out. And you use that to replace the one thing you didn't like. And now you have something that you can edit into a larger piece that's useful, right? And it's going to take that amount of work for the foreseeable future. So that's I could be eating my words in 12 months. But I don't know, based on what I've been learning and based on what I've been seeing, I'm really just not worried right now about motion design. It's a different story when we talk about stock photography.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe that business model takes a big hit.
Yeah.
But even that, ad agencies want very specific things.
Yeah, if you're a logo designer, if you're doing something that you can easily type in something and get 80% of the way there, then yeah, like if your job could get 80% of the way there with AI, I think you're in trouble. Yeah. But not what we do when there's so many moving parts. And someone even like did a tweet on this. I wish I remember who it was, but it's like the amount of applications and things we need to do, and then also communicate with clients and all this stuff that we need. Like, you really think an AI is going to do all that? And like another line I like to always go to is like, you can't train AI to give a shit. Like, AI does not care what emotions that you have. AI doesn't have these human experiences that we have and know what resonates with another human being or not. Maybe someday it will, when they're actually sentient and can experience human experiences, but you can't train AI to give a shit about what people feel when they watch something or to buy your brand. It can just make you... I feel like the only thing AI can do right now is give the oh, that looks cool. Like, that's interesting. But you're going to buy a Coke based off of some weird gobbledygook?
Yeah, it's an asset generator that you can then use assets from. That's the current state of it. Yeah. And frankly, I think it would have to get orders of magnitude better before motion designers are really being replaced at a big rate. I think if your job is making social media thumbnails for blog posts, then AI is going to replace most of that.
And they're not paying much for that anyways, right? You know what I mean? Like,
no, and that's the kind of stuff where it's like, it really, you're going to get a better result. It's going to be faster. It's going to save everybody money. Like, it makes sense to use AI for that. But when Spotify wants a new motion system, or they want to rebrand, AI is not doing that. Like, it'll be used in, maybe used to generate extra ideas or assets. God, there's some really useful things about it. Like I've used AI to face swap, right? So my daughter had her bat mitzvah this year, and she wanted me to make a video for her. So I took her face and face swapped it onto my body, and I pretended to be her. And that's something that used to be very difficult to do and would have taken me, weeks and weeks of hardcore visual effects to do. And now it's literally like a drag and drop tool, and you just hit render and it's done. And then the face is perfectly matches the lighting, the mouth moves correctly. It's and by the way, it's as awful as your.
It is creepy, yeah. And it's not like you would have hired someone to go through all that.
Yeah, I would have put someone in therapy asking them to do it. It was better I did it myself. I think AI is going to be used a lot for translating, for doing localization of content, because now I will say voiceover is going to be disrupted by AI big time. The quality of AI generated voices is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I cannot believe how real it sounds and the inflection. And you're even getting now tools where you can control the inflection to some extent. Check out 11 Labs. That's a really amazing tool. And, that's going to take jobs. I used to be a voiceover artist, so I think I would be getting a lot less work. Now, the movie trailer guy, he's not getting replaced by AI just yet. But, the local, car dealership and, Ford needs 80 versions of this thing. Yeah, they're just going to use an AI voice for sure. I think you can also now change lip sync. So you can have me speaking French, which I actually can do. It just doesn't sound French. It sounds like Texan French. So let's talk about some other technologies that are sort of, I think, tangentially related to AI. And you've used the term G-splat a few times in this conversation. So that's Gaussian splatting. Last year, we talked about NERFs, neural radiant fields, which it was essentially a way, you can think of it like photogrammetry. You take your phone or a camera and you capture a scene from every different angle, and then it runs it through this AI algorithm, and now you've got this very high fidelity photoreal 3D scene. That's neural radiance fields. And from my understanding, the disadvantage there is it's super compute heavy to create them. It takes a long time, and then the playback of them takes a lot of processing power. So they're amazing, it's a cool novelty, they're not actually that useful. But Gaussian splatting is a different technique that achieves basically the same thing. You use a camera to capture a scene, you run it through this software, and the software essentially reconstructs the scene out of millions of these little dots, or these splats, they're called. And the splats change their color based on what direction the camera is pointing, and that's basically how it mimics the lighting in the scene and reflections and things like that. And the difference between Gaussian splatting and NERFs is that Gaussian the Gaussian splats can be created way faster, takes a lot less resource, and they can play back in real time, no problem, on like a phone. And so I've seen demos of Unreal Engine using Gaussian splats. Spline now uses Gaussian splats, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. Have you played with these at all, EJ?
Yeah, no, in your web browser too, no less, you can get these Gaussian splats working on Spline. I haven't messed with
photoreal. Yeah, photoreal 3D stuff.
Human faces, and I mentioned Bad Decisions Studio before, but Bad Decisions, they did a really good overview of like what the heck G-splats is and what it compares to NERF, and they're doing a lot of experiences, or a lot of experiments with it. So like they'll just go out on a boat, and they're in Dubai right now, and so they're on a boat and they're recording one of the many weird giant buildings in Dubai, and they basically captured it in a video. I think there's like different things to keep in mind when you are doing a video, so I think it has to be a few minutes long to capture some of the angles and stuff like that. But then, you can use that building, and they built this whole photorealistic scene inside of Unreal Engine using the G-splats. It's all real time, and it looks like a shot from like some very complex VFX shot or something like that would have taken forever to make that shot, and they did it all within like a few minutes. So it's pretty crazy. I know a few different apps are adopting it as well. So you got Unreal, I think you got Blender that can use it. I don't know if any other apps are using the G-splats yet, but I guarantee it's only a matter of time. You have Loom AI, which also is a motion capture, and Polycam. Polycams can record G-splats now. So yeah, move over NERFs. Your last year's news.
NERFs, old hotness.
NERF.
I think like Gaussian splats are. I mean, it's basically a brand new sort of like asset format that now we can play with. And I saw a really cool example from Spline. So basically they captured, I think they used Luma AI, which is an iPhone app you can download and do object capture with it. They created a G-splat of this woman, and then they took that, they put that into a 3D scene and put like this piece of glass in front of her and matted her out. When you move around the glass, you no longer see her. So it's kind of like you're looking through a portal and you see this person, and there was like extra 3D geometry and lighting, and it was all playing real time in a web browser.
Yeah.
And you think about like, you know, like having a portfolio site with a G-splat of you mixed in with 3D objects in this cool way. And as you scroll, the head turns. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do now. And you get basically photorealism for free with Gaussian splatting. I think there's going to be other use cases for it where you can take geometry and fully rendered scenes and turn them into Gaussian splats because of the performance benefits of that. And there may be some cases where actually that's a better file format for your use case. But I think as far as enabling motion designers to capture photorealistic things and then play with them, I know there's already plugins for Blender and Unreal. I don't know if there is for Cinema 4D. If there's not, I'm sure there will be any day, because this seems like a very useful tool. And some of the coolest examples I've seen are where people take Gaussian splats of like a scene, you know, like the ground, and there's a little brook and, you know, maybe a chair, and they bring it into Unreal. And using Unreal, you can then say, okay, I want to basically reveal these things in some cool kind of wizard magical way. And, you know, there's like a blue ring that spreads out and slowly reveals the scene, but the scene looks 100% real.
Yeah.
So it's like the best special effect you've ever seen, and it's not hard to do with this technology. It's kind of wild. I know Simulon, Devish was telling me that they've been playing around with enabling, you know, both actual 3D geometry and Gaussian splats inside of that app. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot more about this. Yeah, and I assume you're looking forward to playing with all this too.
Oh yeah, well, just like with the Simulon stuff, like in that Unreal scene, you can have that like sky and sun kind of light, and so you can even change the lighting, and that object's lighting will change as well. So it's pretty nuts, but yeah, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, you can use it in Unreal now, and I think that's the key is with a lot of this AI stuff. Is it has to have that like, of course I can use it for this. Like, of course Adobe Firefly or Generative Fill, I can see how I can use that every day. And if I want to, I can do that right now. But there's a lot of this stuff with AI that even Midjourney is kind of weird where you got to go into Discord and type stuff and there's a disconnect there. Right. I think for AI adoption, it's like just with like the AR VR stuff, like you can't be right now with a lot of this AI stuff, you're walking around with this dumb giant headset on, bouncing on the walls and stuff. And I think a lot of this stuff we need to wait for the nice sexy Ray-Ban version of it that we could just pop on and walk in and out of places while people looking at us weird.
Yeah. All right. So briefly, we can touch on some legal issues with AI, which are still being figured out as of this recording. And I think this is probably just going to take the better part of a decade to kind of make its way through the courts. But, you know, there's this big question of if you use Midjourney or DALL-E to generate an image, can you copyright that image? Who owns it, right? And so as of this recording, the Copyright Office still says you cannot copyright AI-generated work because it lacks human authorship. And, you know, there's a whole gigantic can of worms in there that someone's got to dive into. I mean, I think that is a really difficult problem to solve. And if it turns out that there is no way to, you know, generate a copyright for an AI-generated image, I think that is going to really limit the use cases for these things, especially at bigger companies, you know, the Apples and the Googles and the Facebooks. They can't really afford to be loosey-goosey with copyright. And so that's going to be really interesting. But then there's this bigger question, and I have no answers, but I'll let you take a crack at it, DJ, if you want. But here's the question. So if you can't copyright AI-generated work, what constitutes AI-generated work? If I take a photo, but then I replace, you know, a third of it using Photoshop's generative fill, does that now make that image an AI-generated image? And so now I can't copyright it? And who's the arbiter of that? And so that's just one question. You can see how this gets pretty squirrely pretty quick. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things with even just general copyright, where if you download an image from someplace, but you change it enough, it's fine. But like you said, what is that enough though, that you readapt it? Or, I mean, some places just straight up say you can't readapt this no matter what. But I think it's going to be interesting because there's a bunch of people right now that are probably using generative fill for work and for brands. Is it something where brands specifically clients will specifically tell you, like, don't use any AI in any of this work because we don't want to eventually get sued if it turns out that even with Photoshop generative fill stuff, that's all copyright or that's copyright or not copyright, or you're going to get in trouble for that. So I think there's a lot of giant brands that are, like you said, are going to be very, very iffy about working with any kind of AI at all, just because of one small thing is not worth a huge lawsuit.
Yeah, I think, that's another reason that I'm not really afraid of, a whole bunch of motion designers losing their jobs to AI tools. I think until it's really clear who owns the output of these tools and what the legality of using them is, I don't think major corporations are going to feel comfortable like having certainly not fully AI generated imagery being used in major ways. I just don't see that happening. Mm-hmm. And I think, frankly, it's going to be a really tough one for the court system to kind of figure out. I mean, at least the U.S. government tends to take a really long time to wrap its head around these sorts of things. I think this could take decades, frankly. There's a couple of lawsuits going on right now that I'll mention. So one is going on versus Stability AI. I know it's against Stability AI, DeviantArt, and Midjourney, and I'm pretty sure Getty is one of the plaintiffs. And they, and then there's another lawsuit that's headed up by Sarah Silverman, the comedian, who's really funny, and she's suing Meta because Meta has an AI that was trained on a whole bunch of text, including her book, and she didn't give them permission to train their model on their book. So both of these cases have had big setbacks recently. And I'm not a lawyer, so take this with a grain of salt, but the crux of it, from what I can understand, is in order for copyright infringement to be found, there has to be some new work that was created that infringes upon another work, okay? And so the fact that this model was trained on your work without your permission is not actually copyright infringement, I think, is kind of the crux of it. And so it almost feels like the problem these cases are having is there isn't a clear law that was broken. Right? Now, if the model was used to generate something that looked very similar to Sarah Silverman's book, then you could claim copyright infringement. But the model itself, you can't blame it, right, for existing, even though it was trained on something that was copyrighted. So it's a really complex sort of legal question. I don't have the answer. As far as what I hope happens, I hope that at least there's some clarity in the next couple of years, because at first I didn't even know how to feel about these things, and I tend to not feel like they're actually stealing from artists. I know that's super controversial, and I think really intelligent people could tell me I'm an idiot and disagree with me, but I made a long video about this, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, where I was basically making the case that these tools, these models, they're looking at artwork the way humans do. They're noticing attributes about that artwork like humans do. And then they're able to make new things that are heavily inspired by those things like humans do.
Right.
The only difference is it's not a human. And so it's more of a philosophical question. But legally, I really would love clarity on this. I'd love to know, is the YouTube thumbnail we're going to make for this actually not copyrightable?
Right.
I don't know. How do you feel about all this? I think you have a slightly different view than me.
I mean, they can't even figure out, artists taking from other artists without AI involved at all. There's in the music industry, you have people sampling people all the time, right? And sometimes they don't get sued, sometimes they don't. And I feel like a lot of that is maybe just if the original artist wants to sue or not. There was the Ed Sheeran Marvin Gaye thing that Ed Sheeran ended up winning the copyright infringement lawsuit. And so it gets into, like I said, like you said, I don't know much about these legal issues and stuff like that, but I feel like it's going to probably, is all this going to come to a head where a big company or a union is going to say, like, you know what, this isn't going to fly. We're going to go back to the negotiating tables because all this streaming stuff we didn't negotiate for and all this AI stuff we didn't negotiate for. And now we have something in place where we're keeping actors' jobs because we're saying you cannot use this actor's image in any future movie or any type of property from here on out unless you pay that original actor. And so I feel like it's just, how do you police that though with motion design and every single image that's on the internet? Not even motion design, but just images in general. And one of the things that I'm always weird about is that when you deal with these tech companies, like, do you ever read through every single word in the Instagram usage EULA kind of stuff?
The terms of service? No, definitely not.
No, but I guarantee in there somewhere it says, oh, by the way, we can use this image you post on our platform, whatever the hell we want. And I know that for a fact, like, they have some platforms, they do just that because they'll make an ad. Like Facebook will make an ad out of whatever images you posted on your Facebook feed, from a few months ago. So I think it's just like, even when you use your iPhone or upload anything anywhere, like, you don't know what rights you are giving away by simply just activating your phone, because these you're just selling your data constantly. And Apple's, actually on the good side of this, I guess, because they just threw a wrench in the works for all the Facebook stuff and all the data they were taking from iPhone data and user data and stuff like that. So it's just like, and I guarantee that's just the tip of the iceberg of what information and what rights we're giving away by doing the simplest mundane things like going on Chrome, and that's a Google browser. Like, what are they using that I didn't think they had the rights to, but they do because I'm using it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, all of that's going to be, figured out by people much smarter than us over the next several years. And we'll try to stay on top of it. So the last thing I want to talk about with AI, I really just kind of want to address, I think, the doom and gloom aspect of it, like really head on. So and I think there's kind of two parts to this. One is the overall, artificial general intelligence is going to destroy humanity. And there's this, interesting thought experiment called the paperclip problem, where the idea is, what if you tell a really smart AI, hey, your goal is to make paperclips, and it realizes that the best way to do that is to take all humans and to carbonize them and to turn that into paperclips. And so it ends up killing all humans because you told it to make paperclips, right? And I think that's a really stupid thing to worry about.
Good movie.
There's much more well-read people on the AI train than I, who can tell you why that's silly. But in general, the same reason I'm not afraid of motion designers losing their jobs, at least in anything approaching the short term, is the same reason I'm not afraid that AI is actually going to cause harm to humans. None of these tools are alive, right? They may seem alive. They're not conscious. That's not a thing. And personally, I don't think they can be conscious. I don't think that's possible. You could disagree, but my point is, human intention is what makes the work that we do useful to other humans. And the technical ability that an artist has to render a certain thing a certain way, or to animate a certain thing a certain way, those are table stakes. You have to be able to do that if you're going to be a professional artist. But actually what we're all paid to do is to use our creativity to solve problems for our clients using the tools we have. And AI is just currently either completely useless at that, it can't do it at all, or it can try and it's terrible at it. And it's not clear how it could ever not be terrible at it because it doesn't have intent. There's not like a feedback loop. the way there is being a human being. And I know I'm grossly oversimplifying the way these tools work, but what I would say is anyone listening that's curious where I sort of came up with these ideas, I'd go read Daniel Jeffries, who I interviewed last year. He's written extensively about this stuff. And the truth is, I don't think it's plausible at all that AI on its own, of its own accord, will do humans harm. Now, can AI be used to harm humans? Yeah, of course it can. Anything can, right? I could take this pencil. I could stab you in the eye with it. We should outlaw pencils? No, of course not. So AI, to me, that's all it is. It is a tool. Again, the word AI, I think, is a problem, and maybe things would be easier if we didn't call it that, if we just called it something else, closer to what it actually is, which is a neat software technique that we're now using to do interesting things. Specifically, as it relates to our industry, I can tell you the current iteration of these tools, even as amazing as the output is, it is mostly just novelty as it relates to motion design. It's not novelty as it relates to, say, stock photography, that it is disrupting that. Or custom illustration, or quick and dirty logos that someone would have gone to Fiverr for, and now they'll get on ChatGPT and they'll get something usable, right? Those things are going to actually take away work. Frankly, they are probably going to mostly take away work that never would have gone to you, professional motion designer, anyway. They are mostly taking away work from hobbyists, people on Fiverr, and stuff like that. I do worry a little bit about these tools making it a little harder to get your foot in the door, because some of that stuff is entry level.
One other thing I think AI is going to have an effect on potentially is new folks coming into the industry. Like before, you'd have to take $10,000 to become a really good artist, but then you could generate these really beautiful hand-drawn pieces using AI. So I wonder what that's going to do to the enthusiasm of young folks coming into design when, instead of being able to you'll have to take X amount of hours to learn something, the same thing that you would spend so much time doing, you have to learn with a click. And that could be discouraging for some folks. But it's also going to force people to have to add an extra, something to their skill set. It's no longer just your ability to execute, but again, what is your creative perspective, right? What's the idea in addition to the execution?
And the entry level stuff can, a lot of it, be done by AI now. But assistant editing, that used to be how people got into editing, right? You'd go through footage and you'd log it, and basically it's just watching it and labeling it. And a lot of that can be automated now. So how do you get your start as an editor at a big post shop? I don't know. I think that's going to be a little different. But I do not see how these tools could, even in theory, replace a 2D animated explainer video like the kind Rive does. There's nothing that even approximates that yet. And even if there was, it would be terrible, and there's not a clear path to make it not terrible and art directable and as cheap as just going and hiring a studio or a freelancer. So I don't know if that makes anybody listening to this feel better, but I am very much bullish on motion design still. And I don't think AI is going to hurt it the way a lot of people think it is.
One tool in particular that we've used a lot on our channel is Runway. So they have text to video tools where you can type in a text prompt and it will create a new video from scratch, usually in a certain style. So this is where the threat comes to animators, right? And there's also the idea of text to video, but stylizing an existing video. And the tools really aren't that customizable. There's still a long way to go when it comes to that. And oftentimes I feel like you could get a better result almost hiring an animator to do it for you, because these tools you have to pay for. So if you think about the budget that you would use for that tool and compare it to the cost of a motion designer to get a much better result, it's still much more worth it to go with the human option, which sounds so weird to have to say.
I think, frankly, it may do what technology generally does, which is create an even greater demand for the thing that's now easier to do. I'm curious, what parts of that do you agree or disagree with?
I know we both listened to Scott Galloway, and he spoke on this topic a lot. And I really liked what he said, is that every technological revolution, at first there's a net negative, right when the technology comes out. But then after that, it's a net gain. And so I think hopefully, to share with your bullish attitude or outlook, I would expect that to be the same thing. But I think a lot of people just immediately want to go to the negative. I think it will, like, you really have to want to be in this industry. I think it's going to weed some people out that think it's all, it's all rainbows and no pain, to quote your book.
Right.
But it is going to be harder for a lot of beginning artists because, how I cut my teeth in the industry was I am self-taught. I focused a lot more on, well, I know the tool very well. I'm a shitty artist though. And I had to still to this day, I'm still relearning my brain to not focus so much on the tool and what am I putting into it? Because there's all these tools you can use to this day and there's only going to be more. But if you're just putting garbage in, you're getting garbage out of every single one of those apps. And so I know a lot of, I get to meet a lot of students doing education or doing tutorials or school of motion, but actual students in colleges, a lot of them that will reach out and be like, oh, I need feedback on this for my assignment or for me to pass my grade. And I'm just it breaks my heart because I'm just I don't know how you're going to cut it. Your work is not great. Whatever you are learning in school is not right. And I just don't know how you're going to make it in this industry. And so you're right. You're going to have a lot less of those jobs that I had to even get footing in the industry and to have myself do a self-realization of I need to stop sucking less, and learning the new soft body simulation thing in Cinema 4D is not going to help me get there.
Right.
And so I think if anything, why I share your bullish mentality is that there are so many things that we do in our day-to-day that is not creative at all. I think about rigging and weight painting and UV unwrapping and modeling to an extent is kind of creative, but also there's uncreative model or aspects of it like retopology. And there are so many things in our day-to-day that keeps us from being an artist. And so I think AI is going to be that thing that, if you think about it the right way, is actually going to free you up to do more of what you thought AI was actually going to take from you, when actually it's just giving it back to you. Think of all the just normal updates that software had, like Procreate Dreams and all this stuff. There's so many things that what if Procreate Dreams was using AI to help us animate? Would people be as stoked on it as they are? Probably not. But yeah, it's got an identity, a marketing issue AI does, but I share your outlook. At the end of the day, I think we need to stay positive. I think we need to kind of look inside and there's nothing you're going to do about, you're not going to fight AI. You can embrace it. I think you're going to have to be forced to embrace it because I think it's just going to get added to apps that you use, whether you like it or not. And so I think it's focusing on the things, the storytelling, the being creative, the bringing creative solutions to the table, because that's why a client hires you anyways. They have a message, a story to tell, or a commercial they need to make, and you're the creative problem solver that comes up with the concept. You storyboard, you know how to execute. It doesn't execute exactly as you would think it would, so you come up with different solutions. None of that's going to change. None of that process is going to change at all with AI.
Yeah, and I think that was echoed a lot by the guests that we had on this episode. A lot of people said some version of what separates artists now. And I've said this so many times in different speeches and probably different videos on this channel. It was enough when I was getting into motion design to know the tool and be good at the tool. That was enough. And after a while, it wasn't anymore. Now you had to know the tool and the craft. You had to understand either design or animation, plus After Effects or Photoshop or Illustrator, or Cinema 4D. And, now it feels like, those things, knowing all of that, probably still enough, to be honest, but it's not enough to be at the top, to just know the tool and the craft. Now you have to have good ideas, and you have to understand how those ideas connect to your client's business problem. And so, companies like Buck have really positioned themselves well to be able to address not just hey, we need something amazing to sell this product, but also what's the strategy we should take in like, concepting that, and then how should we deploy it, and what's a cool venue we could use to create an activation event, and and there's just way more strategy to it, and I think that that's what clients are going to be hopefully asking of us more and more, in realizing that when execution becomes almost free, right? I said this much earlier because we've been recording for hours. Over time, the cost of basically anything trends towards zero, but your ideas, your ability to create a custom bespoke strategy for that client that makes sense and then execute it, AI cannot do that. Maybe it will be able to at some point. I think it's unlikely in our lifetimes that AI will be able to literally come up with a campaign and a strategy and execute it and take feedback and all of those things. I don't think that's happening. And as long as that's the case, I think motion designers are safe.
Yes.
So
until
I'm
it
bullish.
just holds off until we're retired, then I don't give a crap what AI can do at that point.
Yeah, just wait till EJ and I are done.
Yeah, just wait another 15, 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. We're kidding. All right, let's talk about the motion economy. We've kind of hinted at this already, but this year was not a great year for most people in the industry. So let me give you a quick rundown, the way I saw the timeline of this happen. And then, especially you, Ryan, since you're out of studio right now, I'd love your take on this. So this is what it looked like from my perspective as the owner of School of Motion. So COVID happened, and COVID triggered this massive, sort of government reaction to it, and a lot of restrictions that shut down a lot of businesses. Okay, instant economic crisis, the worst I've ever seen. Hopefully, the worst any of us will ever see for the rest of our lives. Possibly not, but fingers are crossed. Okay, so then people are out of work and the economy is tanking. What do? The government prints trillions of dollars to sort of prop things up and make sure that people can survive and the economy keeps going to some extent. And so then what happens? Well, there's inflation because of that. And what happens when there's inflation? The Fed has to raise rates to try and cut inflation, and then that triggers a recession. Now we are, as of this recording, not officially in a recession, I guess the way recessions are defined, although it sure does feel like a recession in a lot of parts of the economy.
Everyone is trying to understand what happened this year, but the issue wasn't 2023. The issue was the prior 2 years and sort of what led us to this point. And I think for a lot of folks in like financial services or in Wall Street, they essentially saw this coming because what happened right over the last few years? COVID happened, and so what the government essentially did was they infused a ton of money into the economy by dropping interest rates, allowing tech companies to really invest, right? The ability to sort of borrow free money. And this is what tech does, right? They do blitz scaling. They move quickly. They want to grow because they're trying to take over, they're trying to own a section of the market. And so because of that, we saw an infusion of hiring happening at a lot of these companies, which meant for a lot of us, we were able to get a ton of work, especially in a world where live action and other sort of ways of producing content was very limited. What did that lead to? That led to inflation, right? Eventually, all that money that was infused into the market, all those lower interest rates, they have to pull that out and they have to raise rates, right? And the inevitable outcome that everyone knew was going to happen from this was inflation, right? And what happens when inflation exists is a recession happens, right? And so I think an economist can kind of lay this out and say, yes, right? These are the steps that are going to happen when something awful like COVID happens. And so it really wasn't 2023, right? I always say we can't look at 2020 to 2022 as any sort of, what are we getting back to normal, right? I don't think we're ever going back to that. And so I often recommend to look back to 2018, 2019, like that is a better new normal for us to look at. But I would say even the last 2 weeks, I've sort of shifted my thinking around that because there is no new normal right now, right? We've got AI, there are new tools, like so much has changed that this idea of establishing an equilibrium, like everything feels shaky. We don't know what steady feels like because what we did in 2019 is not what we do today, and the tools that exist have evolved so much. And the truth of it all is tech was overbloated, right? Decision making was really challenging. And I say this as someone who loves my tech friends and working at them, but those teams were out of control, And so I don't necessarily think it's it's awful when people get laid off, but it was not a sustainable way of working. And so the longer that we perpetuated this idea that this is how the industry is, I think the more pain people will feel, and the longer we don't want to stretch that pain out over a long period of time.
So interest rates are now much higher than they've been for most of the past 10, 15 years, really. And that means there's less investment happening in tech. Tech companies have had to get profitable. They've had to really slash spending. A lot of that has meant layoffs. There's like a ton of layoffs this year, and that started last year. And so all of that has trickled down to motion design, meaning there's just less work to go around. And, I've heard wildly different reports from studios. I've had some studios say that this is the worst year they've ever had. And you can hear it in their voice when they talk about it, that this is scary and they're still in a bad spot.
As far as Cream Studio goes, we had a really hard time getting projects from clients like we did in previous years. Really, this year has been the most difficult year to land a project, to have a contract signed. Lots of back and forth this year, lots of time going into just talking about a project or kind of negotiating a price with our clients instead of just, whereas they would come to us before and say, hey, this is what we need, send us an estimate, and then we'd be off and running. So those are the changes that we're seeing. Significant reduction in the amount of projects overall. And, that's not just us, that's a lot of the studios that we're friends with. And, the positive is that we've been able to kind of come together in a lot of ways and try to figure things out together. But it's been incredibly challenging, and not just financially or whatever. It takes a hit on your ego a little bit because you work really hard to make great work and to establish yourself, whether as an artist or a studio, and then this happens. And it feels like you're just not doing anything right. So that's what we've been feeling. And we just hope that it gets better. We're trying to make some changes to make things easier for clients to work with us. Just trying to use this time on the back end a little bit, reestablish and reaffirm our brand. And some internal work, but it's been rough. It's been really rough.
And then companies that really were disciplined and didn't hire in the face of all of this money and growth and kind of stayed true to their roots, a lot of them had great years and did okay. So that's kind of the lay of the land as I see it. It definitely, all of this impacted School Motion. Chad said it impacted Grayscale Gorilla. I think it impacted everybody to some extent. So Ryan, you're out there, you're in the arena. What are you seeing? What has it been like?
I mean, I think there are a couple other factors too, right? Like the strikes really slowed down just the normal. There's something about motion design that you could always hang your hat on, is that we had lots of customers of different sizes, but a lot of them were on different seasonal schedules, right? Like you do your upfronts for broadcast, you have your advertising for like the big sports games, a lot of that stuff, new shows have to come out, new movies have to come out. And that isn't just meaning like teasers and trailers. McDonald's needs to do new commercials for the new Pixar movie that has, a motion design element to it. And that reaches top to bottom. And that froze that whole world, and that we're still kind of thawing out of, to be honest. We also had the run on the banks that almost became an epidemic. People forget about that now, but there were two major banks in the Valley that just shut down, just evaporated. That everyone also, free money flow stopped at that point. I also can just personally say, if you know me, you know how much I love Twitter. I spend a lot of my life there. I spend a lot of time there. You probably get sick of hearing me, but I finally cracked getting into Twitter late last year. fall of last year. 2 to 3 days after like actually winning two giant 6-figure jobs, that Friday that we had awarded them, I just noticed halfway through the day, my LinkedIn, 23 or 24 different people all connected to me all at once that I had just met 2 days ago at Twitter. And then that Monday morning, I got a call from our head kind of creative connective point. He's like, whatever you do, get in your RFPs, get in your request to get paid for the first bit of work, because I don't know if I'm going to be here when you call in the morning. And then an hour or two later, literally the entire Twitter advertising, marketing, promotions department was gutted because Elon Musk had just bought the company, right? And that whole opportunity just evaporated, not just for me, but however many. We're going to do a World Cup huge campaign for them. So imagine that. And then within 2 to 3 weeks later, like you said, in the rush to become profitable, his decision to gut the company allowed a bunch of other companies to go and be like, we have to do the same thing. We got to cut 10,000 people, 8% of the company every 3 months to try to, make the way. That also, I think, was huge for so many people, not just like studios, but like how many motion designers do you know in the last 3 to 4 years ran to the tech hills for essentially like retirement? That was the place to go if you've been in the industry for 10 or 15 years and you wanted to kind of slow down and have work-life balance. All that stuff started disappearing everywhere. So I know of, even as of like 2 weeks ago, 3 studios that we probably have heard the names of in the past that shut down. Literally shut down. Like they could not make it work anymore. They had eliminated every position short of like a producer and owners, and still couldn't make it work on freelancers. I know a lot of people are selling computers, selling studios, selling everything they can to keep it going. I'm exposed to a lot of stuff from the guys over at RevThink, and we've been looking at the charts of the information they get from the member studios. And there's been, if you look at the macro for last year, maybe a little bit longer, there's been a slow curve decline. And there's been a couple drops with a couple little bumps up. But every quarter, there'll be a little spike right at the end of the quarter, and then it feels like we're at the end of it, and it's like a dead cat bounce. It just goes up and then it continues to go down. I think there's a lot of hope and excitement that like the strikes, the economy, the Christmas season seems to be like people are spending money, that we're going to get a bounce back up that's going to continue. But I am yet to believe anything until I have 2 strong quarters back to back of actual like revival in motion design, not the economy, because I think those things are almost detached at this point. It definitely has been, it forces people to look at every single decision, every single hire, every single freelancer that we've brought in. We have to really make sure that we're getting what we're paying for from them. Whereas before it used to be like, do we need 2 people? Do we need 3 people? Let's just get the best people and see what happens, right? And we'll make it up somewhere else. You can't finance projects anymore. You can't operate at a loss on one to hopefully get another one that'll pay you forward 6 months or a year from now. Every single week is like, you've got to pay attention in a way that I really don't think most motion design studios have the muscle memory of doing, or the understanding of like that super tight, close to the vest financial operations. And I think we're learning how to be businesses as much as we're learning how to be creatives right now for the whole industry.
It's a good way to put it. It takes a lot of discipline. And I think, my gut is, and I certainly fall into this camp. I mean, most of us that start businesses don't come from a business background in this industry, right? We're artists. We get into it to make stuff, and then all of a sudden you figure out, I can make a business out of this. Great, I will. And when times are good, it's very easy to get ahead of yourself, get a little bit over your skis. So sometimes you just got to learn the hard way, and it really sucks. EJ, what were you hearing when you were out on the DAT tour? And you know a lot of people in this industry, a lot of artists. Like, what have you been hearing from people?
It seems like in Europe, a lot of the companies that got affected the most were the ones that relied on their work coming from America. Like in Germany, for example, in Berlin, there's a lot of the motion design stuff is coming from cars. Because like they have a lot of big auto companies in Germany, and they were pumping out cars regardless of what was going on in Hollywood, right? So it just seemed like you really knew what industries were, or what studios were going to do fine and which weren't going to do fine because of all the attachments with industries or the tech industry or just anything in America. So for that, it was very interesting. In London specifically, it seems like England relies a lot on America, Spain as well. Germany seems like they got a lot of stuff going on with the industries there to kind of keep things in that country. So it was very interesting. Canada Canada, same thing, relying on the US. And I know personally a lot of people that do stuff even for like straight to video stuff that got affected just because of all the uncertainty there as well. But I am starting to see people like actual productions going back into there. Even I know a couple people that work on SNL, and they were screwed for a long time, and now they're finally getting back to it, and just in time for the holidays. So
yeah, it does feel like, and I even sensed this in the responses we got from our guests on this episode, that everyone feels like something is shifting right now, and it's really hard to tell right now if it's wishful thinking or not. It does seem like, I guess from my perspective, maybe there was a lot of waste in, and it really sucks to even like think about it this way, but it's reality. I think, I know there's very wildly differing opinions on Elon Musk, but he did sort of show that you can run a social media company, and you can argue whether it's better or worse now, but with I think something like 20% of the staff that they used to have. Yeah, I mean the expenses have dropped off a cliff, and the thing is still running, and there's other issues they're struggling with at Twitter, but I think a lot of companies saw that and they're like, wait a minute. Maybe I don't actually need this high of headcount, and maybe having that high of a headcount and having all this redundancy was actually a luxury that we can't afford right now. And so I think there's just like a lot of it's just housekeeping, like it is kind of a gross way to put it, but I think the good thing is that in the long run, I think the businesses that are growing right now, the Rives and studios like that, they're gonna probably be a lot more sustainable, and it's going to be easier for them to manage their growth because they've seen the downside. They've seen what can happen with uncontrolled growth. Joe Nash responded, for this podcast, and he told an interesting story about starting State, and they were, he's very good at getting business. And if you want to know why, just watch the interview I did with him. And they were getting all these jobs, and so then they had to produce them. And so he had to spin up all this payroll and start paying people to do it. And his accountant was like, hey, Joe, you need to learn the difference between growth and controlled growth. Because right now this is not controlled growth, and it could bite you in the butt. And that's where you can get into debt and all that kind of stuff. So,
but outside of having a diversified client base, I think the other reason why certain companies were able to be so successful this year was because they did not grow aggressively during 2020 to 2023. They sort of kept this normal that they knew that was manageable. And that to me is the big difference. There was a lesson I learned early on when we were starting State, which was we said yes to a lot of work right out the gate. We were really excited. We booked a ton of projects on some of our early first sales trips. And I remember coming back and having to spin up all these jobs and having to spin up payroll. And I called our accountant, and he said, Joe, you need to learn the difference between growth and controlled growth. Because basically we had booked so much work that we didn't have the cash flow to pay, right? We had to, borrow money. We were able to spend. How do we pay all these people to do this work? And when that happens, that's when this was a different time. So we didn't have a negative effect, on the other end for us in 2014, 15. But I think for a lot of people, they grew, but they did not have controlled growth. And so for those who were able to stay diversified, they kept their scale right sized to the market and the demands that exist. Those are really the studios that were able to be successful in 2023, and some who had their best year ever.
We'll see. I am, to be honest, I'm very optimistic about next year. I say that with a little bit of hesitancy, but it does feel like everybody kind of learned a really hard lesson, and everyone's going to be a lot more careful. So I don't think we're going back to 2021. I don't think that's happening. I think we might go back to 2018, 2019, and then slow growth from there. Slow, controlled growth, sustainable growth.
Can I just say one thing? I feel like it gets swept under the rug a little bit just in this whole situation. Because I think we're really worried about is the industry slowing down? How are the studios doing? I don't think anyone has really talked about how much the freelancer has had to carry the weight and the burden of this moment for the industry. on the back of like COVID and people having to go remote, like remote is a great option for people who can't get to studios, don't live in cities. That's awesome. But I think like the emotional and intellectual and creative kind of pain that the whole industry's gone through, freelancers really feel it most acutely. And in this moment now where it's like, oh, freelancers are available, and there's a lot of kind of like price matching that's going on with studios. Like, well, I don't have that much budget, so I can get this person, or maybe I could squeeze this person to give me like a project fee and not like their normal day rate, or, you know, on this one, can you come down? And there's a lot of just like using people as like units to allow you to accomplish your business that you need to get done, that I think we're really, as somebody who even inside of studio is trying to be extremely mindful of like the emotional temperature and the just like the physical toll that like having to grind on a lot of jobs back to back to back to back, what that takes on people. I think that story is not really being told all that much. You know, like freelancers, when we left like studio life and went remote, freelancers were asked to essentially be like studios' IT departments, and to do a lot more of the producing of the job in terms of like the day-to-day, getting something done and on time and making sure their part is going to the next person. They're also like really shouldering a lot of like the rendering and like the cost of making the actual thing that you're shipping out, right? Like I know a lot of studios that are just like, cool, so you'll be able to render that. You'll be able to get those passes done. You'll be able to get those passes on a Dropbox to get to the compositor. All of that stuff is like, we've just offlined a lot of the responsibility of day-to-day that a studio had, right? A lot of studios had an IT person. They had a technical director. They had somebody that was making sure that was happening. And we kind of just were like throwing that up in the air and being like, they'll figure it out. And I don't think a lot of people talk about it. I don't think people charge more on their rates because they're handling it, because they just think it's the price of doing business. Because maybe they came in, you know, so early, or that's not, you know, something that's talked about that much. But I just feel like it's worth saying now, like this year, the people that a lot of us have had to rely on are freelancers that we may never have met, that at most we may do this once a day for a few minutes to make sure everything's going to be done by the end of the day. That like, I think that just has to be said. Like they're the lifeblood of a lot of the industry in the past, and even more so now. And I think that there's a lot more that could be done by having more discussions about like, so what is it like for these people to wear this weight? Because I do see on the opposite side, a lot of people are like, is it time to get out? Is there going to be a job 2 years from now? You know, because of all the other things we've talked about. But I think like that's part of our job, whether it's here on the podcast or School of Motion doing the education, or me as a CD at a studio, or studio owners. Like we got to like take care of each other, I think, probably a little bit more.
What have you seen, Ryan, as far as rates go? You know, one of the things that I was wondering about at the end of last year was we had, you know, rates went up quite a bit for some artists during the boom years, the COVID years. And it turns out that those rates maybe weren't totally sustainable in all cases.
I think this year we started to see a lot more of the freelancers who came in during COVID, where they initially might have expected to just ride along the wave of this boom of $300-400K a year salaries, or those sorts of things, were being tempered pretty heavily. I think that is very much accompanied by a lack of value in the phrasing online of, I'm a freelancer and I have availability starting blank amount of time. I can't tell you the number of times I saw the same freelancer, which, hey, I mean, shouts out to the consistency, but also to just see freelancer after freelancer just like every day or every week posting the same, like, I have availability thing in a context of like, I just got off of a project, was often a lot of the wording. So it just felt kind of confusing. It felt like there was lots of just like charading around about like, hey guys, everything's totally cool. Don't worry. Now I'm available. But I think underneath it all, everybody just kind of knew like it's a struggle across the board. And I think because there just are so many more freelancers in the industry now, it has been a lot harder for people who especially don't want to like get out in front of a camera on social, or don't have as much time to be able to post personal work, to be able to put themselves out there and have more of the organic interest from potential people to hire them out.
I've noticed that freelancers have been really accommodating this year because they know that the budgets are super low. I think it's common knowledge at this point. Our budgets have been half, if not less, than that of a normal year. And we're super grateful to the artists that can be flexible. We're certainly not making nearly as much. And so in order to stay afloat and keep the lights on, it's extremely helpful when an artist is able to say, you know, I can work with you on the budget. We do our best to simplify the project. If it's a really low budget, we try not to ask too much, you know, when someone is being flexible and accommodating. And so, you know, that's the kind of relationship that it just kind of makes us stronger as a community when we're all acknowledging the, you know, economic climate and saying, okay, I get it.
And so I was wondering, and other people too, like, are rates going to have to come down to earth a little bit? And I know, you know, some of the studio owners that we asked said that not necessarily that rates went down, but just that temporarily, like, hey, can you work with us on this budget, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And freelancers have been accommodating. What have you seen on that end? Have you seen people start to lower their rates?
I will definitely say on the high end, rates have had to drop. I mean, I've had a couple like prominent NFT artists who had to kind of get back into the industry, be like, so when right before I left, my rate was like $1,400 a day. Do you think that's still going to be, you know, okay? And I'm like, we got to like reset expectations, but also like teach people a little bit. It's like, well, if you're doing that, maybe it's more to be like you're presenting as a studio and you can charge a project fee because you're going to bring everything in-house short of communication with the client, and you're going to be doing all of it, right? You're going to be doing the boards, you're going to be doing the previs, the animation, the rendering, and like then again, it goes back to that thing we said at the very beginning, like there are people whose value has not changed and those rates are not changing, right? Like there are people who are, let's say, a $700, $750 a day motion design generalist that does After Effects and C4D, and when I ask them something, they give me 3 options by the end of the day, and I don't have to do anything other than like pick what I want and do a little bit of art direction. They come back those people's rates are not changing, right? There's a lot of people who got in the industry and said that, like, I'm a generalist, and that really just meant like you're junior. But because of the time they got in, and because they're like, they need a lot of hand holding, they may not have all the soft skills, they're not absolutely professional. I definitely think that those people's rates are being asked to go down, or to be totally honest, like some of those people just aren't getting the calls anymore or the responses, right? Like I think that's just the truth of it, is that like there's a stratification kind of happening where there's people who are like, there's people I root for, but I can't use them right now, regardless of their rate. And I can be totally honest. I've had people been like, I'll work on anything. You just tell me what you can pay me just so I can have money in, right? Like capital in. And I'm sure there's studios like that too, where it's like, we need money coming in so that even if it's not what we need to keep the lights on, it's closer. We have definitely, we have definitely had to ask people for project fees and then offer them like, cool, if you can do something nights and weekends while you're doing your other, you know, daily rate work, you know, we can make that work because we can have another artist on it and we can help produce it. And you have to be collaborating very tightly in those situations. We've definitely asked that, but we've also tried not to be like taking advantage of it. I definitely think we're at a holding state. I think there's a lot of fear that all of a sudden, you know, if we get another round of this, or the economy does take another dip, that people are going to be, anybody who can find work might have to be asked to take $100 off the top, right? But that's that fear-based thing right now. People have just seen some things happen they never thought possible, and then they don't know what the certainty is going forward. So it's like, what's going to happen? I haven't seen anybody have to take like half a rate. You know, like we've never had we'd rather not do the job. I will say we have turned down jobs recently that were like, this job can't be done for that price. And I would normally say, like, maybe you just need a solo person. I wouldn't even send the job to a solo person because what they're asking for is like not doable. It wouldn't, and we try to educate them like why at that point then, versus just pass them along.
Well, let's start to speculate. This is always a fun part of this episode as we begin to land the plane, and we can make some predictions and see how they pan out. I went back and I listened to last year's, and I don't know. I think we did okay. So we'll see how we do this year. So I'll go first. All right. So, I mean, this is kind of a stupid softball, but I think, motion design over the last decade has just been sort of diffusing to where, you used to say Mograph and you knew exactly what you were talking about, right? I know exactly what you mean when you say Mograph. Now you say motion design. And, I, who, have a company called School of Motion, I still have a hard time explaining what motion design is. And it's not any easier now. I mean, there's just constantly new use cases and new mediums and all that kind of stuff. So that's just, frankly, I think that's going to accelerate. I think that, frankly, AI may actually help expand the market for motion design because it just makes it so clear how powerful moving images are. People want things to move. They also want to be able to control exactly what those images look like, which AI isn't great at yet. I do think AI is going to continue to blow our minds. So I think my experience on social media this year has been basically every single day I see something that the day before I did not think was possible. And I remember, last year seeing the first Mid-Journey renders coming out and being like, I don't understand how this is possible. And some of the early AI generated videos, which were crazy and incoherent and fever dream looking. But even then they were still really cool. And now you're seeing Stable Diffusion's video model, which is super clean. Runway's doing some amazing stuff. I think we're almost at the point where you can replace someone's mouth movements with them talking in another language, and it almost is indetectable. It's pretty crazy. So I think that motion designers have to be familiar with AI tools. And I really hope we can stop saying AI because I don't think that's what they are, but I think that's just the word that people are saying. But these transformer model, enhanced tools, I think if you're not at least familiarizing yourself with them and how they can speed up your workflow, things like generative fill in Photoshop, right? It's invaluable, and artists who learn those tools are going to start lapping you. They're going to run circles around you, and you need to learn to make friends with the AI. There are some tools that are in development right now that I think actually might start to be really useful, like Krea. And I think that, especially concept artists may start really enjoying using those tools because you can just get to a concept much faster. Some of the work of a concept artist is just the minutia, making the thing look the way you want. And if you can do that faster, if the AI helps you do that, I don't see any problem there. Here's a couple of weird ones. So it occurred to me earlier this year that because generating still imagery has gotten very, very easy. That has certainly been disrupted. Generating moving imagery, I don't think AI is very good at right now. And I'm not sure how good it can get in the next decade based on the current iteration of the technology. But basically creating the content has gotten so much easier. And so what becomes important is the curation, your eye, all that kind of stuff. But also I find that, these I think a good example is Curious Refuge, our buddy Caleb over there, who had a mega viral moment this year with his Wes Anderson movie trailers. He made the Star Wars as directed by Wes Anderson. And there's thousands of those on the internet. Why did his go viral? Because he edited them well and he curated them well. And so I actually think video editing, which is something that I don't see being disrupted nearly as much by these AI tools. Video editing may become a more valuable tool, and maybe something motion designers should look into. By the way, we have video editing class coming out very shortly. So there you go. That's the payoff. So I think that's actually going to be really, really powerful because now you're going to have a much broader palette of imagery and animation, all that kind of stuff. You still need a video editor to turn that into something compelling. And also writing. I think, writing has been sort of this unfortunately dying art form ever since probably SMS was invented. But it's amazing how a lot of these tools, that's the interface with them, is you type words into a box and to get things out. And so you need to know things like the names of styles of art and the names of artists. If you're trying to reference something, you need to know what it's called. And frankly, prompt engineering requires you to be a writer. And so I think this might be a skill that motion designers actually have to kind of brush up on. Rive, we talked a lot about Rive already, but I think next year is going to be the year of Rive. I think most motion designers, basically everyone who listens to this podcast, will hopefully be enticed to try Rive. I think there's a lot of opportunity out there. I think they're just getting started, and I think that's the next big frontier for motion design. Now this is a little bit of wishful thinking, but I hope it's true. I think that there could be a little bit of a pushback against the AI aesthetic, which is like super perfect, super high fidelity, AI upres everything. Look at how much detail there is there. It's just, it's amazing. It's perfect. The lighting's perfect. The colors are perfect. And I think that may bring back, the yearning for some wabi sabi, like a little bit of the human touch. And I think Procreate Dreams coming out right now, the timing is pretty amazing. And I think I really do expect to see a resurgence in that hand-drawn 2D look. I think we'll just see it everywhere for a little while. And I think artists are going to want to learn how to do it. Now it's going to be easier than ever to learn to do it because of that app, how accessible it is. I can't wait. And I would love to create some traditional hand-drawn animation training at School Motion. I think we could also see that trickle into like physical art. By the way, shout out to EJ who created a physical product this year, this amazing pug thing. I have a bunch of them. There it is. There he is. Puggo. What's the name?
Final toy in the works.
Yeah, it's awesome. My kids love it. My son sleeps with it every night. Oh, awesome. And then my last prediction. So I do think the economy will still be slow in the beginning of next year. I do expect it to accelerate throughout the year. And I think that by the end of next year, we're going to be in a much better spot and everyone's going to be able to breathe a little bit easier. I have a lot of friends who've been going through a lot of stress this year, and I feel for them. And I think it's going to be a better year next year. I think we've all learned some painful lessons. I don't know if we've hit the absolute bottom, but we're pretty close to it if we haven't already hit the bottom. And so that's what I say. I also think there's going to be a stimulatory effect of the presidential election. There's a lot of money that gets thrown around, and there's a presidential election next year. So there's a big downside to that if you don't like politics, but there's an upside if you're looking for work, because all of those campaigns are going to be spending money hand over fist. So that's my predictions for 2024.
Yeah, so I think 2024 is going to be a tricky year. I think, so you have uncertainty. You have the election coming up. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit destabilizing. But look, I think 2024 is going to be a better year than this year. I think the macroeconomic climate is going to be a little bit better. I can imagine inflation continues to come down and the Fed begins to cut interest rates, probably coming down towards the end of next year. And as a result, I can see, companies getting some alleviation from the, financial pressure that they've been under, and they might open up the budgets, which hopefully kind of trickles down to agencies and the studios. Because, typically in these types of constrained times, they tend to cut marketing budgets, which typically affects us. In terms of tools, it's just like a lot of new tools. I see obviously Blender's been making really cool strides. There's things like Gaussian Splatting, these AI tools that we've been seeing. But I think we're in a situation where we have to just kind of wait and see what sticks, because you can't just learn everything simultaneously. In my opinion, that may not be like the best use of time. For me, it's, everything is grounded in like a creative perspective or a creative point of view or like a concept or a vision. And the tools is just used to execute on that vision. So, I think, again, as I said before, I think relying on that is going to be a stronger skill set. But if you compare the idea and the execution, then that's really going to set you up for success. But in terms of 2024, I think it's just, we're going to see more of the cream of the crop rise. It's interesting because, there's way more people in the motion design industry now, yet even for me, it's quite difficult to hire folks, because I think now you see people like learning the tools, but not necessarily like learning how to create ideas with the tools. And so, it's like when you ask people, can you make something besides like this cool tutorial, this cool test that you've seen online, it's difficult for folks naturally because, they're not really being trained to use the skills that they're developing to come up with solutions to creative problems. And fundamentally, that's what we're doing. And so, yeah, I just in terms of the industry, I think, like we're going to, I guess, continue seeing folks maybe struggle to find talent because, there's not maybe as many resources that, teaches that, which is it's something that's incredibly difficult to do. But I don't know. I personally don't see like any huge technical changes. We have AI. I don't think it's going to completely change the landscape for at least motion design. I think maybe graphic design. I think illustration. Those fields are going to get like a lot of competition. And again, as I mentioned before, like the more junior talent, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult because you have to compete with these, generative programs like Midjourney that could crank out like amazing illustrations in seconds. So I think that's going to be a little bit tough. But for long format stuff, I think we're still in a good position with, motion design in regards to it being like disrupted by AI. But yeah, any other thoughts on 2024? Yeah, there's no big predictions. Just I'm hoping that, interest rates could get a little bit cut. So, we could have less strict budgets. That's my hope for next year.
I think over 2024 and even the next couple of years after, maybe up until mid 2020s, we're probably going to end up seeing a further refinement of the industry, I guess is what I'd call it. That labor pool, especially of freelancers and small studios now, just continues to grow and grow and grow with the boom years during COVID. Now we're starting to see, I think, just how much capital and budget is available in the market, and that can't service everybody to the extent that I think people wanted from some of the budgets we were hearing about during some of those golden years, I guess. What I am hoping to see more of because of that is studios and freelancers reining their creativity back in for themselves. I think all of us enjoy making projects for others, and that's great, but I think we often forget that we can use these skill sets for ourselves. I know at Rive, we don't intend on having this service-based client work be the majority of our revenue within the next couple of years. We want to diversify and be able to largely make our revenue based on things that we can control, not just if a client is going to decide to work with us or not. And it excites me to see studios like Buck both having the resources to and also spending the time to create things like a game internally just because they wanted to do that. And sure, there's a money-making opportunity with that as well, but I think we're starting to unlock a bunch of different ways for people to monetize their interests as creatives without having to rely on just a client showing up every once in a while or those sorts of things. So hopefully a little bit of a doing away with this reliance on the lottery system of budgets that we've had over the years.
Okay, 2024 predictions. From a business or economic perspective, I hope and I think we'll see a very slow, cautious rebound. The biggest clients are thawing out some of their budgets, but they're doing so in this kind of piecemeal fashion. So I don't think any of us are going to be returning to, feasts anytime soon, but we can at least have 3 square meals a day, hopefully in 2024, and survive and thrive. Maybe not like it was in 2022, but hopefully just to try to find our baselines again and get back to doing business as usual.
Well, I really want to be an optimist, so I would like to say that everything will come back to normal. However, I honestly feel a bit unsure. It might be another bumpy year, to be honest. However, at least the filming strikes are finished, so I really hope that this will give a good push for the filming and advertising industry. Recently, there are lots more all-age jobs. I've seen many fun 3D billboards this year. Of course, the new Las Vegas sphere is exciting, and if you're London-based, you may have worked for AutoNet in Tottenham Court Road, which is a building got massive LED screen space. I've also heard about many jobs for big screens in Middle Eastern countries, which is quite exciting, but also maybe it can be very challenging due to the resolutions and specs. But I think this is generally quite exciting. It has been, of course, everyone talked about AI this year, and I have noticed some studios already started using it mainly for visual development purposes. I'm still not sure how this will affect my career. It can be really bad, but I will keep my eyes open for it without jumping in learning mid-journey. I'm personally not really interested in learning all the prompts and scripts and writing words for making artworks. So I will carry on what I love, but definitely I will keep aware what's going on in AI side. I definitely continue learning Blender next year, and I'm planning to learn character animation and rigging a bit more seriously this year. So that's pretty much my resolution.
EJ, why don't you go next?
Yeah, I'll be quick. But yeah, I think one of the things I keep talking about Avalanche. I think Avalanche is going to be huge next year. I predict it's going to even take some of the spotlight off of Blender. And why I say that is that for a lot of Cinema 4D artists, I feel like there's not enough to just totally, like Ryan was saying, undo all that muscle memory to go to an app that basically does the same thing. And some things it might not do for what you're used to doing. But I think Avalanche brings a lot to the table. If you're talking about learning a whole new app, what it offers, the real-time rendering and the ability to say you do a spot for a movie, and then you use those same assets to make a playable game or something like that. There's things you can do in Unreal that you just can't do in Blender or in Cinema 4D. So I think that's more of a natural supplemental app for artists to learn. I do think AI is going to be more widely adopted next year, and I think that's going to be spearheaded by Adobe. We have yet to see what is that first big show-stopping Adobe Firefly thing that comes to After Effects. For right now, I think maybe the rotoscoping tools maybe have some AI in it, but I think it's only a matter of time before it gets everyone that's an After Effects user on that train, because you're already seeing how much widespread adoption there is with AI just because of the Photoshop generative fill and stuff like that. I'm using stuff in Premiere right now, like the remix feature, as just someone who edits videos and stuff. The audio remix feature is amazing. If you haven't heard of it, look it up. I think in terms of how artists can use it in different ways, the Move AI thing, the motion capture, not being limited to the same Mixamo animations all the time is a big thing, I think. Rendering, we've seen is it Creo AI? But using AI as a renderer is pretty intriguing. I feel like Otoy seems like to be a logical place for are we actually going to get real-time rendering in some of these, not outside of Unreal at least, can we get real-time rendering in Cinema, in Blender, Houdini, stuff like that. 3D modeling, there's text to model and all this kind of stuff. I know for me personally, a lot of the things that keeps me from either doing a gig or doing something that I want to do personally is I don't know how to model worth crap. So if we can do that, 3D modeling, can it handle UV unwrapping? Can AI do more of these things that we don't want to do and stop doing the things we actually like doing? That would be great. I do think, again, Joe, you were mentioning about the diffusion of tools and diffusion of work. I think that's going to continue. I don't think motion design's fine. I just think there's going to be less and less people knowing what motion design means, and they won't even use that term to identify themselves. You see that right now with kids in school. I don't know how many motion design programs there are going to be. I think it might just be more general 3D media creation, something like that. I do think as these new tools and everything develop, and if the economy kind of goes a little bit more weird, you might find more people trying to make money in the influencer economy with the creator influencers. You're already seeing that become big right now. The guy at Ravi, wasn't the name, but he's like a big, he's like an influencer person now too. I think it's just, how can you develop these side hustles? I'm seeing a lot of artists on Patreon now teaching and stuff like that. Speaking of adoption of stuff, I think Procreate Dreams, of course, is going to make more artists be more apt to do cell animation, because I think it's just lowering that friction barrier. I think ZBrush for iPad hopefully we'll do the same thing. Maybe have a lot more artists getting into 3D sculpting. And I think with the AI stuff, just to kind of cap everything as a bookend, I think AI is going to give a lot of artists identity crises. People that are generalists finding that someone that doesn't need to go to art school at all can basically do the same thing with AI tools and stuff like that. I think they're going to have identity crisis of like, well, if I can make anything, what am I going to make? What is my story? What is my value? What am I bringing to the table? So I think we're going to turn from a skills economy to just like an idea economy. Like, do you have the skills, but also do you have the ideas to tell a brand story, and you can market that as well. And I think that just goes into the fight against the bricklayers comment, where it's like, if you're just a bricklayer, you're going to get phased out because AI is going to eventually build the bricks for you, lay the bricks for you. I think, like Joey said, there is going to be that pendulum swing back to more hand. Just getting back to more crafts and just being an art for art's sake. I think we're already seeing it now with the Pictoplasma. Their whole conference theme is made by humans. They have a made by humans pin. I think you're going to see that show up a lot more, and hopefully brands value that. I think artists with style is going to be in demand. So I know a lot of artists poo-poo having their own style, but if you have your own style and you can stand out and only you can do that style and AI really can't do it yet, that's going to be big. I think it's going to be more art for art's sake. I think I'm feeling that myself, where I'm like, this AI stuff is not fulfilling me creatively. And if our jobs are going to require more of that, I think we're going to have to go back, and just to survive as creatives, we have to find why we came into this industry for the first place, why we fell in love with the tools we use and the things we do.
Amen.
Ooh, predictions 2024. Okay. So I think we're going to see a continuing trend of clients and bosses trying to get more out of their content for less money. I think we're going to see a continuous diversification in the 3D market of tools. I think people are going to use whatever works for their job or whatever works for their budget. I think they're going to use multiple if that's what it takes. Real time is obviously going to continue to be a real force. But yeah, I'm excited. I also think, people are going to like begrudgingly start to look at generative AI as something that can be used and maybe not completely appalled by. I'm trying to think of what else. I think it's going to, like I said, it's going to be like really easy to make lots of really great content. That's going to continue to be the case. I really hope also that the economy turns around and that there's more jobs and everybody's making, tons of money. That would be great too. I guess we'll see. We'll see where we net out next year.
I think AI tools are going to probably still be present in 2024. I think we're going to see probably some more regulation on the text to video tools and how those are used in terms of copyright stuff and how that works. But I think it's going to become kind of a natural thing in 2024 for us to commonly work with AI tools or assistant tools that can help us create. Just like if you would get a plugin, just like how people started using templates to achieve a certain look. You're probably going to see that it's just going to become like a natural thing. Like, for example, with Photoshop, generative fill. Like, we started using these in our edits. I make videos about how to use it. It's just a really cool way for you to shoot in front of a green screen and generate, for example, a background set for you. So for creators, I think AI tools are great. The economy, I think, is going to stay relatively the same. I think it's going to encourage a lot of entrepreneurship in creators to try to figure out what to do. I know for myself, I created my YouTube channel out of this kind of desire to, pay off my student loans faster, because I realized that my full-time job was capped at the salary. And I was like, crap, I have like over $100,000 of loan debt from going to grad school and undergrad. So I had to be creative and figure out how can I make my own thing and, pay off my loans faster, much faster than what I would be able to do, if I just worked a 9-to-5 job. So you're probably going to see a lot more people be more creative and innovate. People are creating more and more tools. I hope, we can band together. I would love to create some sort of agency where we work with other designers and, edit videos together and kind of share this knowledge. Maybe you'll see some more coalitions and agencies pop up that set standards for social media, and what you charge and what you don't charge, because I think it's just there's no standard yet. So I think that things are going to start to evolve a little bit more in that regard.
So even if you're creating a 30-second totally passive piece of content, it just might exist in a slightly different type of digital experience. So thinking more about interaction, thinking more about interactivity is really going to be where we go. We are just entering this post-advertising era where content connects with consumers, and I'm all for it, right? We want to entertain. We want to, I always talk about how with the studios, but it's true for consumers as well. We're trying to help them create progress. And that sounds very business and dry, but really what it means is, what do people want, right? What are people trying to do in their day-to-day? And I think often for brands who are trying to sell us products or services, we know an ad, right? We get served something between, I think it's 5,000 and 7,000 ads a day. So we get it. We understand what's an ad and what's not. So when you get served something that is just content and entertainment, it almost stops you in your tracks, because you're like, wait, I'm not just getting some pop-up, banner ad served to me. This is what we're seeing with a lot of these, celebrity entertainment companies. This is why creators have become successful, right? They know that that's how you build a relationship with the consumer, and that is more powerful than a 30-second, paid advertisement. So I think content in general is a really exciting space for not just motion, really everyone. Other social experiences that are interactive is social gaming. We're seeing Netflix come out with this. YouTube has been testing some snackable, some lightweight gaming. And again, it's bringing people together, right? Whether it's in real life or digitally. I think all these brands know that if your friends are there, right, if your tribe is there, that's where they're going to connect deeply. So I think thinking about how interactive social experiences are going to affect all of our clients is really important. And my last piece of advice is just follow the media spend, right? Follow where these brands are spending their media budget, because that's where consumers are. And so that's where they're going to try to connect with them. So although we are in the creative industry and we're not all media nerds, it's helpful to kind of understand where they're going. And that can also help us track, like, oh, they're spending a lot of money on this platform for this consumer. Maybe we should think about how best to help those brands or those people tell those stories.
And so I know this is going to be coming out of left field, but I actually think 2024 is going to be the year of Fortnite for our industry. And more in particular, I'm speaking of UEFN, which is Unreal Engine for Fortnite. So we could actually go in and use our skill sets to create Fortnite levels inside of Fortnite using Unreal Engine. And I know for me personally, like a couple of clients that I have actually asked if we could do some of the stuff we're working on the television and make a Fortnite level to kind of complement it. So if you look right now, there's been people like Steph Curry. He's released his own Fortnite level. You have BMW. You have there's a bunch of other people. Avenged Sevenfold is just going to release their stuff. So if you actually look, there's a lot of celebrities, there's a lot of products, there's a lot of brands. They want to bring their stuff into Fortnite because that's just another avenue of advertisement for them. So say like Nike, they released a Fortnite level, they released the Air Max 71 shoe, I believe. And so instead of going through and making this big, massive commercial, they created an interactive level in which you're going through and you're collecting Nike icons, and you actually get the Nike shoe for your avatar inside of Fortnite afterwards. And so I think this is a cool vertical just to kind of give us a little bit something different, a little bit more interactive. Like I know the word metaverse has kind of been overused, but I would say that like if you think about in terms of metaverse, Fortnite is kind of positioned themselves to be what people's visions of the metaverse were when they were thinking about it way back when, especially when like Facebook changed their name to Meta. So I would think that, you know, if you're a 3D artist, there's a lot of potential there, and you could do it all as an indie artist. Like there's been a couple of people that made a couple of $1 million last summer creating their own Fortnite levels. And I tell people all the time, just don't think about motion graphics. Think of different revenue streams that you can use your talents for, whether that's immersive tech, whether it's video games, you know, motion graphics, VFX, like we have the skill sets to actually use our skills for more than just one thing. So why not just dive in and give yourself a chance?
So my predictions for 2024, then, I think that people are going to be thinking more about how they position themselves inside the motion design industry as we see more and more motion designers come into the industry and potentially there's less jobs. I mean, I'm feeling positive about 2024 that there'll be more workarounds than 2023. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. I'm hoping that we're going to see a lot more events. I'm certainly going to a lot more events, and I'm really excited about meeting everyone out there at some events. So I encourage you to really get online and network with people, make friends, essentially. Make friends, be on LinkedIn, be chatting to people, be putting really helpful comments, not just an emoji, as I always say, and also get out there in real life and meet people and talk to each other. So I'm hoping that Motion Hatch can help with that, and we can put some more in-person events out there as well. So I'm really excited about 2024 and I'm really looking forward to it.
Predictions for 2024. I think that Skynet would become self-aware and the Terminators are going to come around. They're going to grab your Wacom pen and they're going to do the work for you. No, I have no idea. I do think that AI, generative AI, or whatever the hell magic trick AI is going to do next is going to be a hot topic again. I think we've just seen it progress so quick that everyone's kind of holding their horses on like, do we need to be doing this every day? Should we be harnessing this technology? Should we be using it as a tool? Is there a way to put a saddle on AI and ride that like into the sunset? Nobody really knows. And I think because of all these unknowns and the fact that generative AI hasn't settled into a position in the industry, it hasn't slowed down. It hasn't seemed to like figure out what it's good for. I just think that everyone's going to be kind of paused a little bit. And I really hope it doesn't go into this year coming up. But I got to imagine we're all just waiting to see the next little Instagram video that says like, oh, you just swipe on this part of the photo of a fire on a lake and the lake will start moving and reflecting the fire as if it was shot on video yesterday. Like, I don't think any of us even know what to do with this kind of technology other than learn it, harness it, and hope that you can use it as a tool. Just like all of the programs we're using right now, these were unthought of technologies even just 30 years ago. So hoping that we find synchronicity with AI and find a place for it to use it to our advantage, and then start riding the next wave of art that's made with AI as a tool, not necessarily as its author of the work. But yeah, I'd hate to say it, but I think 2024 is just going to be more AI talk until I don't know what could top that for a while, but that's what I got.
All right, Summers, you got anything?
Got a couple things.
Just a few.
That echo. I think it echoes a lot of your stuff, but I think that there's going to be. We used these words earlier, but I kind of like. I've been calling it like the great motion design bifurcation. I don't know if it happens next year, but I think we're in the throes of it already, and I think there is going to be a split in the industry between the like old school After Effects plus Cinema 4D, make a render, sell the render for broadcast, and a social spot that's like a cut down of it. I think that is always going to be there, but I think the competition is going to be higher than ever. I think a lot of it will get semi-automated, which maybe increases the supply. I don't think the demand is going to reduce, but increases the supply and forces you to be more specific about what your offering is as either a freelancer or a studio. I think that's also going to split it into what I've been calling like the future canvas kind of like crowd, like whether that's interactive or experiential or motion branding. I think there's this other set of things that maybe we don't call motion design now, but legitimately uses exactly the same fundamentals of design and animation and an understanding of art history and trends. And that power of all of those things combined, when people learn how to tell that story about themselves or their companies, applies to so many more things than just that old school broadcast social spot kind of world. I think we're going to see a world where this is the thing that's going to get a lot of people that have been in the industry for a while like, nope, that's not me. I'm just going to do this until I can't do it anymore. And that's totally fine. But I think there's going to be this just stratification of like, that is going to continue to be more difficult to compete at the level it has been previous, to pre-COVID. And then there's going to be this other world of stuff that people don't understand how it gets done. And it's still in that motion designer DNA of like, take 3 different pieces of software, a little bit of technology, a lot of creativity and understanding of wildly disparate things, right? Like people who love science and people who love fashion and people who love old movies and 2D animation. And then people who follow the current trends, putting all that stuff together. Like we see someone like PJ at Laundry or, other studios that we love. They're going to go that other direction, and you're going to see they're still going to do old school motion design. They're not going to talk about it anymore. They're going to show the stuff that's out here, like just 2 steps away from it. And I think because of that, we're really going to see what we saw in VFX a few years ago, a certain amount of brain drain. Like I think there are going to be some people who also are just like, I think what EJ was saying, they're never going to use the term motion designer anymore because the fear of it being commoditized and fear of it being like, that's what it costs, that's what you can do, and there's a limitation, and they're going to stop using that term. I kind of have to give a hat tip to John Lepore because I did a series of podcasts with him on RevThink where I think he had this great statement of like, as soon as you step out of motion design and whatever those clients are, and you go into the world of like architecture or automotive or even gaming, or like you sit down to a high level film director and they start asking you questions and you express all these different bits of experience and obsession, you look like a magician to them. And your value is almost impossible to even put a number to it. And it's just this like very, like if you're ever lucky enough to have that experience, it's just like this breath of fresh air of just like, you just exhale and you're like, oh, what I do actually has extreme value. I'm just talking to the wrong people who don't understand what it is that those things can do. I think we're going to see some people leave. People are just going to be out, and they'll still like maybe show up on an NAB on a stage or do a podcast with Joey, but they're not going to sell themselves as motion designer. They're going to take it off their LinkedIn profile. I think with all of that too, I think taste will be weaponized, or productized, or it's going to be a job description. I think people who actually do know a lot about, like Joey, you were saying, like when you say, oh, why do I like that movie? Who are the 4 artists that influenced that? They know it immediately and can explain the 4 other people that influenced those 4 people. And whether or not prompt engineer becomes a title that people actually want, what that means, I think, does have immense value. Whether or not we like it, whether or not we agree with the ethics of AI, I do think there are people that are literally like making a living because they know more and they know the connections and they know the history and the context, to the point where like maybe that's what a creative director becomes. Or a version of a creative becomes that. Like that's just somebody who knows a lot and has obsession and taste and of the stuff I said the whole time I was at School of Motion. Voice, vision, obsession, like that kind of stuff. I do think whether because like the AI companies have to capitulate because of like governments of the world force them to, or they realize that it's just bad PR not to. I think AI is going to have to start getting integrated more as like a support tool rather than just a like, tech bro, quit your job as an artist because we're replacing you thing. I think that's going to change in the next year or two because at some point it's going to be a lot like stealing MP3s were when we were in college. Like at some point, like this stuff, the data sets do contain a bunch of things that they didn't own. And somewhere someone's going to have to be like, we don't want to push this too far, or they're going to get pushed and have to like kind of change the whole dialogue about it. But I think that's what that's going to mean is that there's going to be more AI tools trained specifically to specific types of artists and their tasks. Like I have a really good buddy named Steve Talkowski, who's like, he does a lot of like character design, but he's very influenced by like industrial design, like true industrial designers. And he's been showing off on Instagram this tool called VizCom that literally is like an AI algorithm, but it's trained basically for like concept artists and people who make like products, like real actual products. And he'll do stuff where he'll do like a nomad sculpt of a robot, and then you go to his next image in his link, and it'll be VizCom basically like hallucinating a bunch of different types of styles that it's been trained on, like actual categories that have been given names and have language applied to it, and it'll spit all these out and be like, cool, what do you want to do with, which one do you want, and how much further can we take it? And then you take that out and then you draw on top of it. The goal is not to be like a final deliverable. It's a assistant to get you where you need to go faster. A lot of people are hacking multiple things. Like when you watch people using Creo right now and they're literally pointing a camera at a screen that's, using Nomad on an iPad to be the video input. We're going to laugh at that like in a year. It's like, that is ridiculous. But that spirit of like bolting these things, I think that's going to be more officially made as software, right? Like you're going to be able to do those things. I think in the spirit of that, I think Adobe's doing a lot of crazy stuff, but it always feels like it's a generation removed because they have to be both legal and ethically not as dubious as somebody who's just like move fast and break stuff. That's why even like the stuff they have right now, it's like it's not as good as Midjourney, but I think it's because they have to like apply a dampening effect to make sure like we're not going to do something that's going to threaten our stock price. You know, they just can't.
They have more to lose.
yeah, they have. But I think what that means is that you're going to see a lot more like really, really art directable stuff in video, because like you see stuff like Kriya, and you see stuff like the Runway ML motion brush. It's cool, but it's still just kind of giving you the average blurry kind of like sum total of everything that it knows, right? And it's like, cool, I can paint over a bird and it does something, but I can't tell it what to do. I think that's where Adobe is going to have the next step of being able to control it and direct it a little bit more. And it might be on a tighter data set that doesn't get as wild as often. But I think that's coming next year, because they've showed off a bunch of stuff for Premiere where it's like, oh, do you want to auto-generate storyboards or auto-generate previs with 3D models and camera moves, and then just drop it in as footage on your timeline straight in Premiere? So I think that's coming. I also feel like this is a hope, probably more than a prediction, but I really think that this year has been a breakthrough year for animation for adults. You know, all the stuff like Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, all the animated anthologies, the Junji Ito Maniac on Netflix, just crazy horror for adults, but it's animated. Even some of the Star Wars Vision stuff, Love, Death, and Robots, Blue Eye Samurai. Like there's an endless amount of things this year that it's not made for kids, and it's very stylistically different, you know, show by show by show. I think that the need for people for doing that for advertising is going to dip into motion design, and you're going to see more stuff like, I think the very first thing I talked about was The Line, but they did a self-motivated short called Heavenly Vessel that looks like the best anime that you could ever want to see. It has touches of like Aeon Flux, like, and it's adult, right? Like it's for adults. I think you're seeing more opportunities for motion design studios to make that kind of content for advertising at some point. I think Blender Unreal is going to just, you know, continue to challenge everything. I think you're going to see stuff like Dreams, and there's a really weird, cool little editing tool that I see every content creator I know uses CapCut. It's kind of like an AI-based online mobile editing thing, but there's something about it. Like I think that it's going to be viable to have a studio that doesn't touch Creative Cloud, like Adobe Creative Cloud or Maxon One. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people choosing it yet, but I think there are going to be studios who literally like plant a flag and say, we don't do this at all, and they're going to build identity around it. So I think that those are my big things. I don't think Maxon's buying anything next year. I think every year I say Maxon's going to buy something, I'm done making those predictions.
Wow, interesting. I mean, I think I agree with everything you just said. I'm really, the one thing I'm skeptical about, and I'll just plant my flag here, is I do not think art directable, animation directable AI is nearly as close as, you know, the doomsayers on Twitter think. You know, and Justin Cohn echoed this in his thoughts about AI that he gave us for this episode. You know, I think, you know, there was kind of like two big doom and gloom messages that I got from people this year. One was the economy, and that was true. The other was AI, and I don't think that is true. I actually don't think AI is nearly as disruptive for motion as everyone initially thought. And I was nervous about it too. I didn't know how far it could go, but I think in the end, the more you learn about these tools and what they're actually doing, that's why I said earlier, I don't think we should call them AI. Yeah. I think that's a marketing thing that's actually now backfiring. Yeah. I bet a lot of companies wish they hadn't called it AI. Aside from OpenAI, which really is trying to create AI, that's not what Midjourney's doing, right? They're not creating AI. And you know, when you learn about how these things work, in the end, to get the amount of control that you're going to want as a motion designer to art direct that AI, you might as well animate the thing. Yeah. At that point, it's going to take actual skill to do that anyway, which means a motion designer is going to have to be involved. So I
just have to say, can I just add to that too? Like that's my response every time when anybody says AI is going to take away motion designers' work. I think it's never going to supplant it. But like, have you ever worked with a client that sees the first thing and says, "You nailed it. That is it. No notes." Never, right? And then when they do give notes,
maybe once.
When they do give notes, they will give notes until there's no more oxygen time or money left. So I feel like I talked to a friend of mine who used to work at ILM, and I asked them about it. I'm like, what's your opinion about it? And he's like, we have a rule. Since we've been doing CG, every rule, like every production always basically says we try to aim for 45 minutes a frame. And ever since somebody set that like artificial limit, with every huge generational leap in technology and software and render farms and doing stuff in the cloud and GPU, it still always takes 45 minutes a frame. Because what ends up happening is what used to take 45 takes 15, but now your director's like, but I got 3 more ideas. And it's like, wait, could it look a little shinier, right? People will take up the space that you allow it, right? So in my mind, like most clients, maybe there's a bottom tier kind of class of clients that won't, but most clients will be like, wait, I could change it again? Wait, it's not due till Tuesday and you got it done on Thursday. Like, maybe we should try the color. Like, and that's where we come in, right? Like, maybe it means we're going to be fiddling a little bit more knobs and typing a little bit more, but I still think like, at the end of the day, it has to be delivered by somebody who's taking notes that has to go into the, close to the metal and adjust things. And that's the nature of client relationships, right? Like, I just don't see where the doomsday comes in yet.
If you've made it this far, please fly to Florida to collect your high five from me. Seriously, you deserve a medal. And I hope to God that you enjoyed listening to this insanely long episode. It's an unbelievable undertaking to put something like this together. And we do it for the community, for artists like you who want to stay connected to the wide world of motion design. 2023 was a difficult but exciting enigma of a year. And I, for one, am very optimistic about 2024. So I want to thank the incredible School of Motion team for all of the hard work that they did this year, including putting this beast of an episode together. None of this would be possible without you guys. So I want to thank you so much. And I also want to thank EJ, Ryan, Austin, Amanda, Sakani, Marina, Jonathan, Nick, Justin, Joe, Chad, Kelsey, and Haley for riffing on this wild year with me. And thank you for being a part of the School of Motion community. I really hope you have an amazing, happy, and healthy new year. And I'll see you in 2024.